Chapter 201, Hunger. After everything was decided, Noah sat alone in his room, still thinking. His women had given him time, for once. Normally, they would have all been here, surrounding him, each one trying to pull him into their arms, their laps, their beds, but not this time, because right now, he needed to think. The Shadow Realm was dangerous, massively so. He couldn't just send Shadiva, Esther, Sari, and Eric in without safeguards. It wasn't just about strategy, it was about peace of mind. His and theirs. He didn't want anything to happen to them, so the question burned in his mind: what could he give them? Artifacts? Potions? Skills, or talents? That word stuck. Because after 5 years, or rather, 15 within the realm, Noah had grown far beyond what he once was. Especially in his control over the record language. The record affinity, he could now create talents. And not basic ones either, A ranks and below. It was quite easy. ES rank, tricky, but doable. As for SS and even SSS? Difficult, yes. But with enough focus, he could pull it off without failure. But EX rank? That was a whole different level. Since creating Copycat, he hadn't succeeded in making even a single EX rank talent, and looking back now, it really did seem like beginner's luck. Or maybe, Noah whispered to himself, eyes narrowing, I was just too weak back then. He'd been SS rank when he last tried, so maybe the problem wasn't his talent, but his rank. So, it's time to step into SSS rank, Noah said softly, sitting up straighter, his expression calm. Almost indifferent, as if he wasn't a 20-year-old preparing to step into a realm that even monsters 100 years old hadn't reached, because most people needed centuries. Either to rack up feats grand enough for the Akashic records to acknowledge them, or to train hard enough to be worthy of SSS rank on their own. But Noah had seen what true power looked like. From the elves. From the abominations. From the shadows, and it made him feel something he hadn't felt in a long time. Powerless, and that was a wake-up call. He was an abomination, wasn't he? The record's favorite, a walking anomaly, but that wouldn't matter if the universe didn't give him time to grow, because no matter how monstrous your potential was, without time to develop it, you were no different than someone with none, and Noah knew it. He knew he had grown complacent. After everything he'd accomplished, it was easy to think he was doing enough, but he wasn't, not anymore. Back when he first arrived in Lay, when he was weak, he was desperate. Hungry. Starving. He wanted. He craved. He obsessed, and because of that, he climbed fast. Hard. Unstoppably, but over time, that hunger faded. Success became comfort and something that was always guaranteed, and as you all know, you can't be hungry when you're already full, and Noah had been full, but not anymore. The comfort was gone, the threat was real, and in a twisted way, that was a good thing, because now, Noah had returned to the beginning. He was hungry again, thirsty again, no more ease. No more rest, and so, he grinned, not his usual devilish, arrogant grin, a sharper one, quieter. Deadlier. I'm ready. And the moment those words left his mouth, ding, Noah Veilgrim, you have reached the threshold to ascend to SSS rank. You have accomplished feats both impossible and magnificent. You have become something exceptional. You made an original your shadow. You created a new hybrid race within Lay. You were blessed by Lay. You struck a deal with a demoness. You enslaved a being of lust. You created a race with a bloodline powerful enough to rival the great factions. You uncovered a fragment of an origin. You defeated champions of multiple races. And, you enslaved a mythic rank being. Even the records paused, they had to, because even they were surprised, and that wasn't all. There were things they didn't even mention, like becoming the record's favorite. Their favorite, like creating his own talent. It was insane. Maddening. You are a being of multiple affinities. You are the root of a concept. You are the beginning of a race. You are cunning. Treacherous. Beautifully dangerous, and then, the option, just one, not 5. Not 3. Just one, domain, the Genesis, simple. Clean, absolute, Noah smiled. Start the process. Moments later, a muffled groan filled the room as the ascension began. He was stepping into a new realm, and truly, what an unfair domain it was. Far away, in the territory of the Bloodhearts, Red Bloodheart was floating peacefully in a pool of blood, alone. Her daughter, as usual, was nowhere to be seen, too busy playing with her boyfriend, TSK. What a disappointing daughter, Red muttered, clicking her tongue. Her voice laced with genuine irritation. But the reason for her frustration wasn't what it seemed. It wasn't because Roosh had a man, it was because she didn't. Well, not quite, let's be honest. She had a husband, but I want him, Red thought darkly, her crimson eyes glowing with barely contained madness. She didn't want her husband anymore. He'd done his duty. Given her a child. That was enough. Now she wanted a man who could break her. A man who could dominate her, not just in battle, but in bed. Someone who could make her weak, not a pathetic thing who couldn't last 2 minutes. And over the past few days, Red hadn't even paid attention to the chaos in the world, the wars. The destruction, the political shifts. No, her mind had been locked on one thing, one man, Noah. She thought of ways to get under his skin, under his pants. She thought of ways to seduce him, or even better, ways for him to claim her. It didn't matter how. As long as it happened. But after hours of fantasizing, scheming, and internal screaming, I have nothing in mind. "Fuck," she shouted, slamming her fist into the blood beneath her, causing waves to erupt and rain down across the pool. She was frustrated. Strategic thinking wasn't her strength. She just liked to fight. Kill. Bleed things, and sadly, many others, including Noah, could do those things better than her now. She sighed. Loud. Irritated. Resigned, there was only one option left. Ask her daughter. Red's lips curled into a grin. Call that rebellious daughter of mine here. And tell her she better come fast. Her voice dropped, or I'm coming to meet her boyfriend, and he won't like what I'll do to him. Her voice was stone. A servant's voice echoed back immediately. As you will, matriarch. Red leaned back into the blood, and now she had one more thing to figure out: how to tell her daughter that she planned to kill her own father for a man hundreds years younger than her. Chapter 202. Soul Preservation and the Shadowbound Mission. Noah lay sprawled on his massive bed, pure white. Like everything in this room, and stared quietly at the ceiling above him. He had just finished his ascension to SSS rank, and to say there was a difference between SS and SSS would be an understatement. The difference was massive. Right now, Noah felt like he could have handled all the champions from before in under 10 seconds, with just his domain. Yes, his domain was truly unfair. Well, like most things about Noah, really. Domain, the Genesis, a simple name. A loaded meaning, as it also means, the beginning, and it fit perfectly. His domain was tricky to understand unless you experienced it. It wasn't just a passive field or a manifestation of his will, no, it was a living law. Inside his domain, anything he believed became. Anything he didn't wish to exist will not exist inside it. Anything he named would gain the attributes of that name, and more than anything, the domain affected reality itself. It was that powerful. The more Noah thought about it, the more satisfied he felt. He smiled faintly. The Genesis, huh? That's a pretty cool name, he muttered, pleased, sitting up slowly in the middle of his gigantic bed. But he had no time to bask in his breakthrough. He had promised something. He had told them, his people, that he would create talents. Unique ones. Preferably something that could save them when shit went bad, and now it was time to deliver. He tilted his head and began to think, his mind racing with designs, concepts, formulas, and fragments of imagined abilities. Eventually, one stood out, something simple, but vital. Beings don't truly die unless their soul is destroyed. If I can protect their souls, even if they lose everything else, they'll survive. He'd anchor their souls to himself, so even if they died, he could pull them back, revive them fast. It was risky, of course. Their connection to him could be used to trace their location. But he wasn't about to let his subordinates die because he wanted to play it safe. He exhaled slowly, then it's decided. The talent will be called Soul's Preservation. He took a moment to ground himself. The creation of a talent wasn't just about skill. It required intent, focus, mental clarity. And with the record affinity burning inside him now, it would be easier, stronger, and the stronger his affinity grew, the more terrifying things he would eventually be able to create. He wondered when will he able to elevate it. He smiled again, then got to work. Time passed in a blur. 5 days inside the realm vanished like smoke, and now, inside the White Castle's meeting room, Noah sat calmly on his pristine throne, draped in a magnificent white robe, golden thread weaving across its surface like lightning. On his chest was the crest of their family, a sky filled with white stars. Each one unique in its shade. Before him stood 4 figures: Eric, Shadiva, Sari, and Esther, the infiltration team. Their talents had already been awakened, and the mission was set. You're ready, Noah said, his voice composed, measured. You have everything you need to infiltrate the Shadow Realm. And when the time comes, when we move against Shadiva's siblings, you'll be the ones who've laid the groundwork. He paused, then looked at each of them, his runic white eyes calm but sharp. I don't need to tell you to be careful. You're not children. But still, his voice dropped slightly, softer. Don't die on me. Esther and Eric smiled. Shadiva gave a small nod. Sorry. Ever the enigma, the forgotten one is simply nodded, her expression unreadable as always. Without another word, the four vanished, teleported directly to the Shadow Realm, where their mission would begin. Noah remained where he was, head resting against his right palm, legs crossed, eyes half-lidded. His expression had shifted again, back to something pensive. What are you thinking, Master? Leona asked from within his mind. Noah smiled faintly. About Luminara, Crystal, and Emily. They've been with me a long time. Especially Luminara. So I was wondering, should I start transforming them into a leisure, or wait a bit longer to see more of their resolve? He explained it calmly, not just to Leona, but to all the others. After all, they could all hear him, even Crystal? Is she worthy? Nephi asked, genuinely confused. To her, Crystal's body had been used again and again. She had assumed such a woman would be unworthy of their master. In fact, Noah said with a quiet smirk, she has the highest chance of being transformed, and Nephi's don't judge people by their past. People can change. And Crystal is changing. You just don't see it, because you hardly speak to her. His eyes narrowed slightly. You all saw what she did when I killed her son. She didn't blink. Noah's smile deepened, twisted. Sharp, that's what I want. From my women. From everyone close to me. Pure, unwavering dedication. Inside the lotus garden, all the maids were sitting in unique, personalized lotuses. A still beauty surrounded them. Nephi and Leona smiled as they heard Noah's words, and then, in perfect harmony, they both spoke. We are devoted to you, Master. Their voices were full of sincerity. And Noah could feel it. He nodded, pleased. But others, Morgan, Katie, Sonomi, they stayed quiet. Their expressions were a little awkward. They could feel Nephi's and Leona's eyes on them, but they didn't flinch. It wasn't that they weren't loyal, they were, in a sense, but only because of Noah's power. Because he could help them, not because they had given their hearts. Their souls, their will to him, not yet, because dedication is something else entirely. It's when you serve without expecting reward, when you give everything just to satisfy him. And they weren't at that level. Nephi's and Leona knew it, and Noah knew too, but he didn't mind. Not yet, everything will fall into place with time. Noah thought silently. And if they don't change, he smiled, well, taking back what I gave is easy. He closed his eyes. The infiltration team was gone. Now, all that remained was to integrate Leia's core fully into his realm, and Noah's smirk turned downright wicked. Time to fuck my dear women. After all, it was a way to be stronger too. Chapter 203, the infiltration begins. Eric, Shadiva, Esther, and Sari reappeared in the same dark cave Noah had once fallen into, and as they turned to take in their surroundings, they all felt it, the same impression Noah had described. There were no clear walls, no ground, no ceiling. Only shadows, but not shadows on something. No, everything was shadows. The ground beneath them, the cavern ceiling above, the air around. It was all composed of shadow stuff, ever shifting, ever pulsating with life. And if you looked closely, truly looked, you'd notice the subtle movement. A slow, imperceptible dance. It was unnerving, but also strangely comforting, because for beings like them, shadows, or those deeply bound to shadow, they felt at home. As if this place whispered in their bones that this is where you were always meant to be. That this realm was theirs, and in a way, it was. Now, let's discuss how we'll proceed, Shadiva said suddenly, her voice cutting through the thick air, pulling the others into focus. Once she was sure all eyes were on her, she began to speak, calm and deliberate. As I told you, this realm is dangerous. But we are not here to fight. Not yet. We're here for one reason and one reason only. She paused. Information. All three nodded. Their faces were serious. Especially Eric, whose jaw was clenched tight, his eyes sharp with tension. He knew the truth. He was the weakest here, and that meant one thing. He was the most likely to screw this up, so he listened carefully, memorizing every word Shadiva said. No distractions, Shadiva continued. To gather information more efficiently, we'll split up. There are 3 major domains here, each under the direct control of one of my siblings. Since we are 4, one group will have 2 members. She looked at them without saying anything else. Letting the decision be made by them, she herself would go alone. She didn't need anyone. That much was clear. Eric glanced at Esther, then at Sari. Sari opened her elegant lips to speak, but Eric beat her to it. I'll go alone, he said firmly. All of them turned to him, surprised. He was the one they thought would need protection, the one they'd keep an eye on, but that was exactly why he wanted to go alone, because if he failed, he didn't want to drag someone else down with him, and more than that, he wanted to prove himself. To challenge himself. And if he was paired with someone, he might not be forced to act on his own. He needed that pressure. I'll go alone, Eric repeated, voice calm but resolute. The others stared for a second longer, then nodded. If that's what you want, Shadiva said neutrally. Any preference on which domain you'd like, she asked, but none of them answered. They had no preferences, so Shadiva chose for them, and she was satisfied. She knew her siblings. She knew her allies. She knew where they would thrive, or at least, survive. I will go to Ebony. Eric, you go to Mortis. Esther and Sari, you'll handle Sylphra. As she spoke, she threw black slips of paper toward them, each glowing with a faint, flickering shadowlight. These will guide you to their domains. I don't know what's changed in all these years, so you'll have to adapt to any unpredictable situations on your own. Then, she paused, her face turned serious, almost solemn. Be careful. And, she let the words linger, don't die, and then, she was gone. The shadow swallowed her. Shadiva had gone straight into Ebony's domain. Eric looked at the remaining two and gave a small, nervous smile. Well, I'm off too, and just like that, he disappeared. At Esther and Sari remained. Neither said a word. They didn't need to, they were both silent types. Efficient. Focused. Communication wasn't something they wasted unnecessarily. Ready? Esther asked flatly. Yes, Sari replied in the same tone. Then, without another sound, they vanished as well, while Shadiva and her group infiltrated the Shadow Realm. The very masters of that realm were gathering, and ironically, the topic of their meeting was none other than Shadiva herself. Perhaps she had forgotten, or maybe she hadn't thought it necessary, but wasn't it obvious? If someone binds you, and you escape, won't they know? That's pretty obvious, right? But oh well, it's the most obvious truths we tend to overlook, precisely because they're obvious, and Shadiva had made that mistake, because her siblings were very aware. In a hidden zone within the Shadow Realm, where shadow upon shadow layered like silk curtains stacked infinitely, there was no ground, no sky. Only a vast expanse where nothing existed but the concept of shadow. Floating midair were 4 thrones, each one crafted from shadow, each one distinct, but only 3 were occupied. On one throne, black, jagged, and endlessly corroding, sat a man. Slender figure, soft features, his posture lazy, his eyes tired, but beneath it all, something deadly. His hair was pitch black, like a corrosive tar, bubbling and flowing like venom. This was Mortis. Another throne, fluid, shifting, like spilled ink frozen in motion, held a woman of grace. Her spine was straight. Her legs crossed. Her fingers tapped slowly on the armrest, each tap sending ripples through the air. Her eyes looked like ink had exploded inside them, blotting out all color. This was Ebony, and the third belonged to a childlike figure. A short girl laying sideways like she was playing on a playground. Hair wild and eyes ever-shifting, changing shape, changing meaning, from beasts to blades. From humans to ghosts, this was Sylphra, and these were the originals, Shadiva's siblings. Why did you call us here, Ebony? Mortis asked, voice laced with boredom, as if his sister had just interrupted a much more interesting nap. Yeah. Why, big sis? I was in the middle of infiltrating a world. I needed more puppets. Sylphra added, pouting in frustration. Ebony didn't respond immediately. Her gaze drifted, almost involuntarily, toward the 4th throne, an empty one, a simple, plain seat, black, unassuming, but none of them looked at it with indifference, because they knew. They knew the weight of the one who once sat there. She sighed. Big sister has escaped. The moment the words left her lips, Mortis' posture straightened. Sylphra stopped smiling, and both of them, at the exact same time, spoke. How, since when? They blinked. Realized they'd spoken in unison, and immediately glared at each other, as if saying, how dare you speak when I speak? Yes, they were siblings. Alright, chapter 204. Seal her again. Mortis and Sylphra glared at each other, but soon concentrated on the words of Ebony. Ebony spoke again, her voice calm and steady. She escaped. Meaning someone did that. I even looked for the world we had imprisoned her in. She paused. Mortis raised an eyebrow lazily. And what did you do to that world? And what even did you do to Big Sister? A frown started to slowly appear on his lazy face. You know, we only agreed to seal her, nothing else. I didn't do anything. The world was destroyed when I went there to look for clues, and looking at what was left from the destruction, it hadn't been that long of a time, Ebony said to her two siblings, wanting them to understand the situation, and indeed, Mortis and Sylphira immediately frowned, their expressions twisted in anger. Who dared to touch our big sister? Mortis said, as shadows started to twist around him wildly, the atmosphere around him becoming even more corrosive. I wonder too, big brother. It seems these past few thousand years we have been too calm, haven't we? Sylphira said, then soon grinned. How about we destroy a couple of their worlds? She proposed with an eager grin, but also, under that grin, there was irritation growing. She turned her head towards Ebony. But first, who was responsible for this destruction? Sylphira asked Ebony, who since the beginning didn't show any particular strong feeling, only cold analysis and pragmatism. It seemed the world destroyed itself, but I have seen the leftover of strong mana residuals made by plant magic, Ebony said with slightly pensive eyes. The elves, Mortis and Sylphira said at the same time. Ebony smiled. It seems like it. And not any family, as the power of that skill was extremely high level, she said as she slowly raised her hand and pointed her finger up at the sky. Suddenly, shadows twisted above it and soon a screen made of shadows became visible, and the screen showed Orion and Klaus. Ebony smiled and said, golden-haired and green eyes. The typical characteristics of the Worldborn. Mortis and Sylphira looked at the screen, their expressions being a little difficult now that they knew it was the Worldborn and without being surprised by Ebony's power. After all, with her unique shadow ability that helped her store past movements, Ebony managed to touch upon the power of time itself and do things like recreating past scenes of a given location easily. And I'm not done. It seems there was another being with them, but I can't seem to be able to see his face or anything. Even with this power, Ebony said again, and this time with an intrigued expression. After all, hardly anyone could hide themselves from her skills, but Mortis and Sylphira didn't share her intrigue. Instead, how should we deal with the Worldborn? We should make clear they have trespassed our land, Mortis said coldly. Ebony shook her head. We won't do anything like that. You already know the Worldborn, they are troublesome with that damn old hag behind them. And that's not our priority for now. She paused, letting her words sink in. Our priority is to find Big Sister. Ebony said with a serious voice. They knew she was not dead, they would have known if she was. Shadiva was the first daughter of Shadow, so do you think that Shadow itself would fall silent when its first daughter died? No, the whole Shadow realm would have trembled in fury and anger, but nothing happened. That means she was still alive somewhere. And they had to find her, fast. We have to find her before any of those factions become aware of it, Ebony said again firmly. This time, Sylphira asked, will we have to imprison her again? She asked in a low and painful voice, as if not bearing the idea of doing the same thing to her big sister again, and it was not only her, even Mortis and Ebony felt the same. They didn't want to do it, their faces clearly showed that much reluctance, but Ebony nodded her head slowly. We have to, Sylphira. Otherwise you know what would happen. And we are not strong enough to go against all of them together, and you know no one would help us, Ebony said before sighing in frustration. The shadow space became silent for a while, as all of them were busy with their own thoughts. We were weak before. We were young. But it's not the same anymore, Ebony. We can drown millions of worlds in shadow in an instant. We can kill the will of a prime world if we get serious. And we can go against them, Mortis said with a strong voice. So tell me, why should we cower again? Let's fight them all. Let's take back our big sister and kill them all. You know why they did this to us. You know they were afraid of Big Sister's power, that's why they did all this. That's why they came to us for a trade in us. Mortis struggled to continue his words. He was deeply ashamed, and every time he thought about it, he just wanted to kill his past self for accepting such a damn trade, feelings that Ebony and Sylphira understood greatly. We were young and new in this universe. Don't be too hard on yourself, Mortis, Ebony said before continuing, and I understand your thoughts. But we are not alone. We can't take this decision easily. The fate of the Shadow Realm is on us. And if we are killed, it might get destroyed or enslaved, and we can't accept that. And also, Ebony smiled wryly, but also very, very angrily. It was a weird contrast. Like she was resigned, but at the same time she was so angry about it. And that's weird, after all, resigned people usually don't feel angry at their situation anymore. They just accept it and go on, but Ebony, or even any of the three siblings, did not, and finally, Ebony spoke. You know they have us bound. And we can no longer disobey. At her words, Mortis and Sylphira became even more angry and livid at their past selves. but the past was the past. Now they had to look forward, so first we find Big Sister. Then, Ebony sighed again, then we seal her again. The siblings didn't speak again. Each of them was busy with their own thoughts, and, not this time, Mortis thought with determination to make up for what he had done. Big Sister. Sylphra thought with great guilt, as she thought of the big sister who always spoiled her and couldn't help but curse herself for being weak. Ebony looked at each of them and sighed again, already seeing the headache coming, but she let it pass. As for now, the most important thing was to find her big sister. All that, not knowing the one they were looking for, was coming for them. Chapter 205, Shackles. The meeting between the siblings ended, and each of them had gone back to their territory. And in Mortis's domain, also known in the Shadow Realm as the domain of the corrosive original, Mortis himself sat inside a room filled with black fog. A fog that anyone under supreme rank, even if they just inhaled a little, would instantly die from. And even supremes wouldn't survive here for more than 10 seconds, but Mortis sat inside it, completely unbothered. No pain. No strain, his eyes were closed. His breath even. His body calm. How far am I? Mortis asked himself inwardly. And immediately, as if his thoughts alone had power, the corrosive black fog thickened around him, growing darker, heavier. Looking less like fog and more like pure shadow. It flowed freely around him, before slowly entering his body. Deep. Deeper. Past the flesh. Past the soul, but into his very existence, and there, at the very core of his being, was something that looked like a shackle, a deep, boundless shackle. One moment it looked like black void, the next like pure gold, then again like decaying corruption, changing again and again and again. It didn't just change color. It changed shape. It changed weight. It shifted constantly. The power leaking from that single shackle was enough to flatten billions of middle worlds and crush millions of high-level worlds into dust. It was just that powerful, and Mortis, with cold determination, directed his corrosive shadow toward it. Slowly. Carefully, but even before the shadow could touch it, it disintegrated, vanished like it never even existed. Arg. Mortis growled, blood splashing violently from his mouth, black and burning. Another failure, but instead of cursing, instead of losing patience, Mortis smiled. A small, bloody, cracked smile, this time. I was a little closer, he whispered, half laughing under his breath. He might not have succeeded. But he felt it. He was closer. And if he kept going, I'll reach it. Even if it takes me thousands, or billions of years. I don't care. Time doesn't matter to me, Mortis said, voice slow but filled with fire. Because this time, he wasn't going to accept it. He wasn't going to seal his big sister again, no way in hell, and if it meant going against Ebony, so be it. He stood up, wiped the blood from his lips, then spoke calmly into the fog. Make sure Ebony's forces don't find Big Sister. Make things difficult for them, subtly. Use the power of the worlds under us if necessary, and at his words, by your will, Lord Mortis. Then silence again. Mortis closed his eyes. He wasn't done. It was time to continue, though, as he felt the pain crawling through his insides again, he muttered with a twitch in his brow, fuck. I need to finish this soon so I can go back to being lazy. Damn. I miss my big sister. Truly, what a hard-working lazy shadow. While Mortis was pushing forward in his own way, his little sister, Sylphra, was doing the same, but Sylphra's case was different, because her power wasn't like Mortis's. Her power was strange. Tricky. Insanely powerful, but hard to use. Sylphra had the power to possess anything that had a shadow, anything. As long as she had the will for it, and let's be honest. Only rare things in the world don't cast shadows, even the shackle deep inside her being cast one, but here came the problem. She had to dominate the shadow to possess it, and to dominate the shadow of the shackle, she needed a will stronger than it. But did she have it? Hell no. The will of the shackle could erase billions of her own stacked together, billions of the will of an original. That's insane, right? But it was the truth. Still, if there was one thing she shared with Mortis, it was the will to break free, and so, Sylphra made her decision. She would make her will stronger, no matter how, and the fastest, most brutal way. Suffering, real pain. Real endurance. So, right now, Sylphra was inside the flame of hell. Literally, not metaphorically, a real, physical flame. Black and red. It melted her mind. Burned her soul. Shattered her being. reduced her existence to screaming, agonized fragments. Her eyes, if you could still call them that, were gone. Melted, her brain, gone, her heart, vaporized, her flesh, peeled and stripped and gone, even her bones, made of shifting shadow and chaos, were melting, slowly, horrifically. This pain, if Justicia felt just 1 nanosecond of it, she would lose her mind forever, but Sylphra held on, because she was an original. Because she was Sylphra, even in this state, she was still thinking of her big sister, of the guilt, of the regret, of how she failed her, and all of it, every regret, every shameful whisper, was fuel to endure, fuel to break free. She suffered in silence, while her lips, though scorched, whispered faintly, "Once all this is over, big sister will spoil me again." What a thought, what a ridiculous, adorable thought, but it kept her going. If you think Mortis and Sylphra were the only ones who cared, you're wrong. Ebony cared too, but Ebony was different. She didn't act on feelings. She didn't move for emotion. Ebony moved through logic. Through cold, calculated reasoning, and that's why, back then, she had been the one to convince her siblings to accept that damn deal, not because she hated Shadiva, but because she loved her too much, and the only way to avoid her death, or theirs, was to bind themselves. But Ebony'd been the first to search for a way out. She tried for eons, and in the end, there was only one truth: they couldn't escape, not like this, not with the power they had, and maybe not ever. But they're so stubborn, Ebony muttered, sighing as she lay on her bed, which, strangely, was just a plain wooden bed. Her room looked like any normal woman's room. Organized. Clean. Everything in its place. Nothing out of line. Not even a wrinkle on her sheets. They want to escape, but they'll learn the truth eventually, she said again. She had told them before, it was impossible. They didn't listen, so now, she let them do what they wanted, and when the day came, when they failed, she'd be there. She'd welcome them back. Because deep down, she knew, they will fail. That was the issue with people like Ebony, so rational, so logical, they couldn't imagine anything outside their lines, and because of that, they never saw the impossible coming. Chapter 206, Different Kind of Thrust. The journey towards each domain was far from easy. There were many obstacles along the way, sometimes tied to the very terrain itself because of how treacherous and unstable it was, and sometimes it was related to the beasts, creatures born of pure shadow and hunger. Eric had been moving through the shadows on his way to Mortis's domain ever since he had separated from the girls, but what a terrible mistake that had been. The shadows of the shadow realm were not ordinary. They were not just absence of light, no, they were living, breathing things, and many among them were beasts. So when you moved through them like you would back in the normal world, you woke them up, and when you did that, well, your situation might just end up like Eric's, who was now surrounded on all sides by shadow beasts in the middle of a forest made of shadows. The creatures had all kinds of shapes. Some looked like animals, some resembled humans, some were twisted abominations of both, and others were so deeply wrong that you couldn't categorize them in any known logic, as if their very form was birthed from nightmares. What made them beasts wasn't just their form, it was the complete absence of mind. There was no reason, no logic, no restraint, only instinct, hunger, and violence. First lesson learned. Never travel through the shadows of this realm if you're not fucking powerful. Eric muttered under his breath as he extended his hand and summoned his weapon, a sleek black sword forged of condensed shadow. There was no hesitation on his face, no fear, just focus. Deep, unwavering, lethal focus. The moment the sword appeared in his hand, it was as if a trigger had been pulled. The beasts roared, snarled, and lunged toward him in sync, their claws like blades, their teeth sharpened to deadly points, aiming to tear him apart. Clank! Eric blocked the first strike with his sword, then spun around smoothly, delivering a vicious kick to the neck of the closest beast, sending it flying into the air like a broken doll. He ducked immediately afterward, just narrowly avoiding a deadly swipe. Then changed the grip of his sword mid-motion and drove it upward right into the belly of the next incoming creature. Before it even had time to scream, Eric stepped forward and crushed its head under his foot with merciless force, splattering black blood across the shadowy ground. All of it happened in seconds. And yet, there were still 10 more. I need to control my shadow mana better, Eric whispered to himself, realizing with a sharp breath that his reserves were already draining faster than expected. The beasts had learned from the first exchange, they didn't rush in one by one anymore. No. They attacked him together. All at once. Seeing that, Eric gave a faint smile. Seems like you really are as mindless as they say. Then, without wasting another breath, he took his stance, or at least, something that could resemble a stance. He wasn't crouched or poised in a formal form. He simply stood still, his sword held high above his head, the tip of the blade pointed down at the earth. and as the beasts charged, just a few meters away, Eric plunged his sword deep into the shadowy ground. Shadow destruction, he whispered, his voice cold and serene like still water before a storm, and then, boom, a deep explosion erupted beneath their feet, shattering the forest in a wave of corrupted shadow mana. The detonation engulfed the beasts instantly, vaporizing several and tearing apart the shadow trees nearby. The very ground shook under the force of it. When the dust settled, Eric looked upon the destruction he had unleashed. He smiled faintly. "Not bad," he said softly. "I might even get you." A thunderous, deep, mindless roar shattered the air, cutting off his words mid-sentence. Eric's body immediately tensed at the sound, and a wave of fear began to bloom inside his chest. It wasn't just loud. It was powerful. Primal, and then, he heard it, the sound of footsteps, no, of something running. Something massive was moving at terrifying speed, and it was coming straight for him. He's fast. Too fast. He'll catch me before I can react, Eric thought immediately, and without wasting a second, he took another stance, this time proper, with full form, facing the direction of the incoming threat. Then he saw it, and cursed instantly. It was a towering beast made of shadow, its body dripping liquid darkness, and its eyes glowing with blood-red fury. It had a humanoid form, but with a long tail, at the end of which was a sphere of dense, compressed shadow energy. Its presence alone screamed of danger. A solid S-rank, manageable, Eric thought coldly. The moment the beast entered his field of vision, Eric acted. He didn't hesitate. A colossal sort of shadow magic materialized above the creature, crashing down toward its head. At the same time, Eric blinked into the shadows and reappeared behind the beast, thrusting his sword deep into its leg, and instantly, a monstrous scream of pain tore through the air as the beast's leg was pierced. Black vicious blood gouged out in abundance. The battle continued on. While Eric was thrusting a blade into a beast, Noah was also thrusting, but not a sword, and not into a beast. He was buried deep inside Lilith, fucking her with slow, powerful strokes, his cock stretching her soaked, clenching pussy. Her eyes were rolled back, her face stained with tears and saliva dripping from her lips. Yes. I missed this so much. My master. Please, claim me again. Lilith moaned, her voice echoing through the room like a desperate prayer. Each thrust sent shivers through her whole body. Her legs twitched, her nails dug into the bed, and her pussy clenched down tighter every time Noah slammed deeper inside her, as if trying to trap him inside forever. Noah groaned through gritted teeth. His wounds weren't fully healed, and every movement hurt, but the pleasure drowned the pain. Lilith's pussy had always been dangerous. Hot, soft, and gripping in ways that made even him lose focus as minutes passed, and finally, I'm coming, Noah said, his voice low, hoarse with pleasure. Inside. Please, master. Deep inside, fill me. I need it, Lilith begged, her entire body shaking with need. But just as he was about to release, Noah pulled out of her pussy and shoved his cock deep into her mouth. Lilith gasped in surprise, eyes wide for a moment, before they glazed over with wild bliss as his cum began pouring down her throat. She came instantly. Violently, her body convulsed, and her mouth ballooned from the sheer volume. Some of it even leaked through her nose, but she swallowed it all, every last drop, greedy and ecstatic. Noah smirked, satisfied, and pulled his cock from her mouth with a lewd pop. You've always been amazing, Lilith. Lilith smiled through the haze, breathless and dazed. And for someone injured, you still made me feel like a filthy whore. You are a filthy whore, mother. Actually, you're worse than that. The voice came from behind. It was Dominique, completely naked, her pink pussy dripping wet, her eyes glowing with obsession and need. She stepped behind Lilith, grabbed her mother's arms, and held her still, then spread her legs wide. Lilith's swollen, twitching pussy and tight asshole were both on full display. Dominique looked directly at Noah with an expression of twisted devotion and mad lust. Fuck her ass, master. Make her scream. Make her forget how to sit ever again, she whispered, heart-shaped pupils glowing. Lilith trembled. Just hearing those words made her leak even more. Noah grinned like a devil and, without hesitation, thrust his cock deep into her ass. And oh, what bliss it was! The sinful trio of Noah, Dominique, and Lilith began. Chapter 207. Mother and daughter are 18. Noah thrust deep into Lilith with no hint of restraint, no pretense of gentleness, no kindness in his movements, only raw, merciless domination. He slammed into her with brutal force, without a shred of pity. His cock plunged into Lilith's ass, stretching her wide, filling her completely, and before long, every inch of him was buried deep inside her. And oh, Argish! Lilith cried, the sound a blend of agonizing pain and overwhelming pleasure. her body trembling violently, but Dominique held her firm, locked in place, leaving her no room to even squirm. "Oh, Lilith, your ass is fucking divine," Noah groaned, gritting his teeth as her tight asshole clamped down on him, gripping his cock like a vice. He looked down. Lilith's eyes were blank, unfocused, her mouth agape, her pussy twitching as if it were breathing, alive, pulsing, leaking slick arousal. His cock was buried inside her ass, and Dominique's eyes were fixed on the sight, wide and shining with reverence, with lust, with hunger, as if watching a holy ritual. Her own pussy dripped, the wetness trailing down her thighs and onto her mother's belly, but no one cared. Dominique was entranced by the way Noah's cock moved inside her mother, and Lilith herself? She was far too consumed by the dark and decadent pleasure coursing through her to even think. Noah began to move slowly at first, testing her tightness, getting used to the way her ass clenched him so perfectly, and then he started to fuck her in earnest, each thrust faster, harder, deeper. The wet, rhythmic slaps of flesh colliding echoed shamelessly through the room, but they weren't alone. Lilith's moans rang out, loud and uncontrolled, not holding back a single sound, not muting a single cry, not caring in the slightest that her daughter was watching her get sodomized, watching her sob, scream, and melt into a mess of drool and tears and raw, unfiltered pleasure. She wasn't ashamed, hell, she was more turned on because of it. She wanted Dominique to see. She wanted her daughter to see how thoroughly Noah wrecked her. How she gave her body over to their master, to their husband. How she took his entire cock inside like a greedy, needy whore. She wanted to show her, truly show her, what it meant to be a slave, a willing slave, a broken slave, a slave who begged for more, and so, more. Fuck me harder, master. Fuck your slave. Your eternal slave. Lilith screamed, loud, unhinged, utterly shameless. She didn't care if the world heard, all she wanted was his cock. And Noah, hearing her, smiled. No, he grinned, because he loved when his women begged. He loved when they surrendered, and every time they begged, Noah gave them what they asked for. "As you wish, my dear slave," he said, voice low and charged with carnal hunger. Then he slammed into her with renewed force. Yes, he kept fucking her hard, faster, deeper, while one hand gripped her hair and the other mauled her big breasts, tugging, squeezing, twisting, unleashing waves of stimulation that pushed Lilith deeper into her spiral. Meanwhile, Dominique had moved behind Noah, her body pressing close, her arms gently wrapping around his neck. She kissed his back. Slowly, worshipfully, starting from the nape of his neck and trailing downward, licking and kissing until she reached his muscular ass. Then she smirked, a wicked, lust-drenched smirk, and began to lick his ass with obscene tenderness. Noah's mind flared with pleasure so sharp and unexpected that his next thrust came too fast, too deep, too hard, and Lilith screamed, her body spasming violently beneath him. Dominique, however, wasn't finished. She lowered herself just beneath his slamming hips, right where Noah's heavy balls were slapping Lilith's ass again and again, and stuck out her tongue like an eager pet. She waited for the perfect rhythm, and when his balls bounced back, she licked them, again and again, like a dog going rabid over a bone, mad wild. Completely consumed, she was into it. No, they all were, and when Noah finally came, he buried himself deep in Lilith's ass and released, flooding her insides with thick, white seed. When he pulled out, a hot, sticky stream of cum followed, dribbling from her ruined hole onto the bed below. Lilith collapsed, eyes blank, body twitching, spent. Dominique finally released his cock from her worship, then turned around and knelt before him, her back facing her mother. Both Lilith's holes were swollen, one already dripping with earlier release, and she didn't hesitate for even a second. Dominique took his cock into her mouth. Instantly, Noah smirked. "You're sucking the same cock that just destroyed your mother's ass and pussy, Dominique," he said, his tone filled with amusement and dark delight. Dominique grinned back with his length still in her mouth. "It's your cock, master," she said after pulling back just enough to speak. "I'd suck it even if it came out of the filthiest hole imaginable. Let alone my mother's." Her eyes gleamed, mad, ecstatic, filled with perverse joy. Noah's smirk widened. After licking him clean, Dominique turned and positioned herself above her mother, bending forward, her ass raised, her dripping pussy glistening. "Fuck my ass. Like you fucked hers," she whispered, her voice soaked in sin, so sensual it could drive even gods insane. Then she reached down, grabbed her mother's cheeks, and whispered in her ear, "Wake up, mother. Wake up and watch your daughter get fucked by the same cock that made you faint from pleasure." And with that, Lilith's eyes snapped open, pink eyes met pink eyes, they smiled, a knowing, twisted, utterly unholy smile, a degenerate smile. A whore's smile. A slave's smile. Meanwhile, while Noah was breaking both a mother and her daughter in the throes of hellish pleasure, Shadiva was walking alone, quietly, through the mountainous region of the Shadow Realm. There were no trees here. Only towering peaks of dark stone, carved by ancient forces, shaped by shadows themselves. Rustles of movement echoed in the distance, but Shadiva didn't stop. She didn't flinch. She didn't even blink, she simply walked, calmly. Leisurely. Like a goddess taking a stroll through a long abandoned garden of shadows, like an adult returning home after years abroad, trying to recognize the place they left behind. And in truth, she was curious. The shadow realm had changed, so they didn't just play around while I was gone, Shadiva thought, not without a sliver of pride biting into her voice. Strangely, she felt happy. Annoyingly happy. That they hadn't neglected their home. That they had grown, expanded, evolved. Her lips curved into a faint smile as she kept walking with that same slow grace, and somewhere in her chest, an unwelcome heat stirred. She didn't want to feel it, but she did. She was eager to see them again. Her siblings, she hated that, and yet, I'm such a weak-hearted woman, she muttered, almost scolding herself, her voice sharp and bitter and low. She paused mid-step. Smiled. Then kept walking like nothing had cracked her. It's been so long since I last stepped foot here. Since I last came home, she murmured. And then, louder, come out, my children. That smile on her lips, gentle, eerie, almost motherly, was a smile no one in Noah's camp had ever seen before. Come out and kill everything in my way. A breath of silence passed, then it happened. Voices, not one. Not two, but millions, all speaking at once, layered in unholy harmony, like a choir of beasts that had slumbered too long. By your order, O Mother of Shadows. And just like that, the entire mountain range was swallowed in a darkness so deep, so thick, it felt like the end of everything. Shadiva's children, her summons, her loyal monsters, they had returned, and they had only one purpose, to kill. Chapter 208. The Forgotten One. The mountainous region was already buried in shadows, but when Shadiva summoned her children, there was something different. This time, the shadows weren't the work of ambient darkness or mindless creatures, these were conscious. Dense. Devouring. Shadows too powerful to describe. Dozens of figures blinked into existence around her, instantly, making the already dim realm even darker. Then, without hesitation, they lunged toward the beasts approaching Shadiva like wolves released from a cage. Thousands of beasts. Shadowborn panthers and umberbats, not your everyday pests. These things were notorious in the shadow realm. And when I say notorious, I mean the kind of monsters that make even SS-rank brutes piss themselves. Most who met them never came back, but Shadiva wasn't most. She wasn't low rank. She wasn't even normal, so, in sync, each of her summoned shadows pulled out their weapons, all forged from living shadow. One of them was someone familiar, Oren, the same guy Noah met back in the Forest of Darkness. He pulled out a black spear laced with glowing red runes, holding it lazily over his shoulder like it was a twig. As the beasts closed in, he grinned, tilted his head, and pointed the tip of his spear straight at them. Dominating thrust, the spear expanded, elongated like a spear of divine judgment, and impaled the beast in front of him before it could even blink. Oh, Oren, already going hard. One of the shadows chuckled beside him. Oren smirked. I haven't even started. No need for banter. He lunged forward. The panthers moved like wind, fading in and out of sight, their bodies blurring with the dark. Even for Oren, tracking them was a troublesome thing. There were SS rank. Fast as hell, so, to lock them down, one of his comrades slammed a boot into the earth. Shadow transformation. The ground beneath them dissolved, instantly turned into fluid shadow. The panthers hesitated for a moment, startled by this sudden transformation. But that half-second pause, enough, they were slaughtered without mercy. Cut down in a flurry of blade, claw, and wrath. But then came the umberbats. They screeched, and the sound shattered the silence. The air detonated with pressure. The shadows themselves recoiled in fear. Even Oren and the others had to step back, forced to halt their momentum. We need to deal with those flying rats first, Oren growled. Agreed, otherwise they'll just keep screaming. Everyone nodded. The choice was obvious. Let me handle it, a voice said from behind. They turned. A pale man walked forward, frail-looking, skin whiter than bone, posture bent like he was carrying a boulder. And he was, on his back rested a colossal warhammer 10 times his own weight. Oren snorted. Weirdo. Still refusing to switch to a better weapon, the man grinned back, same smugness. Never in my life, Oren. He stepped forward, taking position in front of the group. The umberbats screeched again, preparing to dive. No one flinched. The man, one the shadows call Weirdo, grabbed the hammer with both hands, and like a baseball player ready to knock the soul out of a pitch, he swung, but not at a beast. He hit the space itself. A sonic shockwave ripped through the air. From the impact point, a wave of shadows burst out and mid-flight turned into thousands of razor-thin needles, sharp enough to pierce ancient stone. They shot forward in a screaming storm. They targeted the umberbats and pierced with surgical precision. In no time they were all exterminated, all of them. Dawn, Shadiva, watching from the sidelines, didn't blink. She turned around, completely unbothered, and continued her stroll. Her shadows could return to her anytime and anywhere. She had more pressing matters. Like what kind of punishment her siblings deserved this time. Meanwhile, while Shadiva was casually bulldozing her path, two women walked untouched. Unbothered, unaffected, not because no one was around, but because they were simply too slippery. Too invincible. It was, of course, the mother-daughter duo, Esther and Sari. Both wielded intent that made tracking them borderline impossible. Esther's shrouded intent allowed her to vanish so deeply into her surroundings that not even most S ranks could sniff her out. SS ranks would need to want to find her just to have a chance. But Sari? Sari was something else. Her presence wasn't just low, it was non-existent. Even calling it low felt like an insult. In the Veilgrim family, they called her the Forgotten One, not because she was boring or even ordinary looking. Hell no, if anything, Sari was more beautiful than Esther. Taller. Fitter. Sharper features, but she had something inside her, something that made people's eyes slide off her, like she didn't exist, not forgotten. It looked like she was ignored by reality itself, and right now, the two of them were walking quietly towards Sulphur's domain. No chatter. No footsteps. Just pure stealth and grace. This journey should have been tense. Dangerous. Instead? Disappointingly easy, but after a long silence, Esther finally spoke, decided to be the bigger person. It's been a long time since we were alone like this, Mother, she said, eyes ahead. Yes. A long time indeed. But you've been busy, haven't you? Sari's voice was soft, just like her presence. Esther smiled. Indeed. A lot happened since I became Noah's shadow, and then, I should thank you, Mother. I wasn't exactly thrilled at the idea of becoming the shadow of Celine's spoiled little brat, but you forced me. And in the end, her smile widened. It was the best thing that ever happened to me. Sari looked at her daughter, really looked. That smile, that glow. Esther had always mirrored her. The cold face, the silence. Sari had known it was just mimicry at first, but live like something long enough, and it becomes real. That's how humans work. That's a fact, and now it wasn't mimicry anymore. Esther had become like her, but this smile? This moment, that felt like the real Esther, peeking out from under the mask. Sari smiled. A true, proud, mother smile. I'm happy for you, but then, Mother. Esther purred, that grin twisting into something darker. Something degenerate. I'm a good daughter. And I want the best for you. Sari blinked. Suspicion rising, then came the grin, Dominique's grin. Why don't you become Noah's woman too? That way. We can pass more time together. Sari froze. She turned slowly, looking at Esther like she was seeing a stranger. But she wasn't, that was her daughter. The mask was off now. She had stopped pretending to be like her mother. This was the real her. The one she wished to see, as she had always wanted her daughter to be like herself, but maybe it was not that good of a wish. That's why they say, be careful what you wish for, because sometimes, the thing you want isn't the thing you need, right? Chapter 209, Noelle. Sari stared at Esther, dumbfounded, confused, completely thrown. What did you just say? She asked, voice small, clinging to a desperate hope that her daughter wouldn't repeat that same filthy line. But come on. Expecting restraint from Esther, raised on Lilith and Dominique's brutally direct way of life, that would be stupid, and of course, Esther didn't disappoint. Be Noah's woman, she said simply, like she was talking about breakfast. Then she turned her head, eyes narrowed, genuinely puzzled. Why are you even hesitating? As if hesitation itself was the real sin. As if wanting Noah wasn't natural. As if not wanting him was what needed to be explained, and maybe she had a point. Billions of women across the realm dreamed of him. Fantasized. Cried into their beds at night knowing they'd never be with him or even have the luck to look at him. Some even shattered their own hearts just imagining it. Hell, even the matriarch of the Bloodheart clan masturbated to thoughts of Noah, so why the fuck was Sari, the beautiful, silent, ice-cold Sari, hesitating? It's a good question, because no matter how Sari looked from the outside, she was still a woman. still human, and just like I once said, humans love beautiful things, it's not superficial. It's just instinct. You'd rather look at a sunset than storm clouds. You'd rather stare at a stunning woman than a plain one. That's how it is. Sure, beauty is subjective. You might find someone breathtaking and another might find her average, but some things are just universally beautiful. Or universally acknowledged by everyone. Like the sky being blue, no debate, and now, put that lens on him, Noah was an unfairly beautiful man, that's not opinion. That's fact. That's a divine truth no god, demon, or mortal could deny, so where did Sari stand? Truth was, she found him charming. Dangerously so. His presence tugged at her senses. She liked him more than she admitted, and she heard the sounds, those moans. Those cries. That desperate, broken ecstasy Noah pulled out of the women he took, hell, sometimes she witnessed it. Not willingly. But when Noah got in one of those moods and fucked right in the open, out in the middle of the damn castle like he owned it, well he did own it, but all that, she saw it. All of it, she saw his cock, and dear fucking god, Sari didn't sleep right for months after that, there was no point in denying it, she was interested. Not in love. She wasn't some hopeless little girl. After all, you cannot love someone you barely had any contact with, but she was tempted, interested enough to try something if only she had the courage, but she didn't. Sari was shy. Reserved. She couldn't bring herself to lay with the same man her daughter did, even if Lilith already had and Emily was planned that, even if the entire family line was half one big orgy away from rewriting the rules of bloodlines, for her, it still felt wrong, so, I cannot, Sari said at last. Shaking her head, Esther didn't back off. She looked at her deep, intense, amused. You hesitating because you don't want to share a man with your daughter, she asked, low, with a half laugh. You shouldn't be, mother. This family's already messed up. We've got mothers and daughters fucking the same man. Sisters too. All that's missing is a grandmother and some cousins, and we'll have a perfect little incest buffet. She laughed, loud and completely unashamed. She loved this part of her family, the degeneracy, it was addictive. Watching mothers and daughters moan under the same man. Screaming. Pleasuring. Crying out his name like he was their god, fuck. I'm getting horny. Esther thought, already feeling the heat between her legs, she needed to go back. Needed Noah, Sari, hearing all this filth spill from her daughter's mouth, still couldn't help but be surprised by how unhinged she was now, but it's not easy to betray your nature. Not in one step, so, this time again. In a softer voice, I cannot, she muttered again, voice thin. Esther smiled. Didn't push, she just kept walking. All right, mother. But next time Neko when I get fucked by Noah, you can come watch. She turned her head, her grin wide, her voice sugar-sweet and soaked in sin. You'll see who your daughter really is, because it's always the quiet ones you need to be afraid of. And that raises a question, if Sari does give in, will she become like her daughter? Honestly, I wonder too. And so, the two walked on step by step toward the domain of the youngest originals' sibling, the one they called the shadow puppeteer. But elsewhere, away from the noise and the filth and the familial sin, something monstrous stood at the edge of the shadow realm, massive. Ancient. Unseen, no one noticed her arrival. Not because they weren't watching, but because she couldn't be seen, she was void incarnate. Silent. Infinite, it was Noah's stalker, and at last she had arrived. I will create an avatar, she whispered, because if she went in personally, her power would flare like a beacon. The shadows would scream, she could hide in the void because the void was hers, but the shadow realm, that would expose her immediately, and she wasn't here to make a mess, she just wanted to look at him, to observe. To admire, to bask in the existence of her precious, that was enough, so she began. A small vortex of black mana swirled to life in front of her, concentrated, endless, hungry, its energy could shatter lay 100 times over. Slowly, the mana condensed. Twisted. Shaped itself into a woman, tall. Impossibly built. Hips wide. Ass round and lethal. Legs thick, smooth, strong. The hair as black as sin, cascading to the base of her spine. Her eyes were nothingness itself, pure void, no light, no reflection. She wore a crimson dress that could belong only to an empress who ruled entire star systems, a living weapon. A walking dream, the avatar stood complete, the beast behind it tilted her monstrous head, a name. She whispered. I need a name, she didn't have one.
Never needed one.
Just nicknames and titles given by history, by fear, or by the Akashic records. But now that she was about to meet him, she needed something real. She thought of his name. Felt it echo in her soul, Noah.
Noah.
She murmured, and then, Noel, she smiled, nodded, yes.
Noel. From now on, I am Noel, with that.
She folded her true body back into the void, her monstrous form gone, and all that remained was Noel. She walked forward, her mind obsessed, her thoughts looping. She would finally see him. I once said, you can't love someone you've never even spoken to, but I also told you, everything has exceptions. And Noel was the exception. How lovely. Chapter 210, nothing at all. Noel finally entered the shadow realm. Her entrance had been seamless, as she had diminished her power greatly. Now, her avatar stood at the mythic rank. It was not a low rank, but also not something impressive for her, at least, so after concealing herself with her own power, in no time, she was already inside the shadow realm. What an uncomfortable place, Noel muttered softly under her breath, already feeling like she didn't want to stay here any longer than necessary. The next step was to get to Noah. And Noel knew, after years of stalking him, that he had a unique realm of his own. She had even found a way to enter it without any problem, but she stopped herself. Just as she was about to cross the threshold, she tilted her head, her face beautiful and perfect, her expression pensive. Isn't it rude to enter his realm uninvited, without any gifts? It was rude. Noel knew it. She couldn't do anything about the uninvited part, truly, she couldn't wait for an invitation. But as for the gift, Noel could do something about that. She looked around, scanned her surroundings. And as you'd expect from the shadow realm, there were only shadows. Endless, writhing and useless shadows. If she was right, her precious was surely hurt and angry at the golden-haired elves, the world-born. Guess they're still that arrogant because of that old lady, Noel said, shaking her head. But now her gift was decided. I'll tell him the location of that old lady, but at the same time I might as well help him heal his wounds, she decided, because knowing where that old woman was and how to get her was the only possible solution if her precious wanted to win against them. Otherwise, no matter how strong he became, he would never be on par. Well, only if he becomes stronger than those two and the leader of the factions. Only then could he kill all of them without needing to take care of the old lady first, but even that will be difficult as that old lady will not sit and look at them doing that, and by taking care of her, Noel didn't mean kill her. That was something quite impossible. In fact, taking care meant finding a way to bind her, to stop her from interfering, but it wouldn't be easy. Those worldborns were her favorite children, after all. Noel shook her head softly and raised her right hand to eye level. She touched the void as if it were something tangible. And indeed, as she touched it, ripples formed in the space before her like flowing water. Then she clenched her hand, and the space ripped itself apart, revealing on the other side a completely different environment, Noah's realm. Noel smiled. She took a step and immediately went in. Behind her, the space healed itself, becoming just like before. No one would believe that someone had just used her authority over space to enter a realm belonging to someone else, and just like that, Noel, the stalker of Noah, finally went to meet her precious. Meanwhile, inside the realm, within the Bloodheart territory, a meeting between mother and daughter was taking place. Rouge looked at her mother and grinned. I wonder what you were gonna do to Malric if I hadn't come here, mother, she asked, curious. She had almost been tempted to not come, just so she could find out what her mother would do. But she still came, knowing full well that her mother could go crazy sometimes. Red returned the grin. You do not want to know, dear daughter. Then she shifted the subject, talking about the things she actually wanted to talk about. I called you for a reason. Tell me, what do you think about your father? Red asked, before adding, I want the truth. Rouge, she said with a serious face, something Rouge knew well wasn't common, which meant this question was important to her. But it was also a tricky question. Rouge had never been close to her father. It wasn't that her father treated her badly, or was constantly busy, or anything like that. No, not at all. There was just no particular reason to talk much. The Bloodhearts were a clan of people who craved blood, who craved fights and challenges. Every one of them had only one goal, to grow stronger. But as always, there are exceptions. And Rouge's father, Alaric, was one of them. He didn't strive to become stronger. He was the type to laze around and do nothing, but Rouge never truly blamed him. In fact, she didn't care that much about him, and how could she, no matter if someone is your father or mother? Relationships are things we cultivate, feelings are things we cultivate. It's earned, it's not granted. You're not born with love for your parents inside you. It's because they take care of you, show you love, and over time, you reciprocate, because humans are like that. So when a father doesn't do his job, then so be it, and Alaric didn't do his job, so between him and Rouge, there were no real feelings involved. Only the fact that he helped give her birth, but in this world, who truly cares about such a shallow thing? Rouge certainly didn't. That's why, finally, she looked into her mother's red eyes and said, in the most emotionless tone she had ever used, "I don't feel anything about him." That's it, she didn't hate him, but she didn't love him either. At her response, Reborn grinned. A sharp, merciless grin. "Then I can kill him, right?" she asked, her voice devoid of mercy, as if she wasn't talking about her husband, but just some random man in the street. Rouge tilted her head in surprise and a little confusion. "Why would you suddenly want to kill him?" she asked. It wasn't the fact that her father was being killed that bothered her, but the reason. Why now? Not before, and the answer was something Rouge didn't expect at all. Because I want to pursue Noah. And I can't do that with a husband in my name. So I have to kill that useless bastard. Red answered calmly, then leaned back in her bloody chair. "And you will help me do so, my dear daughter," she grinned. "So tell me, how can I make the absolute deity look at me, accept me, and fuck me until I don't even recognize you as my daughter?" Rouge stood there, her eyes wide in surprise. Then, slowly, a bloody grin spread across her face. "Mother. I didn't know you were such a horny woman." Chapter 211, The Shy Noelle, Mother. "I didn't know you were such a horny woman," Rouge Bloodheart said with a bloody grin. She was surprised, but just that, surprised, because even if she didn't feel that way toward Noah, she still knew one thing: Noah was a damn handsome man. And not just handsome, strong. Strong enough to handle millions of her without breaking a sweat. He was worthy, so really, she wasn't that shocked that even her mother had fallen for him. I mean, if even Dean Elira Varnes was now his woman, if even his own mother Celine was wrapped around him, then her mother joining the list wasn't anything out of the ordinary. "But how do you want me to help you?" Rouge asked. Still confused about that part. Why the hell did her mother need her help for something like this? Couldn't you just go to him, tell him you love him and want to be part of his harem? Rouge asked, tilting her head, but then something came to mind. "Oh. You could start with his women. I heard he's a loving husband, so if you manage to get into their hearts, you'll get into his." Rouge grinned, proud of herself for coming up with such a brilliant idea, but Red just looked even more confused. All that stuff? That wasn't for her. Besides, I'm only good at fighting. How the hell am I supposed to get close to them? I'm not skilled in building relationships, Red said with a soft sigh. Seeing her mother so invested in becoming Noah's woman sparked something new in Rouge. Something weird. Her mother only ever cared about battle. Everything else was just background noise. Insignificant, but now? Now she was trying this hard to get under a man, to be fucked, to be dominated. It was fascinating. Hilarious. Strange. Rouge grinned again, this time not bloody, but amused, eager, like a cat finally finding something new to toy with after sleeping and pretending she owned the place for too long. "Don't worry, mother. I'll help you," Rouge said, giving her a thumbs up. "If you're only good at fighting and destruction, that's actually perfect, because some of Noah's women are just like you in that regard. If you manage to get into one of their hearts, the rest will fall into place," Rouge said, sounding like a professional relationship advisor, and the worst part, Red actually believed her. She grinned too. "Perfect. I knew you'd know how to help me, my daughter," she said, clearly pleased. Really, it was kind of funny, but also fascinating, to see a woman that thousands of men would kill just to touch for 1 second, now plotting how to get a man to touch her. "But what do you want me to tell you? It's what it is. The woman you're simping over is simping over another man. Simple truth. No matter how beautiful a woman is, there's always someone in her heart that she can't help but bend her back to. Please. It's not submission. It's love, and when women love sincerely, they're devoted, most of the time, but that's not the point of all this. The point is, stop being a simp." Meanwhile, while a mother and daughter were scheming to get into Noah's life, the man himself was facing a very strange situation. Noah had just finished fucking a pair of mother and daughter, Lilith and Dominique, and was now headed towards Zara and Alice for another session, all in the pursuit of power, also pleasure. Let's not lie, but just as he was about to go, Noah suddenly sensed an intrusion in his realm. Someone had forcefully torn open a passage and entered, without care or hesitation. His internal danger bells rang like hellfire as he instantly teleported to the source of the breach, and oh damn, Noah wasn't someone who got intimidated easily, but this time? He was, not because of her power, but because of her presence.
The weight she carried. Who the fuck is this woman?
Noah wondered silently, standing in front of Noelle, but come on.
You know Noah, even if intimidated, he still acted like Noah.
He smiled softly at the sight of her, masking his nerves. Really, my injuries must be messing with my head, because I don't remember having to meet such a beautiful woman today, he smirked.
Then, Noah Weaverheart.
Master of the realm you just trespassed. He said softly, ignoring his words. Noelle smiled brightly, like a child who'd finally found her favorite toy. I'm Noelle. I'm so happy to meet you, my precious, she said, her voice sweet, smooth, pleasing to the ear. At her words, Noah couldn't help but feel something deep and instinctual. This woman was a problem, but was she really? Noah and Noelle were now in the meeting room.
No one else was there.
They sat across from each other. Noah looked at her calmly. He wasn't really afraid, his fate affinity told him this encounter was a good one.
His instincts weren't screaming, either. Everything felt fine, that's why he didn't attack her outright. But now, the real questions began. Who the hell was this mysterious woman? And more importantly, who are you? How do you know me?
Noah asked, eyes serious. I'm Noelle, she replied. And as for how I know you, Noelle hesitated. She was shy to admit the truth, that she'd been stalking him ever since that fateful day in the dungeon. Even now, she was barely holding herself together, trying not to screw everything up. Calm down.
You've started well. You even called him your precious.
That's good, that's good. We can do this, we can. She was cheering herself on inside her head, then she raised her eyes to meet his, only to see those white runic eyes staring straight at her.
Serious.
Focused, and she just couldn't hold it in anymore. I stalked you, she said, her voice trembling, and then it hit her. Her entire face turned red with shame. A monster alive since eons of years, older than even most worlds, was now blushing in front of a 20-year-old man. It should have been something shameful, but you are really cute, Noah said, genuinely surprised. Yes, Noelle was just too cute. Chapter 212, not at all.
Noah looked at Noelle with some surprise in his eyes.
He didn't expect a woman like her to be this shy. The thought felt almost funny to him.
But he didn't laugh.
He didn't mock her shyness in any way, he just smiled softly.
What do you mean by I stalked you?
Noah asked, completely ignoring what had just happened. He didn't want to make Noelle feel awkward, and Noelle was very aware of that, and instantly, her nervousness calmed down significantly. She took a deep breath to steady herself and began to speak, though her voice was still soft, still calm, exactly what it sounds like. I started observing you the moment you got a fragment of an origin and destroyed that dungeon, Noelle said gently, and instantly, Noah understood. He remembered that day, remembered feeling a strange instinctive pull, but also a sense of danger toward the gaping void he'd created. Was she responsible for that pull?
Or the danger? He didn't know. And honestly?
He didn't care. What mattered now was that the woman in front of him had stalked him, had observed him from afar before coming to him. What mattered was that his fate affinity was telling him this girl was good news, and now, he had a pretty good idea why. It had been a long time since Noah bonded with someone stronger than him. Someone who could elevate him to a whole new level of abomination. Shadiva was a good candidate.
Very good. But even after all their time together, her affection still hadn't reached 70%. What a complicated fellow, but now
he had a stalker, and if she was a stalker, that meant he interested her. And the fact that she'd come all the way here to meet him, it meant she must be pretty close already, right? Noah wondered. System, show me her affection level. Noelle's affection level, 60%. Noah couldn't help but smile. This was exactly what he needed to prepare himself for what was to come. For what he promised those elves, he had to keep that promise. He wasn't going to disappoint them. Giving false hope wasn't his style. That would have been tragic. So, seeing this opportunity land right in front of him, Noah gave Noelle a huge smile. Noelle, right? You entered my home without an invitation, but I think you can stay here a little longer, he said with a grin. What do you think about that? Noelle's artificial heart skipped a beat when she heard him. The more she looked at him, the more she talked to him, the more she wanted to know more, the more she wanted to look more. So, can I continue to stalk you? Noelle asked instinctively, voicing her inner thoughts without a filter, and she immediately regretted it, slapping a hand over her mouth, shocked at herself. That action was unfairly adorable, but inside her mind, Noelle was spiraling. Did I go too far? Did I sound creepy? Will he think I'm weird now? Arg.
I started off so well.
She complained inwardly, scolding herself, but really, she was worrying for nothing, because if there's one thing Noah had come to love after spending so long around his women,
it was crazy, weird girls. At this point, if you weren't either insane or strange, Noah wouldn't even see you, and Noelle?
She was both, and he loved it, so he simply laughed, dispelling all of Noelle's growing frustration. Yes.
You can stalk me if you want, Noah said with a smile.
But it's better to ask my women's opinion first about it. A smile that Noelle returned, happily. That's when she suddenly remembered something.
She quickly added,
For entering your realm without permission, I prepared some gifts, she said with a sheepish smile, slightly embarrassed by the intrusion. I saw your interactions, how the world was destroyed.
I'm sorry I didn't intervene. I really wanted to, but I didn't know.
She stammered, struggling to find the right words. She was trying to say she was shy, but it came out in pieces, but Noah had already guessed that about her.
And honestly?
She had nothing to do with what happened in Lay.
That was his responsibility.
He was the one who failed to protect them. To protect Lay, so he didn't blame her, wouldn't blame anyone but himself. That's why he'd do anything now to kill those bastards, and it seemed this shy woman was more than just someone to bond with. Because she continued, I can give you the location of the old lady you need to subdue if you want to win against them.
And also.
Noelle paused, eyes narrowing slightly as she looked at Noah attentively. With her level of power, it was easy to see he was injured. Very injured, and despite that, not a single ripple of pain was visible on his face. You're becoming more and more interesting, she thought, before continuing. I can help you heal. I can help you integrate the core into your realm much faster. At those unexpected, but very welcome words, Noah slowly stood up and took Noelle's hands into his, startling her completely. He held her hands with both of his and looked into her black eyes, speaking with the most sincere tone he had ever used. Noelle, are you trying to seduce me?
Because if yes,
let me tell you something, you're too good at it. Noelle's face went absolutely red, the close proximity.
His hands.
His words, she was melting in a pure mix of delight and embarrassment. Thank you, she finally muttered, with an uncertain smile, as if she wasn't even sure that was the right thing to say, and Noah couldn't help but find her too adorable. There was something mystifying about seeing such a beautiful woman, one who could probably kill him effortlessly or make him flee, now acting so cute and shy in front of him. It was such a pleasing feeling.
And he couldn't help but want more of her.
More of this side of her, so he smiled. Noelle,
welcome to the Veilgrims.
We're a pretty open and hospitable bunch, so don't worry, you'll be treated well. Very well, he added with a grin. Inside the Lotus Garden, Leona watched the scene unfold and simply shook her head in amusement. Looks like we'll be getting another one, she muttered. Seems like it, Nephice replied, biting her lips in frustration. But I just hope he doesn't fuck her before he fucks us. Watching Noah fuck Dominique and Lilith had made her very horny, and not just her, Leona too.
Sonomi. Katie.
Morgan, they wouldn't say it out loud, but what they saw that day? It left them all unable to sleep peacefully. Such a huge cock, Sonomi thought. Instinctively comparing Noah's dick to her husband's and wincing in disappointment, it must feel so good, Katie thought, pressing her thighs together and clenching hard so no liquid would spill. As for Morgan, well, such deep veins on his dick. I want to suck the blood out of them, she thought, her eyes going hazy for a second. Each of them had different thoughts, but the core remained the same. They wanted to be fucked by Noah. Was that surprising? Not at all. Chapter 213, Your names? While all this was happening inside the Elisiari realm, outside, in the Shadow realm, Eric finally reached a city, but not just any city. This was the main city of the Corrosive Originals domain, the city of Corrosion. And as he looked at the tall black walls ahead, hiding behind some shadowy trees, Eric couldn't help but wonder if Shadiva was okay in the head. Did she really send me into the heart of the domain? Eric thought, and dread immediately crept up his spine. We're talking about a city filled with beings that could kill him with a snort, so yes, he was feeling damn nervous, even if he knew this was where he could get the most information. A little power-up in one of the lower difficulty cities would have been nice before diving straight into a boss fight, but Eric knew that complaining wouldn't change shit. Hell, it'd only make him more fearful the more he thought about it, and in the end, that fear would wreck his performance. So, without wasting any more time whining about the situation, Eric pulled himself together and started thinking. He couldn't just walk in there without a plan, he needed at least a vague outline. So, what's my goal?
Eric thought inwardly, information, and what's the fastest way to obtain information in a place like this? Infiltrate the high circle. Get close to them, because the closer you are to people with power, the more you learn. Then came the next question, how the hell do I get close to someone like that? Eric didn't know yet, but he'd figure it out once he got inside. He stood up slowly and started walking toward the wall. The shadow realm was vast, very vast, and finding wandering shadows wasn't uncommon. At least that's what Shadiva had told him. And as Eric had no choice but to put his trust in her, he walked forward, confident. In no time, he stood before the massive gates, blocked by 2 guards. A wandering shadow, one of them asked, tilting his head. He didn't look human at all. No. He looked more like a beast, a minotaur, made entirely of shadows. So when he tilted his head, it didn't look cute. It looked disturbing. Some beings really need to stop doing things that don't suit them, Eric grumbled internally, before nodding respectfully to the guards. Yes. I am, he said with a calm tone. The guards didn't look surprised. The Minotaur raised a beastly hand, and a scroll made of condensed shadows materialized in his palm. You need to be registered if you want to enter. And once you do, you'll no longer have the freedom you had while wandering. He paused, locking eyes with Eric as a threatening tone crept into his voice. This is the domain of Lord Mortis. Especially his main city. I don't need to explain the consequences of causing problems for the originals, do I? Eric nodded, his expression solemn. Seeing that, the guard continued his duty. So? Your name? Eric almost slipped up and said his real one. But he held himself back. Here, in this shadow realm. In this city, he was no longer Eric, heir of the Shadowbounds. Here, he was, I am Duskworn. And just like Eric had finally reached his destination, Esther and Sari reached theirs, and just like him, they had also arrived at a main city, the Puppet City, the central domain of the Shadow Puppeteer. And right now, like Eric, they were organizing their approach before going inside. First, we have to be careful about Sylphra's ability. She can control anything that has a shadow, so by extension, she can control beings of shadow too. That conclusion was an obvious one. And it made their situation all the more dangerous, because neither of them was delusional enough to believe they could resist her possession if she found them. We're talking about an originals will hear. A being that had lived through eons, compared to them, what, 30? 40 years at best, yes. Let's not fool ourselves, which meant they had to be very careful not to get found out, and what a damn coincidence, Esther and Sari were 2 of the stealthiest among Noah's people. So, we enter, and we make sure we stay low profile as much as possible, Esther said softly. The gathering of information? Sari asked, clearly letting her daughter take the lead. After all, she believed that with everything Esther had experienced at Noah's side, she was more seasoned for this kind of task. Sari's life had always been in Celine's shadow, running chores in silence, and Esther didn't disagree. So, for the information. Esther smiled. Aren't we shadows? Aren't we supposed to be the stealthiest things in existence? Then let's act like it, Mother. Let's gather all the information. Spy on every last one of them, from the mundane to the highest rank, Esther said, her voice burning with quiet resolve. It was time to prove herself worthy of what Noah had planned for her. After all, if she wanted to rule a realm one day, to be a queen like Shadiva or the others originals, she had to become something worthy first. And, I'm ready, Esther muttered before slowly standing up and walking toward the guards. Sari watched it all in silence. And without saying a word, she followed. She wasn't like her daughter. She didn't have grand ambitions or lofty goals. She was here for one reason, because Noah told her to be, and she would do her best to fulfill the mission he'd given her, nothing more. When they reached the guards, the same process as Eric's began, and when it came time, your names? The guards asked, just like Eric, Esther, and Sari gave names that weren't their own. I am Silent Shade, Esther said, her face once again emotionless. Shadevale, Sari replied soon after. Each infiltration team member had now entered their respective territory, even Shadiva, now deep inside Ebony's domain, having slipped in without ever passing by the gates. And so, it begins. Chapter 214, the former kings. After the war, the kings weren't killed. The Elf King Antares and the Beast King Bam were only captured, not executed. After all, Antares was Aphasia's father, and his crimes weren't great enough to justify the same end Rome met. Antares hadn't stopped Aphasia from gaining power. He hadn't belittled his daughter. His only sin, if you can even call it like that, was wanting to keep his bloodline pure, and so he wanted Aphasia to marry inside the family, not outside. That's why, the moment he found out about Aphasia's relationship with Noah, he'd been so furious he was ready to thoroughly beat his daughter and kill the one who had sullied her.
But Antares found out that he had greatly underestimated the human who did this. Then again, no human should have been capable of such a feat, Antares thought bitterly. And he meant it, humans were inherently the weakest race. No matter how monstrous one of them became, they were never meant to stand on the same level as the geniuses of other races, especially not a genius like Nephi's, never. But Noah, not only was he on par, he surpassed all of them with tremendous ease. It was maddening and humbling. It shattered something deep inside Antares, and now he understood. There was no place for stereotypes in this universe, because if you dare to think like that, you will die sooner or later. He was lucky this time. But next time, his opponent might not care that he's the father of their woman. At that thought, Antares sighed, then slowly stood and walked toward the library inside the White Castle, something he had personally built from scratch. Noah had told him to be useful, so he became useful. He created a library and filled it with all his knowledge about the world, the universe, magic, and more. But he didn't stop there. He went to each individual in the White Castle and gathered their knowledge too, everything they knew. Everything they remembered. The most enlightening moment was when he sat with Justitia. That conversation alone sparked something new inside him. Something that made Antares want to know more about the universe. It became his new drive. His new goal, to make the Veilgrim Library the most complete library in existence. One that would hold all the knowledge of the universe, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. So Antares walked faster, eager to get back to his work. When he arrived, people were already inside, reading. The moment they saw him, they all stood and nodded respectfully. Greetings, Keeper of Knowledge. Yes, that was his new title inside the White Castle, and truthfully, I like this more than King Antares. Antares smiled even wider and nodded warmly in return, and as for his wife, Sonomi, Antares knew she was now Noah's maid. And he knew she was no longer his, and that was fine. After all, I am the Keeper of Knowledge. I only need books now. He smiled. He accepted the green hat with grace. What a man! Beside Antares, there was also Bam, the Beast King, the Golden Lion. In his case, it wasn't because his daughter was Noah's woman, but because his subordinates were Ray and Domi. But that wasn't the only reason Noah spared him. Bam was spared because, honestly, he didn't deserve blame. He had been a good father. Never favored one child over the other. Gave them everything he could. Trained them the best he knew how, so they wouldn't die the moment they stepped outside. And when all that was done, he let them walk their own path, without interference, because from Bam, he had walked his own path the way he saw fit. So he wouldn't force his onto his children. It might break them. Might destroy their potential completely, and in the end? He wasn't disappointed in their choices, because now, Bam was doing what he loved most, teaching. Bam loved to train youngsters. He loved helping them realize their potential and shaping that potential with his own hands. He loved watching those he trained grow into monsters. He lived for that. So when Noah asked him what he wanted to do to contribute to the family, he didn't hesitate. He told him, "Let me train your soldiers." And Noah didn't hesitate either. He gave him full authority, full responsibility, and Bam was deeply touched. He hadn't expected Noah to give a former enemy this much power without blinking. Sure, it was probably because Noah could crush him like a bug if he ever screwed up, but that didn't lessen the trust. It meant something. So Bam gave his all, and after the destruction of their world, he gave even more. Noah didn't say anything to him, but Bam knew a battle was coming. A big one, and his job was to make sure Noah's army would be ready to face monsters. Right now, he stood on an elevated platform, overlooking the training grounds. Below him, demons, humans, elves, dwarves. Every race, training together. In harmony, he stared for a moment. Then, soldiers. Bam's voice exploded outward, instantly stopping every movement. All eyes on him. He paused a moment. You will be fighting battles. Battles that will shake the very fabric of the world or even the universe. And in every one of those battles, you will still be lesser beings, races that higher ones can suppress with nothing but their presence. And that is something I know we cannot accept. Bam's eyes narrowed. His tone dropped. His aura sharpened. So to prepare for that moment, you need to learn to fight under pressure. You need to move even when your body is screaming. He smiled, but don't worry. I'll help. And without giving them time to brace, concept activation, King of the Jungle. Instantly, a predatory pressure flooded the entire training field. Half the soldiers collapsed on the spot. Their bodies crushed beneath the weight of Bam's concept, bones cracked. A few demons fell, howling not from pain, but ancestral fear. Others managed to stay on their feet, but barely, and Bam wasn't impressed. He didn't want them standing, he wanted them fighting under pressure. So, from morning till night, you will be submerged in this pressure. Anyone who stays down for more than 5 minutes. He paused, his grin turning feral. Will get special treatment. The pressure will be tripled. He scanned their faces, then bared his teeth in a wild, beastly smile. Now show me what the Veilgrim soldiers can do. Yes, Golden Commander. They shouted in unison, their voices fierce and resolute. Bam nodded in satisfaction. Their spirit was not bad, and as for his wife, Katie, she better not disappoint Lord Noah. Yes. Bam had become a fan, but truly, who the fuck wasn't? Chapter 215, time for another one. The two kings had managed to find their place in this structure, in this family, but there are always people who struggle to fit in. Not because they don't want to, specifically, but because they just can't. How easy is it to discard everything you've known, or at least a big part of it, to become part of something else entirely, especially if you've lived that way for millions of years? You can't, and that's exactly what Justicia was feeling. It wasn't that she didn't want to find a place inside this family with so much potential, one that could become something even the factions would have to be careful of in the future. Who wouldn't want to be a part of that, celestial or not? What Justicia wanted was power, and if she could have it by being here, then she would. And as for her love for Elijah, Justicia smiled wryly at that thought. There was nothing she could do about it. And after seeing this family, after seeing Noah, after realizing a fucking original was his shadow, then yes, looking for revenge would be the dumbest thing she could possibly do, especially now that she was a slave, an eternal one at that. Everything was pushing her toward walking with Noah, not against him, and that's exactly what she did. But some habits don't break just because you want them to. Still, Justicia was motivated. Because she had watched them laugh before. Had wondered, silently, what it would feel like to be included, and also it was either adapt, or be left behind. Or worse, be discarded by Noah if she proved herself useless, and so, she did something that surprised everyone. She asked for help, and the most surprising thing was who she asked. She asked Elizabeth, because really, if you're trying to change faster and harder, wouldn't you go to the one who despises you the most? The one who'll be the harshest, the most unforgiving. That's why they say keep your enemies close, or in this case, keep your haters even closer. And the thing she asked Elizabeth for, it was simple, just one thing: make me integrate into your world. Your family. You're everything, make me feel like I am among you, not just with you. At her words, all the girls smirked like a devious band of troublemakers. Are you all thinking what I'm thinking? Anya asked with a smirk. I believe I'm thinking exactly what you're thinking, Aphasia replied, mirroring her grin. Definitely yes, Neko added, same wicked smirk. I'm loving this already, Alice laughed. How about we increase her sensitivity? Zara asked, eyes glittering with mischief. Celine and Elira stood to the side, smiling, clearly amused. Dominique and Lilith looked at each other. What if we show her? Dominique offered, exactly what I was thinking. You know me so well, dear daughter, Lilith said with a laugh. It's because you're a whore, mother. Your thoughts are easy to predict, Dominique replied without missing a beat. Lilith's smile froze. She turned her head slowly toward her smirking daughter. You're worse, dear daughter. Dominique burst into laughter. Crystal stood nearby, smiling quietly. Even Emily was entertained. Only Justicia sat in silence, looking at everyone with confused eyes, not understanding what the hell was going on. She turned to Elizabeth only to see the same devilish smirk on her lips. Don't worry, Elizabeth said softly, you'll love it. And indeed, soon after, Justicia was watching the sex session between Noah, Dominique, and Lilith. She saw everything. From Noah's dick, to his cum, to the way Dominique and Lilith moaned, the way their throbbing pussies clenched around him, how their assholes were stretched and pounded without mercy. How they screamed filthy words without an ounce of shame. She watched all of it, and she felt it. By the end of it, Justicia's pussy was drenched. She slowly turned her head toward Elizabeth, who was looking at her with a knowing smile. It's only the first time. More will come, she said before disappearing, because this was the only way to make her fall faster and fall harder. Did the women mind it? Clearly, no. Were they becoming more and more degenerate? Clearly, yes. Were they loving it? Definitely. But am I loving it? Certainly. In the very center of the Elisiari realm, Noah stood alongside Noel. In Noah's hand was the core of Lay, the one he was supposed to integrate into the very center of his realm to birth a world. A true world. Noah stood there, a little excited now that the time had come to not only heal, but complete his realm. How will we do this? Noah asked, glancing toward Noelle, who stood nearby, observing the core of the realm, a magnificent sight. With complete indifference, at Noah's voice, she turned and answered, "The reason why this task would have been difficult for you is that you need at least an aspect of space authority to speed it up, and I have one. So I can help you integrate this core into your realm." "But," she paused, looking again at the realm, "this realm seems to be inside your soul." "That's pretty cool. Since it's a realm, it's not too heavy or big to shoulder. But, if you transform it into a world," she stopped for a moment, then continued, "then your realm will forcefully detach from your soul and exist as an independent world. And the process of detachment will be very painful, and could even permanently damage your soul." Noelle looked at Noah, serious now, "so I advise you, separate your realm from your soul first. Then proceed." Noah listened carefully, registering her words. He remembered the day he created this realm. After creating it, his women had believed in him more than even the world lay did. So he placed the realm inside his soul. Placed, that was the word. He didn't fuse it. He just put it in. At that thought, Noah smiled softly. "You must have lived a very long time, Noelle," he said casually, careful not to say she was old. He had learned his lesson with Elira. Noelle nodded. "Long enough to see many things. Have you ever heard of someone with a whole world inside him?" Noah asked, smiling. At that question, Noelle paused a little. "No. I never did, not even the two abominations." He asked again, "Not even them?" "It's not something they would want to do, based on what I know about them," Noelle replied, her eyes briefly thoughtful. Noah's smile widened. "Seems like it's time to get another title." Chapter 216, The Birth of a World. "Seems it's time to get another title," Noah said with a small, confident smile. At his words, Noelle looked at him with confused eyes. It wasn't that she didn't understand his words, she did. Perfectly, but what the hell was he planning to do that made him so confident he'd earn a new title? The answer came fast as she recalled the questions he'd just asked. Her gaze turned more curious. "Do you plan to make a world within you?" Noelle asked in a calm but slightly intrigued voice. After all, she'd never heard of such a thing. Noah nodded. "I plan to do that. But I'm not completely sure if it'll work, so correct me when I'm wrong, Noelle," he said, calling her by name like he'd known her forever. "Yes, how do you plan to do that?" Noelle asked plainly. With eons of experience behind her, it wasn't easy to shake her composure. Even something as absurd as creating a world inside oneself, at best, she found it interesting. Theoretically, would it work if I fused my realm with my soul and made them inseparable, then took the core of Lei and fused it with my own concept core to create something new? Noah asked, tilting his head slightly, unsure if the idea was even possible, but fully ready to try it anyway. Noelle began thinking. She didn't question whether he could fuse them. If he said he could, it meant he probably could. Realm fused with soul, world core fused with concept core. "No, I don't think that'll work," she said bluntly, not hiding anything. "I think you need to place the world core inside the realm to make it a world. So why not just fuse the world core with your soul instead? You'll already be turning your soul into a realm the moment you fuse it with the current one. Then just add the world core and boom, the realm becomes a world. Your soul will bear an entire world." She paused. "No, not bear. Your soul will become a world," she corrected herself, finding it more accurate. "So it's possible?" Noah asked with a smile. "Theoretically." "Yes," Noelle nodded, "then that's all I need. And even if it wasn't possible, it would be for me," Noah said, grinning wide with confidence. Noelle smiled at that. "Why though?" she asked, amused. "Why?" "Because I am limitless," Noah said proudly, expecting some kind of awe from her. "But, oh, you're one of those guys? That's pretty good. Did you break your world's limitations or get something no one else has?" she asked, more curious about how he got the title than the title itself. Noah was stunned for a moment. Then sighed. "Yeah. I definitely need a damn new title. And it better be unique this time. And fuck, who else dares to be limitless like me?" he grumbled under his breath. Noelle laughed, and it wasn't a fake one, it was real. Melodic. Filled with genuine amusement. "Ha ha, my precious, there are countless worlds out there. You can't seriously expect to be the only one who achieved what you did to get that title," Noelle said, finding herself feeling more and more comfortable around Noah. Noah understood. But it still left a bitter taste in his mouth. Now I'm sure the reincarnator title might not be that unique either. He sighed.
but that just made him more eager to try what he was about to do, and honestly, he wasn't worried about those guys. With his system, he'd eventually surpass all of them anyway. Noah pulled himself together and finally focused on what he came here to do: make his soul a world. Literally, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them slowly. His eyes were calm, like still water. He looked at Noelle. Not that I don't trust you, but I don't know what state I'll be in once I start the process. He didn't finish. He didn't need to. Noelle understood. She smiled, amused. If I wanted to hurt you or the realm, you think I'd still be here? Or even you think you will be able to protect yourself from me? She laughed softly. But still, if it makes you feel better, she had nothing to lose either way, so she swore on the records that she wouldn't harm Noah, his realm, or anyone close to him in any way, shape, or form. A full, binding oath. Noah finally relaxed, then gave the mental command. Fu, you'll need to get out of the realm first, Noelle interrupted. Won't they notice? Noah asked, not exactly eager to draw attention from the originals this early. I'll hide you, Noelle replied simply. As if it were no big deal. And for her power of space and void, it wasn't. Without wasting time, they left the realm and arrived in a dark cave of shadows. Noah didn't forget to warn his women beforehand, in case something happened. Now hidden by Noelle's power, Noah hovered an inch off the ground, cross-legged, eyes closed. After a few seconds, fuse the realm with my soul. Noah ordered his talent. Immediately, a white dome appeared around him, shielding him from any curious gaze and at the same time, initiating the fusion. Noah gritted his teeth as a wave of unbearable pain coursed through his body, but especially his soul. It felt like his soul was being ripped apart, like a third party had grabbed it and was now stretching it in every direction, playing with it like a toy. It was pain, pure pain. But Noah bit down, eyes tearing, but not a single scream left his lips. And even in the middle of agony, while the fusion was still ongoing, Noah's mind didn't stop racing. His thoughts sharpened, twisted towards something even more obscene, a simple idea. Why not throw his concept core into the mix? After all, his concept core held every affinities he'd awakened or shared with his women, like nothingness, sword, ice, and more. He wondered, just for a moment, what would happen if his Elisiari forged concept core fused with the world core and his soul. What the hell would come out of that? Noah couldn't wait to find out, so without hesitation, he added the core into the fusion. Fuse it all. Noah growled, and instantly, the pain multiplied, but on the other side, the result became something else entirely, because after several minutes of pure, soul-breaking agony, Noah finally completed the fusion, and oh! Ding! 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 Marvelous. Chapter 217, Your name shall be Lay. The moment Noah finished fusing and created a world inside himself, the Akashic records went absolutely mad with excitement. Ding! 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 Marvelous. Noah Weaverheart, you have done the unimaginable again. You are the first being in this universe to make your own soul literally a world that can evolve like any other world. You are, once again, worthy. Congratulations, Noah Weaverheart. You have received a new title. Title received, the World Bearer. The moment the title landed, all the information about it poured into Noah's mind, and what he found pleasantly surprised him. This title allowed him to bear the weight of an entire world with just his body, which meant that Noah now possessed the raw strength of a whole world, a low-rank world for now, but a world nonetheless. Not only that, but he could draw power from his world. His mana was almost unlimited now. He could spam skills like a lunatic without ever worrying about cost, but there was something else, something that made him pause. Because it was, simply put, a cheat. Noah could now tap into the power of everything that existed inside his world, meaning, he could use the power of his women without restriction. The power of the beasts or people in his world. The power of affinities. Concepts, domains, everything that those in his world have. He can even use the power of Shadiva, as Shadiva was now a habitant of his world. He can use everything, even his own raw talent was now a culmination of every single talent inside the world he carried. Meaning Noah's potential was now even more obscene. It was madness. That was what it meant to bear a world. Or more accurately, to become one. There was only one downside: if he died, his world, and everything within, would die with him. But Noah wasn't worried. He wasn't planning on dying, not now. Not ever. After truly understanding the title, the World Bearer, Noah began to fear himself, because if he combined this title with the Claimer of the Worlds, you're fucked, damn Worldborn, Noah thought, a silent fury boiling under his skin. He hadn't forgotten what they did to him. He couldn't. And every day,
He thought of how to make them suffer, he sighed inwardly, then opened his eyes and slowly got up. The white dome had vanished the moment the fusion ended, and now, he was face to face with Noelle again, who stared at him with shining eyes. She had just witnessed something very interesting. As she watched Noah rise, she noticed the space around him tensing like it feared being shattered by even a casual movement, and that would have happened if he were inside a low or mid-ranked world. His body alone now distorted space. No skills. No effort. I knew things would be interesting with him, Noelle thought, pleased with her decision to stalk him and come here. Noah looked at her. Ready to see my world? He asked with a smile. Yes, I am, Noelle responded with the same ease, and instantly, they disappeared, entering Noah's world, his soul. The moment they reappeared, not much had changed visually except the addition of new forbidden zones, each tied to his most dangerous affinities, nothingness. Fate. Even emotions, there were also zones overflowing with a single affinity, created as training grounds. Rivers that pulsed with conceptual energy. Land that was soaked with blood. And his white castle. His white castle now existed in a floating island, alone overlooking the whole world. What a sight! He also sensed that the world's size had increased dramatically, matching Leia's. Even though this one was still considered a low-rank world, the atmosphere, the mana in the air was denser. Stronger. The lava rivers ran purer than even Leia's ever did. It was the kind of environment that could birth monsters, all of it meant to create people whose power Noah could use at will. What a bliss! He also sensed the emergence of new types of beings, creatures that seemed to embody the very essence of his affinities. That was the result of fusing his concept core with the world core. An unexpected but deeply interesting side effect. After soaking it all in, Noah turned to Noelle. I'm going to meet someone. Enjoy this little world of mine, he said before vanishing. Going to meet someone, are you still the same? He wondered silently. Noah reappeared in the deepest part of his soul, his former soul, now the core of the world, where the world's core and its will resided. It was eerily similar to where Leia had been, but the world will was both different and familiar, and had noticed him immediately. She turned toward him. Yes, she, no longer a boy, but a little girl, around 12 years old. Her hair was as pristine white as the skies in his world, but her eyes. Her eyes were a canvas of everything. Every affinity Noah had was reflected there. Her gaze shifted constantly: fire, ice, gravity, time, blood, shadow, fate. It was beautiful. You are my owner? A soft, sweet voice asked, echoing gently across the space. She could feel it in her bones. This man could kill her without effort. She couldn't disobey him, and yet, she didn't feel fear. She felt something else entirely. Something she didn't expect. Warmth. Noah nodded with a small smile, though a sad one. A very sad one, because now he knew, Leia would never return. He sighed deeply, walked forward, and placed his hand gently on her head. Your owner? Noah chuckled softly. I'm not your owner. I'm your lucky star, my dear, he said with a calm, affectionate smile. His words echoed inside her like thunder. Something shifted, a strange stirring of melancholy. Of love. Of instant, boundless affection for this man standing before her, like the way a younger sibling might feel toward the older one who protected them from the world. Instinctively, she asked, my name, a name. She needed a name, the world needed a name, and for Noah, there was only one answer. He didn't even think, it was obvious. Leia. A pause. Your name shall be Leia, little one. And at those words, her glowing eyes widened as tears started to fall. She looked up at Noah's warm smile and whispered, my lucky star. She repeated, tasting the words. Then, my lucky star, she jumped into his arms, wrapping herself around his neck. You're my lucky star. She repeated it again and again, holding onto him tightly. Noah laughed. His laughter echoed through the deepest part of his world. Indeed I am, Leia. And I promise you, this time, no one will touch you. His voice was calm, but his conviction, unbreakable. And just as if the records had been waiting for this moment, they chimed again. Noah Weaverheart, progenitor of the Elisiari, now possesses a world tied to the very origin of his being. You are qualified to create a faction. What will be the name of your faction? Noah thought for a moment. He hesitated. Elisiari? Veilgrim, but in the end, the Veilgrims. After all, when you speak of the Veilgrims, you speak of the Elisiari too. They are the progenitors. After all, your faction has been acknowledged by the records. Faction name, the Veilgrims. Your world, Leia, has become the main world of your faction. Congratulations, Noah Weaverheart. But was it the end? Of course not. The entire universe shook. Once again. Chapter 218. Records have favorites too. Noah looked at the notifications with a calm gaze. He had now what he wanted. Now, his people could choose the Elisiari's path to go beyond the supreme rank. There was no longer any need to rely on other races, and what a big event it was. And such a big event, naturally, the Akashic records couldn't hide it. They had to announce it. After all, this was the birth of a whole new faction. Something that could shift the very fabric of power in this universe, and so, a loud sound echoed through the entire universe. In every world, in every domain, in every hidden realm or even realms where no being had ever stepped foot, all beings inside this universe heard that chime. From the most worthless mortal to the one who stood above the very definition of concept, it was the same kind of chime that had once echoed through the cosmos when an abomination was born. It would have looked the same if the records had stopped there. But no, this time, the records spoke. Their voice was boundless, all-encompassing, and absolute. A new faction has been born, just that. The records didn't mention the name, the leader, or even their location. And normally, they should have, but why would they? Noah was their favorite. So yes, they played favoritism. Every being in all existence heard those words. They were simple by nature, but the very implication of them shook those who understood what it meant: a new faction, a new path, new competition, more battles for resources, and so, more wars, something many of the older factions certainly didn't wish for. In a world of light, in a world where even the weakest being could flatten lay with enough time, in a world where everything screamed purity, holiness, justice, and order, in a hidden pocket dimension inside that world, a being levitated just above the ground in a cross-legged position. The being's hair was truly a sight to behold. It was golden, but not like normal gold. It was like an ocean of flowing starlight, as if countless miniature suns lived inside his strands. It was mesmerizing, but what was most mesmerizing about this being was not his hair, but the power radiating from him. That was a level of power Noah could not even begin to fathom, and the moment the record's words echoed across the universe, the being's eyes snapped open. They were celestial gold with pupils shaped like a scale of balance. A new faction? Without even revealing the name, the being muttered. Before a small smile crept onto his lips, he raised his gaze, looking up at the sky, as if able to see things unseen to most beings in the universe. Is this your new favorite? Is that why you're hiding him or her? He asked, mockery dripping from his voice. Then he placed a hand under his chin. Could it be those two troublesome brats? He laughed softly soon after. No way. They wouldn't do something like that. So, he smirked, is it the new abomination? The third one? Did he create a faction, after all? You only hide the abominations. So tell me, records, is it him? He asked, almost expecting an answer. But none came. His smile widened. How interesting. I bet my descendants are already panicking, he chuckled, then closed his eyes once again, clearly not giving this matter another thought. That was not his problem. He would let his descendants handle it. After all, they had managed to limit those two before, so why not a third one? The being, the progenitor of the Celestials, resumed his meditation, but he was not the only progenitor who reacted to this. All of them did. Each in their own way, but there were some similarities. Like the dragon progenitor, who, like the celestial, didn't bother himself with this matter. It was beneath him. He just opened briefly one of his boundless purple eyes and billions of high-grade world was destroyed instantly. The divine beast's progenitor also didn't react much. He only woke up for a moment, yawned, before going back to sleep, but that yawn had birthed some low-rank beast with S-rank talent at least. As for the elves, they reacted differently. Elsewhere, at the exact same time the records chimed, under a gigantic green tree that looked like it could support the weight of thousands of worlds, a simple wooden table sat with wooden chairs surrounding it, and on one of those chairs sat a woman. Green hair, green eyes, her body was not human, it was made of wood, yet smoother and softer than heavenly silk. Her figure was something one could only call perfect in every sense possible. Seeing this, it was clear that her body had been crafted with divine care, and her beauty was not something possible by any known standard. Even Noah would look ugly beside her. Can you imagine that? That was how breathtaking she was. And it was only logical, after all, she was the world tree itself. The progenitor of the elves, yes. The old lady Noel once spoke of, that was indeed her, Lul World Tree. That was the name she chose for herself. She was calmly sipping green tea. Her expression relaxed, and the moment she heard the record's announcement, she suddenly paused and lifted her head. Her green eyes glowed,
and countless ethereal leaves began to swirl inside her gaze, dancing in a mystical pattern. Then, she lowered her head once again and calmly said, "Did you, by any chance, provoke someone lately, my dear child?" Lul's voice traversed billions of miles and reached a golden-haired man with green eyes who stood in the middle of lush green fields. The man paused briefly, then replied, "Nothing out of the ordinary, mother. Just a couple of destroyed worlds." He spoke with pure nonchalance. "What's going on? Did the record's words worry you?" "Mother," he asked, a little curious. Lul remained silent for a while before finally saying, "I've sensed something troublesome that is soon to happen, but I cannot detect why or when." But her voice remained calm and unbothered. "Look into it, Laurie. And tell my dear Orion to stop fooling around and take his training seriously." She cut the contact and resumed sipping her tea, as composed as ever. Yes, it was a new faction, but progenitors hardly cared. They had lived for eons, and the resources of the universe were meaningless to them. Their power levels were unmatched by anyone, except, perhaps, those two darlings of the records. So why would they care about mundane faction wars? They wouldn't. They would only move if their race was at risk of extinction, otherwise, their descendants would deal with it. But Lul still gave the order to uncover the source of her unease, and when Lul gave an order, the Worldborns became obsessed with fulfilling it. "Call my son," Laurie said softly, closing his eyes. "Yes, my lord," a voice answered with reverence. But that was the factions. What about the abominations themselves? Well, one of them was currently standing before the progenitor of demons, in the deepest pit of hell. An unusual meeting was taking place. "Dude, I'm telling you, I'm sure it's my little brother. Or sister." A man with blood-red hair and black eyes grinned widely as he spoke. In front of him stood a male who looked like any common demon. He was simple and unassuming. But everyone knew better. It was Lucifer, the progenitor of demons, the ruler of hell. "So you mean the third abomination created a faction? How do you know?" Lucifer asked, his glowing red eyes filled with curiosity. His voice was calm, nothing like what one would expect from a demon. "Let's just say it's a family instinct. Now your family? What do you call that bookworm? Big sister? Or little sister? I call her mommy." A long pause. "You're insane, Aseman," Lucifer said, shaking his head, but Aseman just laughed harder. "Ha ha. You should have seen her. She wanted to kill me so bad but couldn't." "So what are you going to do?" Lucifer asked, already annoyed. "What else? I'm bored. I might as well go find my little brother or sister. The third one sounds fun." Aseman stood up, grinning. "No, he sounds like trouble," Lucifer replied. Aseman's grin widened. "That's why he sounds fun, dumbass." Calling a progenitor a dumbass, only Aseman could do such a thing, and Lucifer, already used to the insults, didn't even react. Instead, he waved him away. "Get out of my realm. You're a bother. Go find your little third. And tell him not to mess with my faction, or what?" Aseman asked. Lucifer stayed silent for a moment before smiling, his expression twisting into a wide, demonic grin. "I'll kill him if he forces me to act." But Aseman only smirked as his body began to fade. "If he or she is fun, then you won't do shit, Lucifer." And then, Aseman disappeared, leaving behind a smiling Lucifer. "Fucking abominations, always causing trouble," he muttered, then went back to sleep. Such a lazy progenitor. As for the other abomination, she only raised her head toward the sky for a moment, then lowered it again and continued to read her book. But in the back of her mind, the third one seems like a troublesome one. Just like Aseman, she sighed quietly, already feeling tired. Chapter 219, Duskworn, just like the first time. The chime of the records disturbed countless beings across the universe, and those who understood its implications did not smile. Their faces grew solemn, even a bit pale, because they knew exactly what a new faction meant: a new competitor, a new force to account for, and a new storm approaching fast. With its arrival, the fight for resources would become even more vicious, and the frequency of war would rise beyond what anyone wanted to imagine. So, without needing instruction or command, they all began to prepare in their own way. Some summoned back their descendants who were scattered across realms. Others tripled the intensity of their army's training, leaving no weakness untouched. And a few, the more desperate or cynical ones, began pillaging their own worlds, stripping them bare as if expecting they might lose everything and choosing instead to leave behind only ruin. Each of them readied themselves for an unknown enemy, and that was precisely the problem. They didn't know who they were preparing to face. Which meant, no matter how thorough they were, it would never be enough, especially not if that enemy was Noah, a being who, by nature, never played fair. An abomination who never followed the expected path. A creature who wouldn't just attack you directly, but would bury a knife in your ribs while making you think you were winning the war. That was how he worked. That was Noah. Minutes after the record's announcement, inside the realm of Lay, Noah sat midair, calmly, peacefully, with the little girl gently sleeping on his lap. His hand moved slowly through her silky white hair, and in that moment, he looked nothing like a terrifying monster of universal upheaval. He simply looked content. He had heard the chime, of course. He had heard the record's words. But he didn't react much. Not because it wasn't important, but because at least, for now, they hadn't revealed his faction's name or the location of his world. People would begin looking. He knew that. Some of them would even guess his true identity. But let them try, because if they were expecting to find a physical world somewhere out in the endless void, they were already lost. The world wasn't out there. It was inside of him. At that thought, Noah couldn't help but smile. It's time to speed up some things, he muttered to himself, almost too quietly for even the realm to hear. He would give Esther and the others a little more time to collect a few things at the Shadow Realm. But he didn't want to wait much longer. Not anymore, and speeding up didn't mean acting recklessly. No, Noah was too smart for that, especially now, because not long after the record's announcement, another message had echoed quietly in his mind, one that didn't reach the universe, one that only he was meant to hear. We acknowledge you, Noah Weaverheart. You have reached the next threshold. You may now step into the supreme rank. Wish it, and the process will begin. So, it seemed that turning your soul into a world wasn't something minor. It wasn't just an insane gamble, it was a cosmic achievement. And that achievement made him eligible for the rank where mortals stopped being mortals and began becoming something else entirely, the same rank Illyra had reached. But it made Noah pause, just a little. Is there no rank limit, Lay? He asked quietly, because Lay was still a low-grade world. She shouldn't, by all logic, even be capable of supporting a single SSS rank being, let alone someone supreme. Lay stirred slightly. Then nodded. There is. The limit right now is SS rank, she answered, her voice calm, her tone that of someone drawing directly from cosmic law. But, the Veilgrims are exceptions, as they are the rulers of this world. Even so, they cannot go beyond mythic rank for the moment. Noah nodded thoughtfully. He understood now. The rank wasn't tied to him, at least, not entirely. It was tied to the world that birthed and sustained his power. And that world was still growing. Then he rose gently to his feet. You're able to exist outside this realm, right? He asked, his voice light. Lay nodded again, a little more excited this time. Noah smiled. Then come with me. I'll introduce you to our family. That made her blink. Our family? What family? I don't have one, she said, her expression puzzled in a way only someone newly born could be. My family, of course. The Veilgrims. He paused for just a second, letting the words sink into her, and from now on, he continued, grinning wider, you are the little sister of Noah Weaverheart, the ruler of the Veilgrims. So let's go. I'll introduce you to my women, who are now your sisters-in-law, and also to the two troublesome brats I adopted, Lorna and Premier. He chuckled to himself, I bet you'll love them. But don't get corrupted. They're both troublesome ABD rebellious, he said with a very serious expression, already playing the part of the doting big brother. Then, without another word, he picked her up and disappeared straight toward the White Castle. Lay remained confused, cradled in his arms, and Noah, in contrast, was quietly giddy. I've never had siblings in either of my lives. Now I do. That's kind of amazing, unpredictable as ever. Meanwhile, the shadows had entered their respective territories, each carrying out their mission in their own fashion. Eric's method was a little different. Yes, he wanted to gather information for Noah. Yes, he wanted to serve his role. But above all, he wanted to sharpen himself, grind himself into something fierce and untraceable. So, he went to the Colosseum, in Mortis's domain. The Colosseum wasn't just a place for fights. It was a stage for recognition, a pit for rising stars. Nobles came to witness blood and power, sometimes to select warriors for their houses, other times to test their own champions in battles that held nothing back, and sometimes, it wasn't just honor at stake. Sometimes, it was worlds. Or treasures. Or slaves. Or forbidden knowledge. The stakes were high. The attention even higher, and inside one of the VIP chambers of that dark, violent arena, a noblewoman was seated in silence. She was stunning, hair like blazing red silk, eyes that shimmered with predatory intelligence. She wore a dress of black shadows, tight to her sinfully curvaceous figure.
and her crossed legs revealed smooth, glowing ebony skin. This was Erika Dusk, a great commander of Mortis, second only to the man himself, and right now, she was livid. "The damn useless bastard, after all the resources I poured into him, he make me lose 2 low-rank worlds." She grit her teeth, leaning back in her chair with barely restrained fury. She had thought she'd found a prodigy. Turned out, it was just a polished turd. Sighing, she waved a hand toward the maid beside her. "Who's fighting today?" "Anyone interesting? There is the champion of Lord Atrus, who will be facing a rookie." "A rookie?" Erika raised a brow. "Poor fool. What's his name?" The maid glanced at the obsidian-colored paper in her hands. "Duskworn," she said. "His name is Duskworn, my lady." Chapter 220. Duskworn rises. Erika paused, her head tilting slightly in that strange, almost feline way of hers. "Is this his first fight?" she asked, the tone of her voice tinged with something new, a curiosity. It wasn't often that a rookie carried even a fraction of her name. "No, my lady," the maid replied, eyes respectfully lowered. "He fought once before against a lower-tier fighter. It wasn't anything outstanding, but he wasn't bad either." Erika hummed, fingers tapping lightly against the armrest of her chair. "What are his chances of success?" "And what has Atrus wagered this time?" she asked as she slowly adjusted her posture. Sensing some intrigue forming, "His chance of success is less than 3%. As for Lord Atrus..." The maid hesitated slightly before finishing. "It's the usual. If Duskworn loses, he becomes a slave. If he wins, Atrus gives him a bonded SSS rank shadow beast." Erika brought her fingers to her chin, thoughtful, but her musing was abruptly interrupted as a screen materialized in the air before her, flickering to life with a soft hum. She looked up. There, on the screen, stood a young man with a lean frame, dressed in plain black clothes, just standing in the center of the arena like he belonged there. Erika's lips curved into a slow, amused smile. "Well, this might actually be entertaining," she said, stretching. "Might as well enjoy it properly." "Bring me something sweet, Laura." "As you wish, my lady," the maid said before vanishing smoothly into the shadows. Alone now, Erika settled more comfortably in her seat, her eyes glued to the screen. It was time to watch the fight of the man named Eric, no, the man now called Duskworn, in the arena's center. Eric stood calmly, glancing around like a child in awe. Even after fighting here once before, the sheer grandeur of this place still struck him. It was incredible. The stadium was at least 10 times larger than the biggest arena on Earth, its structure laced with glowing red threads that twisted around the black stone in mesmerizing arcs. Everything here, the seats, the walls, the floor, was made of a special material unique to the Shadow Realm, found only within Lord Mortis's domain, Nyolrock, a dark, ominous substance, slightly corrosive, but with defensive properties that made it perfect for housing beings of immense power. Interesting material, Eric mused as his eyes studied the floor beneath his feet. What's more interesting is how these nobles sit on something corrosive like it's velvet. But his musings ended the moment his opponent arrived. A tall, muscular man with striking white hair and a hardened gaze stepped into the arena. He looked down at Eric with the kind of disdain that came from too many victories. "What a waste of time," the man, Mori, muttered as he walked forward. "Why pit me against a rookie? Give me someone in my league." Eric said nothing. Instead, he calmly extended his right hand, and his black sword shimmered into existence as if summoned from the void itself. Then, high above them, the referee materialized with a booming voice. "Begin." The arena erupted with a deafening roar. "Whoa!" Mori let out a long, exasperated breath and lifted his hands into a loose hand-to-hand combat stance. "SSS rank shadow beasts aren't easy to come by. I better finish this quickly." His words were cut short, a flash of movement. A blur. A strike, boom, Mori was sent flying backward. The ground beneath him cracking from the sheer force of Eric's first strike. He barely managed to stop himself, planting his foot hard against the shattered floor, and there was Eric already dashing toward him with unnerving speed, his face unreadable, his stance almost lazy. Mori's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, shadows burst from the ground and wrapped around him. A moment later, they receded, and standing there now was Mori, clad in sleek black armor that shimmered like liquid obsidian. Even his face was masked, and in each hand, dark gauntlets radiated strength. He smiled beneath the helm. Eric saw it all and cursed inwardly. Still, he didn't hesitate. His sword suddenly shifted, its blade unraveling into a fluid shape of condensed shadow. Not quite solid, but not vapor either. Still shaped like a weapon. Still deadly. He struck again. Mori, now fully armored, countered with a punch, immense force surging through his body. But the moment his fist touched Eric's weapon, the blade dissolved into pure shadow and seeped past the cracks of his armor. Slipping inside, Eric dodged the punch by a hair, his head tilting to the side. And in a voice as cold and flat as sharpened steel, "Shadow Spike," Mori froze, his body convulsed as dark spikes burst from within, ripping out through his back with sickening force. Blood splattered across the arena floor as he fell to one knee. Stunned, he looked up, just in time to see Eric's hand raised. Summoning another blade of twisting shadow, the blade came down fast, targeting his head. Mori exhaled slowly. "Well, this rookie isn't half bad," he admitted inwardly, and then he smirked beneath his helm. "Shadow transformation," he whispered. Eric's eyes widened, a deep, primal sense of danger flooded his instincts. He didn't wait, he immediately leapt back, putting as much distance between them as he could. "Bloomfang form," the words finished. And Mori exploded into shadow, his body melted, twisted, and reformed into something monstrous, something feral. The crowd exploded in manic cheers, and here it is. The beloved champion of Lord Atrus. The one and only. "Bloomfang," the referee screamed, his voice filled with wild excitement. The entire Colosseum shook with applause. Eric stood frozen for a moment, then smiled, a crooked, unstable grin. "Time to surpass myself," he muttered, his voice low, steady, and a little bit unhinged. He took a stance, he waited. With Noah's talent fused into his being, death wasn't truly death anymore. Not for him. "So, let me go crazy." Madness flickered in his eyes like a second soul. Back in the VIP room, Erica watched with intense concentration. She hadn't looked away once. Her gaze was fixed on the boy named Duskworn, on his cold eyes, sharp movements, and lethal timing. "He has potential," she whispered, more to herself than anyone else. "He looks serious, focused, motivated." She leaned forward, lips curling. "Duskworn, huh?" she repeated slowly, then, her smile widened. It was a devilish thing. "Dangerous, Laura," she called out softly. Her maid stepped from the shadows silently. "Yes, my lady, I think I've found my next champion." Chapter 221, Variable. Eric wasn't the only one who had begun moving toward his goal. The others had started as well, each group walking its own path, driven by its own design. Inside the domain of the Shadows puppeteer, two unassuming women strolled quietly through the heart of the puppetry city. Not a single resident gave them a second glance. No one addressed them, no one acknowledged them, as if they weren't even there. Of course, that was the point, they were silent shade and shade veil. The elusive mother-daughter duo. "Your plan is good and all," Sari said softly, eyes still fixed ahead as they walked through the twisting streets, "but how will we be able to spy on everyone?" "I've thought about that, Mother," Esther replied calmly, her voice as composed as ever. "And there's only one place where people of all social classes pass through freely, without much scrutiny or distinction." "Well, not one place. Two, actually." Her gaze swept over the buildings around them, curious, almost fascinated. It was her first time inside a city in this realm of shadows, but that fascination began to twist into discomfort, because the more she observed the puppet-like constructs that wandered through the city, the stronger the feeling grew. An instinctual warning throbbed inside her. One she couldn't ignore: don't look at them for more than 2 seconds. No reason, no logic, just raw gut instinct. So Esther didn't. In fact, she limited herself to less than a single second. Just a fleeting glance before quickly shifting her gaze away. This is too weird," she thought. "Uneasy, Esther." She flinched slightly at her mother's call and turned her head to find Sari frowning at her. "I called you multiple times. You didn't respond," Sari said, her voice carrying concern despite her eternally neutral expression. "Is something bothering you? Do you not feel it, Mother? That strange sensation as we move through this city? Like something's watching you, or crawling beneath your skin." But Sari simply tilted her head. "No. I'm not sensing anything." Esther frowned even more deeply. "So it's just me. Either something here is reacting to me in particular, or..." She left the thought unfinished but glanced back at her mother with quiet suspicion, then she smiled, hiding the weight of her thoughts behind her usual mask. "Don't worry. It's nothing. Let's focus on the mission," she said, her voice lightening. "As I said, there are 2 ideal places where we can encounter all our targets." "What a guess, I do not," Sari replied flatly, staring at her daughter like she was wasting time. Esther's lips twitched. "What a boring mother," she muttered under her breath, shaking her head. She sighed and finally revealed the answer: the brothel and the casino. Sari's eyebrow rose slightly. It was a strange answer, but disturbingly accurate. Brothels are where you find every kind of man and woman. The lowest of the low, and the highest in power. In fact, Esther added with a slight grimace, the more powerful they are, the more depraved they tend to be. As for the casino, that's where people gamble their lives, chase hope, and throw desperation into the void. You'll find plenty of low-ranked individuals there, trying to carve a future out of this twisted world, and we're lucky, you know, she added. The youngest Shadow sibling seems to enjoy entertainment, so his domain is filled with these conveniences. After all, the other two didn't offer such amenities. Then she paused, giving Sari a small glance. Brothel or casino? She wanted her mother to choose the place she believed she'd be most effective in. Sari thought for a moment before replying. Brothel. Esther blinked, surprised. Why? Because you're with Noah now, and I know you'll hate being there. You'll find it disgusting. So I'll take it, Sari said matter-of-factly, walking ahead with that same passive confidence, making it clear there was no room for negotiation. Esther smiled at her retreating figure. A boring mother, sure, but a loving one too. And so, they parted ways, each setting off to begin their mission, each stepping into the shadows to collect the secrets of a domain that would never see them coming. Elsewhere, Shadiva had begun her task as well, though calling it a mission was almost too formal. She had entered the capital of Ebony's domain. The great city known across the masses as the City of Order, ruled with calculated grace by Ebony herself, the one known as the pragmatic Shadow. She was the kind of ruler who didn't act out of passion or vengeance but from logic alone. Cold, unfeeling, precise. And her city mirrored her, perfect symmetry. Identical buildings. Roads and alleys that followed rigid geometric flow. Everything had a place. Everything had order, too controlled, Shadiva thought as she sat at a small outdoor cafe, sipping a cup of coffee while blending into the crowd with flawless ease. Her appearance, her aura, her mannerisms, all of it was altered. She was almost unrecognizable. Even her own family wouldn't have spotted her. I see she hasn't changed at all, Shadiva mused. Still clinging to her obsession with structure. Still believing that control is the only path to safety. She shook her head in subtle disappointment. She had warned her, long ago. Urged her to find balance. To leave some space for emotion. To allow life to breathe, but she never listened, and that, Shadiva thought with a faint sigh, would be her undoing. That will be the flaw that topples your world, dear sister. Finishing her coffee, she stood and glanced at the waitress. It was a great cup. Thank you, she said kindly, before stepping out onto the cold, pristine streets. Inside her mind, voices echoed, Mother, what do we do? A voice asked, Sophie, what kind of question is that? Oren responded. We go ask for our revenge, but Mother is only SSS rank, Bori pointed out cautiously. She can still summon supreme rank shadows or even mythic, if she pushes herself. Their voices clashed and overlapped, bickering like siblings. Shadiva smiled. She didn't stop them. She let the chaos play out inside her mind, amused by their banter, but eventually, she raised her mental voice, soft but firm. The plan is simple, she said. My sister lives by logic. Which means she's predictable in a way. She smiled to herself. After all, if you understand how someone like her processes information, if you map their logic, you can predict their every move. Then you can tear apart their certainty, brick by brick, and logical people like her hate uncertainty. They hate variables they can't explain. So let's become that variable. Let's become the chaos she cannot rationalize. And how do you do that? Easy. Shadiva stepped into the street, stretched lightly, and looked around. This city is a little too clean, too orderly, too boring. She grinned. Time to make things a bit more entertaining. Chapter 222. 6 years later, 3 years had passed inside the Shadow Realm. But within Noah's world, Lay's 6 full years had gone by. The time differential wasn't linear, but that was to be expected. The Shadow Realm operated on its own laws, and so did time itself. But 6 years of development, of evolution, of relentless improvement, was enough to push even a fragile, unstable world onto the path of greatness, especially when the ones guiding it were people blessed with unmatched leadership and terrifying talent. Everything had changed, and changed dramatically. The Lay of now was nothing like the Lay of 6 years ago. Not even close. But before we speak of the land itself, let's talk about what truly made up a world, the people. To say the population had changed would be a gross understatement. In the first 2 years, tension between races still existed, but it gradually vanished. The reason, Elizabeth, and the Church of the Absolute Deity. It was fascinating to witness the transformation that occurred when people surrendered themselves entirely to a higher power. Because by surrendering, they also relinquished their right to question, to think beyond the narrow framework imposed on them, and in doing so, they became predictable, controllable. That's what Elizabeth understood, and that's what she enforced by establishing an absolute rule: no fighting between races.
Follow the directives. Obey the church. Or face the consequences. Rarely did anyone rebel, because they knew, because they saw with their own eyes, because he was real. And there's a world of difference between worshipping a distant concept and worshipping someone you could actually see. Someone you could touch, speak with, fear, love, or even kneel before. It made their faith stronger, anchored in reality, and thus, they obeyed with devotion, because they didn't want to provoke him, or rather, them, the Veilgrims, and not just Noah, but his women as well. Worshipped as divinities in their own right, the silver goddesses, as the masses had come to call them, and among them, none stood more revered than the mother of the absolute deity himself. Celine Weaverheart Veilgrim, also known as the Frost Silver Goddess, or, simply, the Mother of Frost, she, along with the others, had begun transforming mortals into their own lineages of Elisiari after the third year. Now, inside lay, it was rare to find anyone not an Elisiari. And those who weren't? They either lacked the worth or the obedience to receive such a gift. After all, even in a world shaped by absolute control, there would always be dissenters. Rebels. Or simply the reclusive, who chose isolation over submission. But for the rest, the distinctions between humans, beasts, and other races had completely dissolved. In their place, a new structure had formed, domains spread across lay. Each ruled by one of Noah's wives, each domain aligned with a distinct branch of Elisiari, and those very same wives, worshipped by the masses for their grace, divinity, and holiness. They screamed each night in ecstasy, begging to be dominated, to be taken, to be loved, broken and remade by the hands of the man they all adored, Noah. Each night they surrendered. And each morning, they rose again to resume their sacred duties as the heads of their respective branches. Curious, isn't it? And that begs the question, what had the Veilgrims become after 6 years? On the floating island where the White Castle stood, inside one of its grand chambers, a young man with flowing silver hair and runic white eyes stood before a mirror. He looked no older than 26, with a gaze filled with calm curiosity. I think it wouldn't be too bad if I let my beard grow, Noah murmured as he examined his reflection. As he spoke, lotuses of different hues bloomed behind him, swirling in the air before solidifying into the forms of his personal maids, Leona, Nephis, Katie, Morgan. Sonomi, you can do so, master, it will suit you very much. Nephis chirped with her usual excitement. Leona nodded beside her. Yes, master. There's nothing in this world that doesn't suit you. Katie, Sonomi, and Morgan exchanged glances with mild irritation. Damn simps, the three thought in perfect harmony. Noah chuckled and addressed them. What about you three? Would it suit me? He asked, still facing the mirror, smiling lightly. I think without beard suits you more, master. Beard makes you look older. And I prefer being fucked by someone who looks young, Katie said with a lustful smile, completely unbothered. No one even blinked. They were used to it by now. Sonomi stepped forward, her voice dreamy. But it would suit you, master. A beard gives a man a particular charm. I can already imagine the combo, mustache and goatee, ah. Her eyes glazed over with fantasy. It would suit you so much, she finished, voice almost a whisper. Finally, Morgan spoke. I don't care, master. As long as I can suck your blood through your dick. It doesn't matter to me. Her red eyes glowed brighter as they stared shamelessly at his pants. The other maids all rolled their eyes. Blood is all she thinks about, Nephis muttered in disgust. Indeed. Such an uncivilized person, Leona added, still refusing to even look at Morgan, as if doing so would infect her with stupidity. Katie and Sonomi just smiled wryly, choosing not to chime in. Ha! Noah laughed heartily, entertained by their banter. He looked at the mirror one last time and cleanly shaved the budding beard in a single motion. I'll shave it, he said with a small smile, then turned to Sonomi. But I can be whatever you want me to be once the night comes. Sonomi's eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded with a soft, bashful smile. Noah scanned them all and smiled in quiet pride. Every single one of his maids had now become Elisiari, and not just any Elisiari, but the first of their kind. They had been worthy, all of them had reached full affection, full loyalty, and he had rewarded them. Leona was now the Elisiari of hybrids. Those she transformed would become a mixture of multiple races, selected at will. Her silver hair and dragonic demon-slit eyes marked her lineage. Nephis was the Elisiari of constellations, silver hair, starlit eyes swirling with cosmic grace. Katie had become the Elisiari of serpents, silver hair and venomous green reptilian eyes.
Sonomi had become the Elisiari of wood, to silver hair with softly glowing wooden eyes, serene and regal. Morgan, the Elisiari of blood, silver hair, crimson irises, and an aura of seductive danger. They had changed. And they had embraced their roles fully. Noah smiled once more, turning his back to the mirror. Let's go meet my dear wives, he smirked. Time to prepare for our battle against the originals, because now, he was ready. Chapter 223, A Woman's Determination. After his little time with the maids, Noah teleported straight into the main meeting room of the White Castle. And, as always, he found his women already gathered, each sitting in her designated seat. Chatting lightly with one another, a peaceful, light-hearted atmosphere filled the space, but the moment Noah appeared, that atmosphere subtly shifted. Peace and ease were still there, but now, love was added. The kind that radiated so visibly you'd think their affection had taken physical form and wrapped itself around the air. The love they felt for him was always overflowing. Always overwhelming. Noah sat down at the head of the table, Celine and Illyra naturally at his sides. Girls, how are you? He asked with a smile, before that smile slowly curved into a sly smirk. I mean, after the night we just spent, of course, he added with a grin. The women rolled their eyes. Playful amusement clear on their faces. You're becoming more and more beastly in bed, Noah, Zara sighed, pretending to be tired, but nobody believed her act, says the one who kept crying for him to fuck her like a primal beast. Neko shot back, not even sparing her a glance. Zara's lips twitched. Neko, weren't you by my side? She said, pretending to be hurt, but after being emotionally guilt-tripped 3 times already, Neko had learned her lesson. She didn't even look at her. Zara's emotional damage stat had become too damn high, tch. No one's falling for that anymore, Zara, Alice added with a scoff. Zara simply ignored her. Why do you always bicker like this? Yuki asked as she calmly stroked her ever-shifting sword, every touch reshaping the blade as if it were alive. It was a captivating, borderline hypnotic sight, because it's fun, Alice replied with a grin. There are other ways to have fun with, you know, Aphasia chimed in. They all looked at her, like playing with spirits? Dominique muttered lazily from the side, exactly. I can even assign each of you a spirit to play with. Aphasia beamed, but, no thanks, Anya replied flatly. The rest followed suit almost immediately. Aphasia's lips twitched, and just like that, another mini battle of egos erupted, this one lasting almost half an hour. All the while, Noah simply sat there, legs crossed, head resting on his right hand, a small smile playing on his lips. He could have watched them bicker forever. But, clap, Celine clapped her hands. Noah has something to tell us, Illyra said with a calm smile, and just like that, the chaos ended. They all turned toward him. Noah blinked. Honestly surprised it ended so fast, he let out a regretful sigh but still got back to business. 6 years have passed, Noah began, his voice serious now. 6 years where you've all grown. Created your own factions. Learned. Led. Suffered. Commanded. 6 years where I expected you to give everything, to prepare for what's to come. He paused briefly, eyes drifting over each one of them. Their faces were more mature now. Their presence heavier. They were no longer just his wives, they were leaders. And that made his smile deepen. I'm proud of all of you, he said genuinely, proud of their journeys, but like always, still, nothing you've built will survive. If we lose the battle against the shadows. Another pause. Letting the words sink in, and they did, each of their expressions shifted. Serious. Sharp. Focused. Noah nodded, pleased. So, are you ready for this battle? Yes, they all answered in unison. Perfect, Noah said, smiling. Then he asked, where's Justicia? The moment the name dropped, Elizabeth and a few of the others visibly stiffened. Their expressions went weird. Very weird. They all suddenly found the walls and ceilings incredibly interesting, looking everywhere but at him. Noah noticed immediately. He tilted his head, eyes narrowing slightly. Eli, he asked softly. Elizabeth forced a smile. Nothing happened, my love. Don't worry, I'll go find her. She disappeared in a blink, and like a chain reaction, the others followed her lead. We'll go prepare for the battle, they called out in near-perfect union before vanishing as well, leaving only Celine, Illyra, Crystal, Emily, and Lilith, the MILFs. Basically, Noah raised an eyebrow, glancing around the remaining women. Each of them returned his look with a subtle smile. Will you tell me if I ask what's going on? He asked, arms crossed now. Celine leaned forward gently. Well, my dear baby. Maybe? Illyra said, tilting her head like a mischievous cat. I will, Lilith purred. If you fuck me right here and now, why not? Emily added with a teasing smirk. As for Crystal, I'll tell you, she started excitedly, then froze when she felt their gazes pin her down. She smiled awkwardly. Then muttered, never mind. Noah sighed and leaned back into his chair. He didn't push, sometimes, he liked letting them have their little secrets. Their own chaos, it was cute and human, he enjoyed that very much. Then he relaxed and said calmly, let's call back our little spies. And, where's Noelle again? Meanwhile, in a private room somewhere deep in the castle,
a golden-haired, golden-eyed woman lay on the floor. Naked. Legs spread.
Her juices pooling beneath her like a river. Of course, it was Justicia. 6 years of watching Noah relentlessly fuck every single one of his women had broken her completely. The woman had gone feral, but she still couldn't bring herself to do the obvious. I can't just go to him and ask him to fuck me. It's embarrassing. Justicia shuddered at the thought. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open.
Someone had entered the room. It was Elizabeth. How many times do I have to tell you? Elizabeth said, visibly annoyed.
Just go beg already. If you keep doing this, Noah might notice something. At least act normal and do this kind of thing at night.
Justicia stayed silent for a few seconds. I can't.
What will he think of me if I beg him to? She couldn't even finish the sentence. Elizabeth stared at her like she was a complete idiot. We all beg him to fuck us.
What? You think you're better than us now? No.
Justicia muttered, deflating as she fell back onto the floor again. Elizabeth exhaled slowly. We're going to the Shadow Realm soon. And none of us know if we'll come back alive, so, better to get fucked now and lose the damn virginity of yours before you die. And just like that, she vanished. Justicia remained silent. Processing, die, without ever tasting that dick. The more she thought about it, the more she realized the horror of it. Hell no. She stood up, pussy still leaking, but her heart was determined, her fists clenched tight. I will get fucked today, she said, face solemn like a night before war. Truly, what a profound and righteous goal to have. We are so proud of her. Chapter 224. The surrender of a celestial. Inside the core of Lay, the space here had changed. Now it resembled a serene and magical beach. A massive waterfall surged endlessly, and from its base, a stream of water flowed softly over crystalline sand, its liquid shimmering and shifting color every nanosecond. One moment it was pitch black, swallowing all light like a void. The next, it was a radiant blue that froze the air around it. Then golden, then silver, then pure white, and in the middle of that magical stream was a young girl with pristine white hair, playing gleefully in the water, her laughter echoing through the vast space like soft bells. Ha ha.
Big sister Noelle. Why are you still standing there? Come play with me.
Leia's voice rang out joyfully as she turned and waved with a huge smile. Noelle, seated gracefully on a chair set in the warm sand, smiled softly. Play by yourself for now. I'll come join you shortly, she said gently, sipping her tea with calm elegance. Leia pouted, adorably childlike.
It's the 6th time you've said that.
Big sister Noelle, it's not. I'll go wherever you want after we play, Noelle interrupted with a teasing smile that made Leia blink, then smile innocently in return. Fine, big sister, she said happily before turning back to splash in the stream. Noelle exhaled slowly, her soft smile still lingering as she sipped her tea again. You're scamming my dear little sister, Noelle, a familiar voice said behind her. She turned slightly, finding Noah standing beside her with a knowing smile. What do you mean, scamming her? Noelle asked, putting on a mock innocent expression. Weren't you just trying to tire her out so you wouldn't have to follow her around later, he said. Casually sitting beside her and watching Leia splash around, still oblivious to his presence. That's quite heartless, Noelle, he added, stealing a sip from her tea. Noelle's lips twitched. Her plan had been exposed. She chose silence rather than defending herself. Noah laughed but didn't push further. Instead, he turned back toward Leia with a soft, proud smile. The kind of smile an older sibling wears when watching their younger one just being happy. Leia's just too cute, right? Noah said, eyes still locked on her. She is. And Noelle began, also watching the girl with thoughtful eyes. She's quite special. As a world will, she's unlike anything I've seen. So vibrant. So alive. So playful, she chuckled softly. I mean, no matter how young a world will appears, they're always at least millions of years old. But Leia? She feels like a 12-year-old girl who never had to grow up, and I prefer her that way, Noah added with a wry grin. I honestly can't imagine her acting like some ancient wise being. Noelle laughed again, then, silence fell between them. A calm, comfortable silence, but it didn't last. Noelle, Noah said suddenly, I have a request. What is it? He paused briefly. Will you accept to become an inhabitant of my world? He asked. Noelle blinked, slightly surprised, before understanding immediately. Will you gain something if I do? She asked. Already knowing the answer, yes, I accept, she said instantly, and that was all it took. In that moment, something shifted in the space itself. Lei, still playing, suddenly stopped, her head snapped toward Noelle, and without any hesitation, she teleported in front of her and hugged her tightly. Finally. Lei cried, her grin so wide it looked like her face would burst from joy. Now that Noelle was part of the world, part of her people, there was no more fear of separation. No more leaving. No more distance. Noah smiled at the sight, then looked at Noelle and mouthed a silent thank you. Before disappearing, giving them space, Noah reappeared back in his bedroom. But before he could even sit and wait for his wives, he stopped mid-step, his eyes falling on a strange, unexpected sight. He tilted his head slightly. What are you doing? He asked calmly. Justicia was sitting on his bed, completely naked, a deep blush colored her cheeks. She had come here fueled by a burst of desperate, overwhelming determination, but now, in front of the man himself, she felt ashamed, embarrassed, and yet, more than anything, aroused. She, a celestial. She, a being of divine status worshipped by countless mortals. She, who could obliterate a low-tier world without blinking, she was now naked in front of a mortal, but not just any mortal. The one who had slain her champion, the one who had destroyed her lover, the one who had humiliated her, the one who had enslaved her, and the worst part, even with all that pain, anger, and humiliation bubbling inside her heart, there was one overpowering feeling, lust. She wanted, craved, needed. She wanted to know what it felt like to have him inside her. She had watched him for 6 years. 6 years of endless, brutal, passionate fucking. 6 years of hearing moans, seeing bodies convulse in pleasure, of seeing that thick, veiny cock stretch the holes of proud women until they forgot who they were. 6 years of watching it all. She couldn't bear it anymore. Slowly, Justicia stood up, then dropped to her knees. She kneeled in front of Noah Weaverheart, the man who had ruined her life, and, with a trembling voice, please, please, fuck me. Noah looked at her. Calm. Still, he didn't grin, he didn't mock, he simply walked closer and knelt down in front of her. Gently, he raised her chin with a single finger, forcing her golden, trembling eyes to meet his glowing white runic ones. You want me to fuck you? He asked quietly. Justicia nodded. Me, the one who killed Elijah? Your champion? Your lover. This time, she hesitated, but even with her hands shaking, even with her shame burning, she nodded again, less firm, but undeniably true. Noah stared at her. Do you hate me? He asked. He could have asked the system and known instantly. But he didn't. He wanted to hear it from her. He wanted her truth. Justicia, he asked once more, softly, do you hate me? She remained still. The question wasn't hard. What confused her was that she didn't know the answer. Her mind screamed yes, her heart whispered no, and as always, between the mind and the heart only one truly wins, and that damned organ that gets people into the worst decisions of their lives, it won. I don't hate you. Justicia whispered, so please, make me yours, and at those words, Noah finally smiled. As you will, my dear slave. Because didn't he already say it before? He wasn't Rome, he was something far greater. Chapter 225, Timey, R18, Rome had done something similar to Noah, or maybe it was the opposite, but that's not the point. The point was for him, Emmy had never felt anything. Decades together meant nothing. There was no bond, no sexual desire, no love. All Emmy felt towards him was hatred, only that, raw, bitter, and growing day by day until that fateful day when without any remorse, she killed him mercilessly while looking at him dead in the eyes. But Noah was different. He had murdered Justicia's lover right in front of her. Then, he broke her will and enslaved her without any hesitation. Just one of these acts would be enough to make any woman loathe a man for eternity, yet here she was kneeling while naked, shivering and begging the killer of her soulmate to fuck her. It was sensational to say the least, and as these thoughts settled inside his mind, Noah stared at Justicia, letting the silence hum with tension before finally walking to his bed and sitting at the edge, his white runic eyes glowing with intensity, lips curved in that teasing, knowing smile. Do you want it that much? He asked, voice smooth and calm. Yes I do. Justicia whispered like a prayer. Then come get it, my dear slave. Noah said with a deep and husky voice. Those words came from the deepest pit of lust. They didn't sound human. They sounded like sin had taken a voice and decided to mock the divine. Justicia trembled violently, her breath hitched, her body spasmed in heat as she began crawling, slow, hungry, and needy. Every inch she moved left a trail of her wetness behind. Her pussy was soaked, leaking juice that dripped onto Noah's pristine white floor. It wasn't silent. Ploppy of the sticky,
filthy sound echoed like a perverted drumbeat, and Noah noticed. Of course, he did, he saw it. Heard it. Smelled her, his cock twitched. Then it throbbed. And then it hardened fast, hard, unforgiving, like it had a mind of its own, because no matter what else life had to offer. The sight of a prideful, once powerful woman crawling for his cock, that was something Noah couldn't get tired of. There was something cruelly beautiful or maybe even sacred in seeing a woman who stood tall, proud, and untouchable in front of the world, now reduced to a trembling, leaking slut who only bent for you and not for anyone else. That's the kind of woman worth ruining the world for. By the time Justicia reached him, she didn't wait, she didn't even ask, she immediately started to undo his pants like a madwoman, desperate, fingers trembling with hunger. When she finally freed it, Noah's thick, fat, veiny cock sprung out like a monster finally released from its cage. The scent alone hit her. Heavy, masculine, primal, her mouth fell open. Her eyes went hazy. Her thighs clenched. Her pussy gushed again, finally. She muttered like she'd found salvation. Noah tilted his head slightly. Still smiling. What are you waiting for? She looked up. He didn't need to repeat himself. In your mouth. He could have slapped her, and it wouldn't have hit harder than those 3 words. She opened wide and took him in. All of him. No hesitation, her throat stretched unnaturally, but she didn't care. Her tongue swirled, her mouth drooled, her eyes rolled, she gagged. She choked. She sucked like a woman who'd been starved for years and just found her first real meal. Wet, obscene, slurping noises filled the room. Noah's eyes closed. His head tilted back. The power, the filth, the heat, it was all too much, and Justicia? She wasn't stopping. She was now moaning around his cock, touching her own tits, pinching her nipples hard like she needed pain to handle the pleasure. Then an idea hit her. She pulled back with a wet pop, grabbed her enormous tits, and squeezed them tight around Noah's shaft. The moment she started sliding them up and down, fuck. Yes, Noah's moan was guttural, raw. His eyes fluttered. His hips twitched. Perfect, he muttered, eyes glued to the way her tongue teased the tip every time her breasts dropped. It was disgusting. It was gorgeous. The room smelled of lust. Their breathing was loud. Their moans layered in a symphony of filth. Minutes passed. Noah's balls clenched. His thighs tensed. I'm gonna come, he barked softly. Justicia didn't miss a beat. She lunged forward, took him back into her mouth, and he exploded. Hot, thick ropes of cum shot into her throat. And she swallowed. Every drop, no flinch. No cough. No mercy. She gulped him down like holy water, like she was dying and he was the only thing keeping her alive. P.O.P. His cock slipped out of her mouth, still twitching. He opened his eyes to see her sitting there, mouth open, a little cum dripping down the side of her lips and looking at him like a girl desperate for praise. I did good, right? Her eyes screamed. Noah smiled at this, then stood. All his clothes vanished in a blink, and Justicia's eyes widened in glee. Finally, she was finally going to get what she wanted. He walked over and crouched and lifted her like a princess before carrying her to the bed. He laid her down gently, then leaned in, lips near her ear. Tell me, how do you want it? Justicia froze slightly at this question, then suddenly her face turned crimson. She avoided his gaze like a shy schoolgirl, which only made it filthier somehow. Noah tilted his head. Tell me. I won't judge, he said with a small teasing smile. She bit her lip, heart pounding. Then, barely louder than a breath, she whispered, tie me. He blinked. What? She swallowed hard. Then screamed it, tie me and fuck me. This time, he heard it, loud and clear. Chapter 226, Pure Pain, R18, warning. Don't read if you are not fan of BDSM and things like that. Noah was stunned, not because of the words themselves, but because of who said them. Justicia, the goddess of light and justice, the celestial. Who the fuck would have thought Justicia was into BDSM? But that unexpected discovery made something inside him snap, no, flare. A raw, twisted urge shot up inside him. An itch to do the most obscene, depraved things he could think of, things even he hadn't dared with his wives. His dick got rock hard instantly, so hard it looked inhuman, the veins pulsing like coiling serpents about to slither out of his skin. He stepped closer. Slow and heavy, until his lips were just an inch from hers. The tension in the air was thick enough to choke on. Justicia couldn't even concentrate anymore. Her eyes were stuck on his lips like they were the only thing that existed in the whole world. Soft. Beautiful. Inviting. But what she really wanted, how would it feel if he ate my pussy? That question screamed through her head so loudly,
she almost moaned from just thinking about it. She was just a breath away from begging him to put his mouth on her dripping pussy when, "Do you wish me to tie you?" Noah asked, voice calm and dangerous, "Yes." Her response was instant. No pause. Noah smirked, "Then you better be ready to feel a lot of things. Even the painful ones." "That's all I want," Justicia replied, her voice sharp, her eyes burning. "Take me. Do whatever you want with my body. Break me even if you want." She meant it. Every filthy word. She was here to be used. To be destroyed. To be utterly fucked until the only thing she could remember was the shape of Noah's cock and the sound of his voice breaking her apart. "I'm all yours," she said, and then she kissed him, not gently. Not with sweetness, it was messy, hot, and loud, a kiss born out of lust, not love. Her arms wrapped around his neck, her legs locked around his waist like a prisoner clutching her captor. Her pussy, dripping wet and hot like a fever. Pressed directly onto Noah's cock still hidden behind fabric, and she let out a guttural moan into his mouth. His dick was burning. Heavy. Thick. She could feel it clearly. It made her pussy clench hard. She was so fucking ready to be ruined by it. After a few seconds, they finally pulled away. Noah looked at her, no words, just heat. "You ready?" He didn't wait. His bed vanished. In its place, a simple wooden table appeared, dark, smooth, and the perfect size for what he had in mind, and Justicia was already on it, her arms stretched wide and shackled down. Same with her legs, spread open so wide she couldn't even move an inch. She was completely helpless, naked. Fully exposed, and the chains, she couldn't break them, she couldn't do nothing about them, but instead of panic her pussy gushed. The moment the realization hit that she was chained, vulnerable, unable to run, her body betrayed her. Wetness poured out of her like her pussy had been waiting for this all her life. The wooden table beneath her thighs got wet almost instantly, soaked, ah. She moaned sharp, breathy, delirious. Noah chuckled darkly. She was a perfect little masochist. A pretty toy just waiting to be broken in every possible way. And if that's what she liked, if pain and humiliation got her pussy flooding like this, then so be it. He took a slow step forward. Justicia's eyes twitched. "What? What are you going to do to me?" she asked, voice trembling from anticipation, not fear. Noah grinned. "Let's cover that mouth first." He was about to summon something simple, maybe a magic gag or something similar, when Justicia's voice snapped through the air again. "Please. Please use your underwear. Choke me with it." Noah froze. For a second, he didn't move. Hell, he even forgot to breathe. He looked at her properly chained, naked, eyes glazed with pure lust, lips red and swollen, begging to be choked with the very thing he'd worn between his thighs. That's when he realized he was still being too soft, too tame. Justicia didn't want light domination. She didn't want teasing, she wanted degeneracy. Filth. She wanted to be violated, degraded, dragged to the edge of consciousness and back, treated like a whore so disgusting even the gods would look away. She wanted him to lose control, to go places not even his wives had seen. He smirked, "As you want." He snapped his fingers, his black underwear appeared in his hand, still soaked with the scent of his cock, still humid from wearing it, and without a word, he shoved it into her mouth, stuffed it in deep until her gag reflex kicked in and she could barely make a sound. Then he tied the rest around her head, pulling it tight enough that her throat bulged around the fabric. Her eyes rolled back as the scent assaulted her. Her hips jerked violently. A fresh wave of arousal gushed out from her pussy and trickled down the side of the table. Noah snapped his fingers. A dozen objects appeared in a flash: a whip, leather cuffs, sharp ice, nipple clamps, glass dildos, metal plugs, vibrating eggs, a thick black collar, and several other things designed to destroy sanity. He took a thick, curved dildo and, without warning, shoved it deep inside Justicia's soaked pussy. MMHHHHH. A wild, muffled cry burst from her throat as her back arched high. She tried to scream. Tried to move. But nothing, she couldn't even twitch her arms. She was blindfolded. Silenced, restrained, she couldn't move, she couldn't speak, she couldn't see. She could only feel, and then came more. Before she could even process the dildo, Noah took a sharp piece of ice, pushed it deep into her pussy, and shoved the dildo further in, locking the ice in place inside her. Her body jolted violently. The sudden cold ripped a strangled moan from deep inside her lungs. Then he placed ice directly on her nipples. She went mad, her entire body screamed, her nerves short-circuited, every inch of her was overwhelmed. Heat and cold, stretch and sting, more muffled screams echoed. Her head thrashed. Her pussy leaked more and more, now coating her thighs. The table, even dripping to the floor. Noah stared at her. This broken, desperate thing beneath him. She wanted this, then so be it. He wasn't going to show mercy anymore. Her pussy was filled. Her mouth was gagged, only her ass was untouched, and Noah wasn't about to leave it that way. He spread her cheeks, revealing her tight, untouched asshole, still a virgin, both pussy and ass actually. He smiled, wicked and cruel, as he summoned a fat, hard dildo, at least 5 inches thick, brutal and unforgiving, and he shoved it in, lol. The way her body went stiff, her mouth let out a sound that was barely human, a deep, strangled, muffled scream that made the entire room vibrate. It was pain, overwhelming, soul-splitting pain. Her body trembled violently, spasming. Behind the blindfold, her eyes flew open in shock and pain, her tears spilling sideways. If she wasn't a mythic rank being, she would have been bleeding from her ass by now. But the most insane part, the part that made Noah's cock twitch with sick delight, even after all that pain, Justicia came, violently, her body convulsed, her pussy gushing in waves, soaking the entire table in cum. Noah blinked. Goodness me, he whispered. He smiled. I really got myself a masochist. Chapter 227. It was beautiful. R18. Justicia was trembling violently on the table, her entire body twitching in overwhelming ecstasy. All of her holes were filled and stuffed, stretched, used, but Noah still wasn't satisfied. He walked slowly, quietly, each step soundless as he moved behind her head, completely unnoticed, which is why Justicia jumped in surprise when suddenly Noah pulled out the underwear from her mouth, the very same one that had silenced her moans and freed her lips. Cough, cough, why, she gasped, struggling to breathe as the taste of Noah's scent lingered in her throat. But Noah didn't answer. He simply grabbed her head, pulled her up slightly, and slammed his cock into her mouth, deep. Brutal. Without warning, her throat bulged unnaturally as his thick dick plunged all the way in, stretching her neck so wide you could clearly see the outline of it pushing past her skin. The sight alone was vile and beautiful. Justicia trembled violently again, not in fear, but in shock. Another jolt of pain and pleasure shot through her. Another wave of unbearable intensity rising in her belly, and just as she was about to come, "You're not allowed to come without my permission," Noah's voice echoed through the room like a command from a god. Deep. Cold. Filled with lust and domination, the moment those words hit her ears, something inside Justicia locked. Her climax froze. She couldn't come. She was right there, on the very edge, the tension unbearable, her body begging for release. But she wasn't allowed. It was like being suspended in hell, like being denied oxygen while drowning in heat. She gagged around his cock. Ghhk, gag. The sounds coming from her throat were obscene, raw, humiliating, a wet mix of desperation and filth. She tried to talk. Tried to beg. Tried to say anything that might convince Noah to let her explode, but she couldn't say a word, not with his massive cock shoved so deep in her throat that her mind was fogged by nothing but gagging, pressure, and the taste of him. The sounds got wetter, dirtier, and Noah, he just got harder. He slammed deeper into her throat, eyes half-lidded as he listened to her gag on him like a broken whore. And then, something snapped inside her. Behind the blindfold, Justicia's eyes flew wide open in pure, blazing pleasure. For her, pain meant pleasure, and right now? She was feeling so much pleasure, she couldn't hold it anymore. She wasn't even allowed to come, but her body didn't care. Her body trembled, her muscles twitched, her soul screamed. She couldn't handle it. Seconds later, Noah finally pulled his cock from her throat. It came out with a wet, nasty pop. Justicia gasped for air, her chest rising and falling in erratic waves. Her lungs were burning, but she didn't waste time catching her breath. No, she had something more important to say. Please, please. Let me come, she begged, voice hoarse and wrecked, her body still twitching, her cunt still clenching around nothing. She needed it. She needed release. If she stayed in this state any longer, she felt like her sanity would break. Noah watched her with a smirk. Why should I let you come, huh? He said, his voice calm and cruel as he began gently caressing her body. He started with her breasts, squeezing them, folding them into any shape he wanted like they were his personal toys. Then he lowered his mouth and sucked on them, his tongue flicking her nipples with deliberate slowness, and all of this he did it from behind her head, standing above her, dick still throbbing next to her face, while she begged with tears in her voice. Master, please. She whimpered, her voice shattered, broken, but her arousal only grew. It was contradictory, twisted, filthy. She wanted to come, but at the same time, she wanted this torment to continue. The denial was making her hornier. The pain was feeding her pleasure. She didn't know if she wanted to be freed or ruined forever. She was in complete dilemma, but still, she kept begging. If you want release, Noah said, do something to deserve it. His voice had turned almost cruel now. Cold. Icy, but Justicia didn't hesitate. I'll do whatever you want me to do, she screamed, instantly. No pause. No shame, Noah smiled. You're already doing whatever I want. He said that calmly. Then he ignored her pleas, because he knew exactly the kind of masochist she was, and as a respectable man, he was going to satisfy her twisted little kink to the very depths of hell. He kept touching her, exploring her body, groping her curves, pressing kisses against her silky skin. Her celestial body was divine, soft, tight, smooth like forbidden silk. Touching her feels like a blessing, but touching her pussy, that was a something Noah wanted to know the feeling of, and he couldn't hold back anymore. He had played the cruel game long enough, teasing, choking, tormenting her for the sake of pleasure, but now, he wanted to fuck. He returned to his spot directly in front of Justicia's soaked, leaking pussy. He pulled out both dildos, one from her cunt, one from her ass, and shoved his underwear back into her mouth like she wanted. Justicia didn't react. Her mind was too far gone, too high on pleasure to register what was happening. And then, you can come now, Noah's voice dropped like a holy decree, a sentence passed from God to sinner, and that was it, that was all she needed. The moment those words touched her ears, her entire body exploded, her muscles clenched, her back arched. Her pussy squirted violently, a fountain of hot, sticky cum spraying all over the table and splashing onto Noah's chest and stomach. She didn't care, she didn't even notice. All that mattered was that she finally came, and the sensation was so good she thought she might die from it. But she didn't even get the chance to breathe, because the very next second, Noah's cock slammed into her pussy with a brutal thrust that hit her womb directly. Fuck. Noah moaned, eyes closed, savoring the tightness. He wasn't disappointed. Her pussy was celestial, soft, wet yet hungry, wrapping around him like the sun wrapped around the earth, like light wrapped around shadow. He took a second. Just one, then he started pounding her, hard. Deep. Ruthless. Justicia couldn't move. Couldn't scream. Couldn't even see. She could only feel, and what she was feeling was like divine punishment. Her gagged, muffled moans echoed loud and raw. Wet slaps filled the room. His cock drove into her again and again, slamming deep against her insides like a battering ram. After several minutes, Noah changed positions. Instantly, Justicia's restraints shifted, now hanging from chains by her arms, her body lifted off the floor. Her legs were spread wide again, suspended by chains, her body swinging just slightly, and Noah stepped forward and slammed into her again, fucking her like never before. Behind her blindfold, her eyes rolled back. Her mouth was dripping saliva. His underwear still stuffed deep inside. Her entire body was shaking. What a degenerate sight, and it only got filthier because seconds later Noah changed holes. He stopped fucking her pussy and started sodomizing her. That's right, Noah was now sodomizing Justicia. The Celestial. The goddess of light and justice, the woman who once ruled the skies with divine wrath, was now being fucked in the ass like a lowly slave, gagged, restrained, blinded, and she was loving every second of it. She begged. She moaned. She whimpered, and she accepted everything, just like the slave she had become, and truly, it was beautiful. Chapter 228, The Disciple of Noah. Meanwhile, while Noah was busy fucking Justicia senseless, his subordinates scattered across the Shadow Realm had finally finished their mission. They had worked for 3 years. 3 whole years away from their homes, their families, and their own world. 3 years of struggling to adapt, to blend, to become invisible among the shadows. 3 years of constant battles, of navigating the slippery, violent politics of entire domains. 3 years of relentless espionage and wearing masks, sometimes literally, among creatures that reeked of corruption and madness. 3 years spent living with the presence of an original's breath constantly crawling down their spine. Like a silent noose, all in all, it had been 3 years of transformation. 3 years that had hardened each of them, changed them, matured them beyond their own expectations, and now, they could all feel it. The time to return was near. Mortis's domain, the territory of dusk, inside the main castle dominating the entire territory. Eric, though no one here called him that anymore, sat within a lavish room that screamed absurd, decadent luxury, and when I say luxurious, I mean truly luxurious. The bed, the floor, the ceiling, the walls, every surface was made from the skin of a supreme-rank Shadow King beast, the elephant claw of depth, a beast so powerful, so ancient, and so rare that barely anyone had seen it in person, let alone slain it.
Yet here, its remains decorated a single man's room, Duskworn's room, and Duskworn himself? He sat there calmly on the bed, pale hand resting lightly over his chest, his mind adrift in thought like this had all become normal to him, and maybe it had. After all, it had been 3 years since he took up residence here. 3 years since Erica Dusk made him her champion. I've really been lucky to be chosen by her, Eric thought, eyes half-lidded in a mix of contentment and reflection. He lay on the softest part of the bed, staring at the ceiling, remembering the day he was selected, and everything that followed. Truthfully, it hadn't been bad, in fact, it had been wonderful. Since becoming her champion, all he did was train, grow, and fight other commanders' champions. And he wasn't tossed into those battles blind. Erica herself had trained him. Personally. Intensively, she gave him everything he needed, and more. SSS rank skills rained down on him like candy. Arcane secrets whispered like bedtime stories. Forbidden manuals placed in his hand without hesitation. 3 years ago, he was nothing more than a peak S rank mortal. Now Eric was a SSS rank being. Just a step away from a supreme, he smiled faintly as he raised one pale hand into the air. He didn't channel mana. He didn't chant. He didn't even move a finger, and yet shadows bloomed. A thick, rolling wave of darkness filled the room, as if responding to his very breath. They surged to his hand, wrapped around it, twisted into a vortex of motion, and then began to compress, and in seconds, above his palm floated a flower, a shadow-made flower. Its petals were wide and soft-looking, trumpet-shaped, made of nothing but shadow, yet they glowed with a gentle, silvery white hue. Elegant. Pure. Radiating a strange and haunting serenity, the dusk flower, a flower that had only ever bloomed in one place, Erica's territory, because it had only existed for 3 years, because Eric had created it. I made it, for her, he thought, lips curling with a quiet grin. Why? Because he'd picked up a few things after spending enough time under Noah's influence. Especially one of Noah's more dangerous traits, his flirty, shameless trait, to survive in this world, to gather information, to gain power. Eric had used everything, his charm, his empathy, his cocky smile, and yes, his body. When necessary, he seduced a divine. A being far above mortals in every way. He didn't plan to, but it worked. And once it started working, he kept going. After all, when Noah is your role model, you don't fear impossible conquests. Eric still remembered asking Noah how he succeeded in seducing Sophie. Noah had laughed and replied, I made her a blue ice lotus and she fell for me like I was her prince riding a blue dragon. He said it like a joke, but it stuck with Eric. That seed of inspiration bloomed into a literal flower. Still, a flower wasn't enough, so Eric leaned into the intimacy they shared during training. He became someone constant. Someone supportive. Someone close, because even goddesses get lonely. Even a divine like Erica, for all her power, had no one to call a companion. No one to lean on, until him. He was the first person she treated not as a subordinate, but as a partner. It had been difficult. So damn difficult. She was a divine. He was just a mortal, but maybe that was why it worked. After all, there's something intoxicating about the forbidden. A divine falling for a mortal? A commander loving her own subordinate. It wasn't explicitly forbidden, but it was certainly frowned upon, and forbidden things always tempt the most, especially if the mortal in question was relentless. Gentle. Charming. And clever enough to know exactly how to be irreplaceable, and so, eventually, my dear. A soft, sultry voice murmured beside him. Eric didn't even need to turn. But he did, just to see her beautiful face again. Erica. She approached and lay down beside him on the massive bed, head resting against his chest as she stared at the dusk flower above his hand. You still haven't told me how you thought of that flower, she said with curiosity lacing her smile. Eric chuckled softly. I picked the idea up from a friend of mine. Erica blinked. That was new. He never spoke of his past. Or anyone from his life before her. She leaned closer, her finger tracing soft circles on his chest. You've never told me about any of your people. Tell me, what kind of friend is he? She asked. If anyone from Dusk territory walked in now, they'd assume they were hallucinating. A divine lying like a lover beside a mortal? Stroking him gently? Asking questions like an enamored girlfriend. Unbelievable. Eric paused, trying to find the words. Noah was too many things. Unpredictable. Brilliant. Terrifying. Ridiculous. He wasn't even sure there were proper words to describe him. So in the end, Eric just spoke the first thing that came to his mind instinctively: he is an abomination. And at those words, Erica's eyes widened instantly. She bolted upright, her body trembling slightly, her gaze fixed on Eric like a hawk locked on a prey. "What did you just say?" she asked. Her voice was not soft anymore. Chapter 229, What Love Can Do. At Eric's words, Erica couldn't help but react sharply, almost instinctively. She didn't do it on purpose, it just happened. Because the word he said, the word abomination, wasn't a word you just casually mentioned. It had been years since the confirmed birth of a new one. The third abomination's identity remained a mystery. And yet, her master Lord Mortis had ordered every commander under his control to search, to observe, to find clues about the being that carried that title. So when Eric said it, when he let that word slip without hesitation, something in Erica's body flinched. A wild thought surfaced: irrational, impossible, and utterly baseless. But it clung to her like a parasite. Could her lover, could he actually know the third abomination? It made no sense. But that didn't matter, so she asked again, sharper this time, voice strained with tension. "What did you just say?" Eric blinked at her, confused, genuinely confused. "I said, he is an Ab's lover," Eric replied, tilting his head as if wondering whether she'd bumped her own. "Why are you suddenly acting like this?" he asked. The response threw Erica completely off balance. For a good 2 seconds, she didn't know whether to be furious or embarrassed. She thought he was mocking her, but as she stared at his innocent, genuinely puzzled expression, she couldn't help but feel maybe, just maybe, she misheard. You didn't say abomination," she asked again, this time more calmly. "Why would I say that?" Eric raised his brows. "Why would I call my friend an abomination? That's a vile word." He paused, then added with a completely straight face, "I only said he's an Ab's lover. I mean, not for men. For women." Obviously, then he stopped talking. He didn't laugh. He didn't smirk. He just stared at her. "Why'd you act like that?" he asked again, this time seriously, those deep black eyes fixed on hers. Erica sighed softly and finally looked away. She felt bad, because truly, she hadn't meant to act like that. It had been pure instinct, one born of ancient memories and deep-rooted fear. That word, that name carried weight, to beings like her, to commanders who served originals directly. The word abomination wasn't just a title, it was primordial. It was like whispering to the origin of everything. Something so powerful, so uncontrollable, that even the originals themselves tread carefully around such entities. She sighed again, her body relaxing slightly as she leaned back into Eric's chest. "I'm sorry, my dear," she murmured. "It's just, I thought you said a particular term, abomination." "Yeah, I noticed." Eric's voice was calm. "What does that word mean to you, that it made you act like that?" he asked, more curious than suspicious. Erica didn't answer immediately. She hadn't expected him to be aware of what the word really meant, and truthfully, Eric wasn't aware, because not many knew Noah's true status. Not even Eric, his own friend. Noah never hid it on purpose, he just didn't care to say it, because to him, that title wasn't something he felt worthy of yet. Not something he'd earned. But Eric, over 3 years of living alone, hiding, adapting, learning to think like a manipulator, he had picked up survival instincts of his own. He knew how to fake, he knew how to shift a conversation with ease, and more importantly, he knew how to fool people who loved him. So when he noticed Erica's reaction to the word, he didn't flinch, he didn't argue, he flipped the meaning. Smoothly. Calmly. Believably, tch. That was close, he thought, watching her return to his chest. Relieved, he sighed internally. Even just talking about that guy almost got me in trouble. Fucking Noah. Even his name's a walking disaster. Erica interrupted his thoughts. "I don't think you're ready yet to hear about what they truly are," she said softly, "but I'll tell you one thing." Her voice trailed into a whisper. "They are beings with obscene power and potential." And with that, she fell silent again. Eric didn't press further. The room quieted, filled only with the gentle sound of her breath as she lay there. Relaxed. Trusting. Her head on his chest, her body wrapped around the only being in this realm who made her feel like a woman and not just a killing machine built to serve an original's will. Eric stared at the ceiling. His mind far away, he had gained strength. He had gathered information, but allies, he had none. Even Erica, she wasn't truly his. Not yet. She loved him, yes. But she didn't know why he had come here. Or who he had come for, and so, before returning to Lay, there was one thing he still wanted to test: Erica. He murmured, "Yes, my dear, how much do you love me?" he asked. The question stunned her. It was sudden. Too sudden. So out of place that she had to look up at him, her eyes blinking in surprise. Their faces were inches apart now. She could feel his breath on her lips, and in that moment, she knew he was serious. "I love you more than you can imagine," she answered sincerely, "more than you've ever loved anyone. You are the first," she whispered. Eric nodded slowly. "And if one day I betray you," he asked softly, "I will imprison you eternally inside my chambers." She replied with a disturbingly gentle smile, "You will never see light of the day again." Well, whatever passes for day in this shadow-shrouded realm, Eric's lips twitched slightly at that. Still, he preferred imprisonment over execution. "Always look at the bright side. You love me more than this entire territory, yes?" "I do," she answered without hesitation. "If it were just me, I wouldn't even be here." Ruling over these people, warmth bloomed inside Eric's chest. He reached out and began stroking her cheek with care, tenderly, slowly. Erica's eyes closed. This was the reason she couldn't let him go. Couldn't let him leave. He had awakened something in her she didn't know she could feel. Love, he was her first, and in her mind, her last. But Eric's voice echoed again. "Do you love me more than your loyalty to Lord Mortis?" he asked. That froze her completely. She looked at him. His gaze was still soft, but serious. He wasn't joking, and suddenly, she didn't know how to answer. She wanted to say yes, but she couldn't throw away eons of loyalty like it was nothing. Even for him, conflicted, she looked down. She couldn't look him in the eye. Not right now, because she feared what she'd see there: disappointment. Pain, but Eric, he was satisfied. This reaction was already more than he needed. It told him everything, and just as he was about to speak. "Little bastard. Time to come back and see Daddy," a voice rang through his head, playful, cocky, arrogant. Noah's voice. It was time to return to Lay, and it was the perfect timing. Eric quickly raised Erica's chin, making her meet his gaze once more. He smiled. "I'll give you time to think about it," he whispered. "When we meet again, please tell me your answer." And with those final words, he vanished, disappeared on the spot. Erica blinked in disbelief. Duskworn, her voice trembled. She searched the room, eyes wide, dazed and uncertain. But he was gone, and for the first time in a long time, her heart cracked, and the dusk flower above her dimmed just slightly, because love wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. Love could be gentle, soothing. It could be something that saved you from the deepest pit of despair, but love could also destroy. So now the question was, what would love do to her? Chapter 230. Please, let's die. At the same time, Eric was discussing with Erica, in another part of the Shadow Realm, more precisely in the domain of the youngest original, their two, the mother-daughter duo, were getting ready to return. Maybe Puppet City, brothel of the damned. Inside one of the rooms usually occupied by prostitutes, Sari sat calmly in front of a mirror. Her appearance hadn't changed. It was still the same long black hair, the same red eyes. It was like time itself had paused for her, but nothing could be more wrong, because if you looked into her eyes, you would no longer see the usual cold indifference, the hollow gaze that told you she didn't give a damn about the world or the universe or anything in between. Now you'd see fire, burning, raging fire, a fury that wanted to erupt but had no outlet. Hatred, deep, boundless, and suffocating, had taken its place. And you'd wonder, what happened to Sari in this brothel? Well, a good question, but also an obvious one. Sari, even Esther, had underestimated the power of the shadows. They were good at hiding, too good. But in this realm, there were always those special beings. The kind who could spot you no matter what. The kind whose presence distorted everything around them, and Sari had crossed one. A being like that had found her, and it became the worst day of her life. Just remembering it made her body tremble in rage. In the mirror, the woman staring back had no softness left, only red eyes full of murder, twisted features warped by the desire to kill. "I'll kill her. I'll kill her. I'll kill her. I'll kill her." Again and again she whispered it, like a broken mantra, something to hold her together, something to remind her of who she was. Or who she wanted to be. She wanted to kill her so badly. But she was weak. She was nothing compared to that bitch, so weak that she could kill her with one hand. The only reason she was alive was because she found her pleasing. Pleasing enough to let her live. She shuddered again, not just in anger. Not just in hatred. Not just in pain, but in regret. Regret for ever being content with where she was. Regret for thinking she didn't need to chase power, that just being at her master's side was enough. Regret forever thinking it was enough. What a cursed, dangerous word. The moment you start believing you've done enough in battle, in growth, in love, in ambition, that's the exact moment you start dying, because it's never enough. Not for people like her, not in a universe like this, and the second you start to think otherwise, you become complacent. You become stagnant. You become comfortable, and comfort is the killer of progress. That's what happened to Sari, and now, here she was. An SS rank woman dreaming about killing a mythic rank monster, the one who raped her, the one who violated her soul, her power, her will, her pride, and no matter how insane it sounded, she was determined to end her even if it meant sacrificing her life. Now you might ask, why didn't she just die and return to Lay? After all, she still had the talent Noah gave her that protected her soul. She could have returned to him. Grown stronger, even become an Elisiari. Then, with Noah's help, come back and exact revenge. But here was the real question, why would she do that? She knew Noah would help her. She knew he would burn the entire Shadow Realm if she asked him to, but she didn't want that. She didn't want his help. She didn't want anyone's help. Was it foolish? Yes. She knew that, but did it matter? No, not even a little. Knock. Knock. Her thoughts were broken by the sound at the door. She turned and saw an old, wrinkled lady standing there with a disgustingly pleasant smile on her face. "My dear child," the woman said sweetly. "Your request has been accepted. Lady Bari will see you." Sari didn't answer. She stood up slowly. She took one last look in the mirror. There was no hatred in her reflection anymore. Only calm, blank indifference. She slipped into a red, sensual dress that clung to her body like it had been painted on. Sexy, elegant, seductive. Truly, she was beautiful. I understand now why Lady Bari couldn't stop herself from. The old lady started to say. She didn't need to finish. Sari already knew what she meant, but she said nothing. She walked past her without a word. "Room?" she asked. "The same room as last time," the old woman replied, that twisted smile still glued to her face. Sari's body twitched ever so slightly, but she nodded and walked straight toward that room. The same room, the one where that being had violated her. There was a twisted satisfaction for that being to meet her there again. But this time it would be different. Sari smiled. It was a murderous smile. "It's time to go home," she whispered. "Knock." "Knock? You don't have to knock, my love," a sultry voice called from behind the door. Sari took a deep breath and stepped inside. The room was exactly what you'd expect from a brothel, black and pink walls. Erotic paintings on every side, men, women, creatures, all of them fucking. Some grotesque, others strangely artistic, no taboos. This was where powerful beings came to indulge every kink, every hidden desire. And in the center of it all, a woman with pale skin, white hair, and glowing green eyes. Her body was pure sin. Her curves, her skin, her gaze, everything designed to destroy a man's self-control, except, she didn't like men. She was one of those who loved women, twisted woman who found pleasure in breaking others, turning them, forcing them to abandon their love for men and worship her instead. She smirked at Sari. "Tell me, my love," she purred. "Did you finally fall in love with the tension between two women? Is that why you called me?" She walked toward her slowly, her hips swaying seductively until they were only an inch apart. "Did you miss me?" "My tongue? My pussy," she whispered. Voice dripping with lust. "Come on, let me hear it." The more she spoke, the deeper Sari's hatred grew. Disgust. Contempt. Rage. Sari raised her eyes slowly, locking them with that filthy green gaze. She smiled. "Yes. I loved it." Her voice was soft. "Deceptive, that's why I'm here." "Lady Bari," she stepped forward, hugged her. Bari's eyes widened, she flushed red, breath catching as she grabbed Sari tightly, overwhelmed with desire. She sniffed her scent, giving a sigh of pleasure. "I'll fuck you so hard tonight. Better than any man ever could," she whispered. She didn't realize her thoughts were slowing down when she sniffed Sari's scent. She didn't realize her shadow mana was being neutralized. "Not until," Sari whispered. "Yes. Let's," then, her voice turned cold, colder than death. "Let's die." She hugged her tighter, tight enough that from a distance, they looked like lovers, and then, soul explosion. Sari detonated her soul, and all hell broke loose. Chapter 231, Forgotten by Reality. The explosion that erupted after Sari detonated her soul was maddening. In a single instant, the entire brothel of the damned was razed to the ground. Everything was destroyed. Every being below SSS rank inside that place was vaporized instantly. Only a few select SSS ranks and above managed to survive, but unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, Bari wasn't among them. Even with her mythic rank, she died, or more precisely, she was about to. Because Sari had prepared. She had prepared well. The Shadow Realm was vast. Dangerously vast. It was chaotic, twisted, and filled with all kinds of creatures and treasures.
And in a world like this, finding a potion capable of neutralizing shadow mana for a short time wasn't difficult if you were determined. And Sari had been determined. She hadn't even tried to obtain the full potion, she just wanted a key component of it. And after that she used her own ingenuity, her hatred, her obsession, and turned that piece into a subtle scent, nearly undetectable by anyone. Then she wore it. Yes, it also suppressed her own shadow mana. But that didn't matter, she wasn't going to use shadow mana anyway, she was going to explode her soul. Literally. Without hesitation. Without remorse, and this act of her surprised greatly Bari. It had been so sudden, so out of place, that Bari had been caught completely off guard. She didn't die instantly, but she was already teetering on the edge. Just one more step and she was done. Sari too hadn't died immediately thanks to the talent Noah had given her. One that instinctively protected her soul. But it wouldn't be enough for long. Still, before she vanished from existence, there was something she needed to do. She had to make sure Bari died first, even if it was out of spite, especially because it was out of spite. Sari took a step forward, slow, heavy, painful. Her body was obliterated. No flesh remained. Only bones, cracking, disintegrating. Her chest was torn open, her barely beating heart clearly visible. The pain she was feeling was so much that she was numb to it. Her face was gone. Disfigured beyond recognition. Right now, she didn't look like a woman. She looked like a vengeful demoness from the deepest pit of hell. She stumbled. Fell forward and landed on Bari, who was still barely clinging to life, her mind short-circuited from the shock. Why? Bari managed to ask, her mouth half destroyed. She didn't understand. Didn't get what she'd done to deserve this. To her, taking women, forcing herself on them, wasn't rape. It was liberation from men, because men were trash, she'd always said. Women belonged with women. It was a twisted thought. Maybe that's a belief. Maybe that's a preference, and fair enough, but why force it? Why force yourself on someone? Why impose your pain, your disgust, your vision onto others? Why? And that same question, Sari asked it too. Why? She whispered, echoing Bari's own confusion. Two people. Both confused. Both unable to understand the other, but it was far too late for understanding now. Sari summoned the last ounce of strength she had left and reached forward toward Bari's still beating heart. She didn't have the strength to crush it, so instead, she tore the already fragile heart free, and ate it. Yes, Sari ate the divine heart of the mythic rank being who violated her, and by doing that, she killed her, fully. Finally, at once, a rush of contentment, of pure, unfiltered freedom washed over her, and in that moment, her soul, barely held together by Noah's gift, began to crack. To unravel. She was about to die, and for good, as no one can revive something that didn't even left behind a soul, but the ones who bore witness to everything under heaven and earth are never late, they are always on time. A profound, thunderous chime rang out in her mind, and time itself stopped. The record spoke. Sorry. As a SS rank being, you have slain a mythic rank. You did it with courage. With rage. With resolve. With pure, naked hatred. You didn't just kill her. You devoured her divine heart, a feat so rare, it echoes across time. You are worthy, title obtained, the one forgotten by reality. Your talent has evolved due to your title, forgotten, unique. You have obtained a new physique, shadow of Ubli. You have absorbed the power of Barilame, the shadow of vision. You have obtained the talent, heavenly shadow's eyes, unique. Your soul has ascended, your name is etched in the records. We acknowledge you, choose your domain. Choose your authority. And step into the supreme. A pause, then one final message. Congratulations, Sari. Mother-in-law of the record's favorite, and with that, the record fell silent, but time had not resumed. Her body, or what was left of it, disintegrated into dust. Her soul, now weightless shadowy dust, gathered slowly into one place, then began the rebirth. Flesh, blood, bone, muscle, created anew, a body formed, floating midair. Elegant, tall, divine. It resembled her old self, but with a single crucial difference. Her hair and eyes, they were longer black and red, they were now transparent, a shifting veil between existence and non-existence, a soul that could not be seen. A presence forgotten by the very fabric of reality itself. She had become invisible. Unless she willed to be seen, she couldn't be found, not by any living being, not by any eye beneath the heavens, except those who were truly far beyond her. She was now something else, the perfect spy, a force birthed in pain. Shaped by hatred.
And molded by vengeance, the transformation ended. A new Sari stood silently in the ruins of the brothel, and before she could even breathe, "Dear mother-in-law, time to see your handsome son-in-law," a voice echoed in her mind. She smiled, a beautiful, terrifying smile. "It's indeed time to go back home." And so, she vanished, returning to lay. Chapter 232, Obscenity. Sari finally disappeared, leaving behind a broken land. A land shattered by her vengeance, her hatred, her spite. She had come to this place to gather information, nothing more, but instead, she got an experience that could have broken her. That could have turned her into a trembling, traumatized woman, afraid to ever step into the dark again. But she didn't let that happen. She didn't allow pity. Didn't allow excuses. She simply accepted her mistake, her foolishness of once being content with her level and power, and decided to end the life of the one who did all that to her. And in the end, what did she get? Ascension. She obtained a power so unique, so obscure and singular, that given enough time, Sari might become something the entire universe will fear, because she cannot be seen. And tell me, how do you act against a being you cannot even perceive? You don't. You simply can't. That's the nature of this universe. There are two paths. The path of mana, where you grind endlessly, evolve step by step. Crawl through the dirt and rise little by little, and then there's the path of achievement, the path of madness. Do the impossible. Defy the rules. Stab reality in the eye and get rewarded, and the more insane your feats, the more absurd your rewards. It's a dangerous path. One that doesn't promise safety, but it promises glory. If you survive, that is, at the end of that road, you'll become something monstrous. Something obscene, but you know what's more obscene? It's the fact that Noah can take everything Sari just earned and share it with himself, her talents, her physique, her title, all of it, and not just copy it, but own a version 10,000s of times stronger. So imagine for just 1 second what Noah could become if he claimed all those gifts, but not as they are, no, at 10,000 times their quality, truly. I do not dare to even think about it. But one thing is certain, abomination, fuck that, he'll become something entirely beyond that. Something this universe has never seen. Something not even the records would know how to define, something for which no word has yet been invented. And this is only the beginning. Let's rewind for a moment. Just as Sari was about to meet Bari and explode her soul into holy hellfire, not far from her, her daughter was undergoing a unique experience of her own. Esther had chosen, or perhaps been forced, to go to the casino district. To blend in with the scum. To breathe among the lowborn, the criminals, the addicts, the degenerates, all to gather information. You'd think it was simple. That it was just a quick recon mission. It wasn't. Between the daily fights inside the casino due to debts, the thieves crawling through the walls to rob the vault, the illegal drugs circulating freely, the bastards who tried to force themselves on workers every single night, she had to survive all of that while only being SS rank in a realm where SS ranked beings were barely worth acknowledging. But still, she succeeded. Barely, painfully, but still. She did. She dodged the hungry eyes of would-be rapists. She escaped brawls that escalated into full-blown battles between SSS rank beings. She resisted drugs designed to enslave your mind after a single whiff, and in the middle of all that chaos, she gathered what she came for: information. Details. Whispers, at least, that's what she believed, until now, in a space of pure shadows but gold with strange shadows, reflective like obsidian mirrors. Esther stood, her back drenched in sweat. Her whole body shaking in dread as she faced the being before her, a small girl. Cute, almost doll-like. Smiling at Esther with the same gleeful curiosity a cat has after cornering a mouse. It might have looked adorable to anyone else, to Esther, it was terrifying. How curious. Sylphra tilted her head, still smiling that twisted little smile. How very curious, to think someone like you was walking in the heart of my domain, and I only now realize it, she mused, her tone playful, her eyes gleaming with predatory interest, and Sylphra had every reason to be curious, because let's not forget, Esther was not born a shadow, she had been human. A simple human. And only because of a unique title granted by the records, she was slowly being transformed, yes, not yet fully converted. She was currently 85% shadow, 15% human, just enough for the others in this territory to ignore the difference. But not Sylphra, she had noticed. She hadn't caught Sari because Sari had used a special item given by Shadiva. Something that masked her entirely, making her presence register as a full shadow. But Esther, she didn't think she needed it.
She thought she was already a shadow, she thought she was Noah's shadow, and that decision, it came back to bite her. Tell me, Silphra asked sweetly, where do you come from? Esther gathered her trembling courage, trying to compose herself. I am from the wilderness, she stammered. She wanted to sound confident, but fear laced every syllable. Silphra laughed, little one, we're in the shadow realm. Nothing but shadows are born here. And you still reek of humanity. Her eyes narrowed, gleaming like scalpels. So, what world did you crawl out of? But Esther barely even heard her, because what truly pierced her was that look Silphra was giving her, like a failed experiment. A half-baked puppet, like a rat. An original was looking at her like she was less than dirt. After all, she was a Elisiari of shadow, but her concept of shadow was not pure. It was flawed. And that much was evident in the eyes of an original, and that's when something inside Esther cracked. She remembered, Noah wanted her to become like Shadiva, and Shadiva was a woman so terrifying, so destructive, that 3 originals had to work together just to seal her. And here she was, trembling, stammering, no, she took a breath. Her back straightened. Her hands stopped shaking. Her eyes sharpened. The fear didn't vanish, but now it was masked. Controlled, she couldn't accept disappointing Noah, she couldn't accept not being worthy of what he wanted her to become. It was time to find out if she was ready, if she was worthy, and so, she raised her chin, stared into Silphra's eyes, and said, I am Silent Shade, chapter 233, the Shadeless One. I am Silent Shade, Esther said, in the most composed voice she could muster in that moment, to Silphra. Seeing such a being act tough and confident was nothing short of amusing. After all, she could take control of Esther's mind with a flick of her will, peel every memory from her brain, and use her as a puppet for all eternity if she wanted to. And that was no exaggeration, her will was powerful, and that even among the originals. Between Mortis, Ebony, and herself, Silphra had the strongest will of all, but she had chosen otherwise. After spending 5 entire days being burned inside the flames of hell to improve her will, she had finally decided to take a time for herself, and so wanted nothing more than to relax, to breathe a little, to unwind her mind with something entertaining. And Esther was entertaining, so she decided to indulge this uncultured creature just a little more. Silent Shade, is that your name or a nickname you picked up while sneaking into an unknown territory? Silphra asked, her mischievous expression never once leaving her face. Esther was caught off guard for just a second, as she hadn't expected that kind of question, but she steadied herself immediately. It's my name, she replied simply, not wanting to say anything more, but deep inside, she knew it was pointless to keep acting. Her foreign identity was already exposed. There was no mask left. No more pretending, so maybe now was the time. She had a chance to ask an original how to be like them. Not just powerful but special. Singular. Unfathomable. She had once asked Shadiva the same question, how to become as strong and special as her, but Shadiva's answer had been vague. Unsatisfying. I don't know, actually. I was born like this, Shadiva had said with a frown, before adding half-heartedly, but maybe be closer to the shadows. Even she hadn't seemed sure, just like a genius struggles to explain what came naturally, to someone who's naturally slow. But now, face to face with another original, Esther wasn't going to waste her opportunity. She took a deep breath. Exhaled. Calmed herself. Then asked, how can I reach your level of power, she said, her tone quiet but serious. Silphra tilted her head, clearly intrigued. Just keep evolving. Keep achieving. Keep gathering feats. And eventually, you'll get here, she said casually. As if it were no more complicated than climbing a flight of stairs, but Esther knew it wasn't that easy, and that wasn't even what she meant. No. I mean, how can I become as special as you? Like you, the originals, she asked again, more precisely this time, the question shaped with more clarity, and this time, Silphra's response came with a small, widening smile, a smile that said she'd heard this question before. Indeed, many among her subordinates had asked the same thing, and like a good teacher, like a good master, she always gave the same answer, be shadow, she said simply. And that smile on her face grew just a little wider when she saw the confusion flicker across Esther's face. But only for a second. Because Esther was already thinking, fast and hard, be shadow, what the hell does that mean? If she takes it literally, the question she would herself would be, what are shadows? They are formless. That's the first thing that came to her mind the moment she asked herself that question, and that's when realization struck her mind. When the word formless echoed inside her thoughts, Esther froze. She immediately thought of Yuki. Yuki, who had made her sword formless. who had forged it into something that could become anything, take on any shape depending on the enemy, depending on the battlefield, Yuki, whose combat ability was off the charts. Even among Noah's most terrifying women, and as she thought of her, clarity began to bloom. Esther had once chosen the path of a spy. A being who would fade so deeply into the world that even the universe itself wouldn't notice her. Someone invisible. Unreachable. Untouchable. Someone shrouded, but she had abandoned that path, because there was someone else far more suited for it. Her mother. Sari's presence was naturally low. So subtle it was like a breeze that left no scent. That made her perfect for it. If she leaned into that gift, she could vanish entirely, but Esther had always just been shadow, not special. Not unique. Nothing particularly rare about her. Everything she had was either given to her by Noah or earned because of him, but if there was one thing that had been hers, even before Noah, it was her affinity for shadow, her love for shadow, and among all the traits of shadow, the one that resonated the most with her was formlessness, and just like that, her mind cleared. Her heart stilled. The pieces began to align. She looked again at Sylphira and found herself struck by her beauty, not her outer beauty, her essence. Her internal shape, or lack of it, she couldn't see much, but the little she did, combined with what she had learned under Yuki, was enough to reveal a path. Sylphira, observing her closely, raised an eyebrow as she noticed how Esther's eyes had gone blank, but behind that blankness, the intensity had doubled. Enlightenment, she wondered. Did she really, just now, from my words alone? Her curiosity bloomed. Mischief and excitement swelled within her, and so, she did something she normally wouldn't. She lowered her inner barrier, just slightly enough for Esther to glimpse the structure of an original's body. She just wanted to see if someone like her could be made, not born. The shadow realm needed power. It needed weapons for the chaos beyond, and maybe Esther could become one of them. The moment the barrier lifted and Esther saw the truth. Something clicked. Formless shadow. For one who is already becoming shadow, you don't just hide inside shadow anymore, you are the formlessness. You become the absence of structure, of predictability, of shape. You become something that cannot be seen, understood, read, or even defined. You are not bound to a body, you are not bound to a name, you become formless, Esther whispered, and everything snapped together. Her eyes widened. A strange light filled them. Oh. I see, she started speaking, but her voice trembled, not in fear, but in awe, as if words weren't enough to describe what she had just understood. I am Silent Shade, the Shadeless. Click, something unlocked, but she wasn't done. The undefined, click, the void, click, the unshape, click, the perfect unpattern, and then, click, everything fell into place, everything, and as always, the voice came, the one that watches from above, the one who laughs at fate and records every madness born from the Veilgrims. Truly, what a monstrous family you are, O Veilgrims. Chapter 234, Mother of Liberation. What a ridiculous family you are becoming, O Veilgrims, the record said, filled with amazement at the ever-growing monstrosity that was the Veilgrim family. They had just finished rewarding one member of that family, blessing her with talents and a physique that could place her among the very top in the universe. And now, another one of the same bloodline had managed to comprehend a fundamental aspect of shadow. If you think it's easy, think again. Because Esther needed an original, someone born from the very substance of shadow itself, to open up and let her see what she was, to let her feel that existence, in order for her to finally understand, and even then, it was only possible because Esther reached a state of enlightenment. A pure, raw state born not from study or logic, but from a sudden and total insight into the path she had chosen. Completion met with realization. It was not easy, but Esther had all the tools. It felt like fate itself wanted her to succeed, and so, she did. And when she did, the records had no choice but to respond, no choice but to reward. Esther Veilgrim, you have succeeded in achieving a profound enlightenment on the formless aspect of shadow. You are becoming a being of absolute no shape. You are becoming the very definition of the undefined. Your talent is starting to evolve, your physique is beginning to change, your standing in the universe is evolving. You are now without flaw in your LSCRE's shadow bloodline. You are on the path to becoming an original with formlessness as its core. Your current understanding of absolute formless is 50%, and that's your limit. To go further, find the origin of shadow and integrate with it. Only then can you fully evolve into what you are meant to be. The records paused, then continued. You have obtained a new title, Budding Original of Shapelessness. Congratulations, Esther Veilgrim, wife of the record's favorite. And then it ended, leaving Esther standing alone, but not quite the same. Her aura had shifted. It wasn't on par with Sylphira, not yet, not in raw power or status, but there was now a resonance. A vibration that whispered of similarity, and Sylphira noticed it immediately. Just as she was about to speak, her expression shifted, her head turned sharply toward a certain section of her city, her eyes narrowed, she was looking toward the brothel of the damned. That single moment of distraction was all Esther needed, and then, "My dear Shadow, time to come back and see your loving husband." Noah's voice rang inside her head like the chime of fate, and a smile immediately bloomed across her face, and just like that, she began to disappear. Sylphira turned her head back just in time to see her vanishing. She had barely a moment to react and it was already too late. But Esther left behind some words. "Thank you for your help. I'll make sure we go easy on you." Her voice echoed, strange and warped. It wasn't the voice of a human anymore. It wasn't the voice of a single being, either. It sounded like multiple entities. Or like none at all, something in between, something undefined. Sylphira stared at the empty space, her mouth curling into a laugh. Interesting, she didn't even process the words Esther had said. Only how her voice sounded, and that alone confirmed it. "She did it," Sylphira muttered, "she has no flaw left," and that made Sylphira eager. Eager to meet her again. And she knew, without doubt, that she would go easy on me. "Ha," she laughed, deep, childlike, excited, "ha ha ha," and then she vanished, heading toward the destroyed brothel. 3 of the shadows had returned, but one remained, the daughter of Shadow, or the mother of shadows, depending on your perspective. Shadiva, unlike the others, who struggled in their own way inside the shadow realm for one reason or another, Shadiva faced no difficulties, not even once. From the moment she entered the City of Order, everything moved precisely as she had intended. Was that surprising? Not at all. She was Ebony's big sister. She knew Ebony like the back of her hand, especially since Ebony was the kind of being who never changed. She remained constant. She clung to order as if her entire existence depended on it. She believed in one thing above all, consistency, and truth be told. Shadiva didn't disagree. If you want to go far in life, you have to be consistent in your actions, in your mindset, in your pursuit of growth. But, like all things in life, there's a limit, and Ebony had never learned that limit. She applied the concept of consistency to everything, even to her own thoughts, her attitude, her beliefs, and what a disaster that was, because even if her power evolved, herself did not. And what is life without evolution? Without change? Without adaptation, it is stagnation, and Shadiva used that. She exploited the fact that Ebony had stayed exactly the same. That she refused to accept change, and hated it when it appeared in her domain, and so she acted subtly. You may not know this, but Shadiva's leadership skills are lethal. She knows how to talk, how to gather, how to inspire, and with those skills, she slowly but surely began drawing people to her inside the City of Order. It started with the waitress who gave her tea, then with her help, she slowly brought the others, customers, passers-by, workers, under her sway. The coffee shop became her base, but she didn't stop there. Days passed. Weeks. Months. Even years, and one by one, the city became hers. It wasn't hard to convince the people they had been living dull, joyless lives without any spark of entertainment or color. Shadiva just took all the little distractions Noah used to ramble about books, movies, games, and told them the same stories, and as she watched their eyes light up with wonder, as they imagined living a second life inside books, or watching movies, or playing those endless games, Shadiva herself became interested, and she promised herself to tell Noah, the creator, to make it happen, because she didn't want to disappoint. And now, years later, the entire city was hers, from the lowliest citizen to the highest official. Even the Watchers of Order, the ones closest to Ebony herself, was already within her grasp, and Ebony knew nothing about all this, not even for a second did she suspect it, because in her mind, it was impossible, illogical, unthinkable, that someone could outplay her in her own city. No way. And now, Shadiva sat calmly inside her favorite coffee shop, Breeze of Order, sipping tea with grace. She looked around. People were just living their lives, but with a single word, a single whisper from her lips, they would all kneel. That was the influence she held. She smiled, demurely, then, "My dear original, time to come back and see your lovely master." Noah's voice rang inside her head, and with a soft smile, she whispered just loud enough for everyone to hear, "Wait for me. I'm coming back soon." Then she disappeared. No one reacted, no one moved. They kept talking, drinking, laughing, as if nothing had happened. But inside every mind in that shop, understood, oh mother of liberation, what a good mommy she was. Chapter 235, Daddy will take care of it all. Each of the shadows sent by Noah was now back in Lay. Each of them had lived this experience differently, endured their own struggles, and somehow found a way to come out of it all alive. Yes, but more than that, stronger. Eric, in these 3 years, had learned more than he had in all his recent years combined. His shadow control now was off the charts, so much so that he didn't even need to actively manipulate the shadows anymore, just the intention alone was enough, but strength wasn't all he had gained. He had gained wit, the ability to observe, to think ahead, to react quickly when the unexpected came crashing through, and most importantly, he had learned how to seduce. In short, he had learned how to survive, and now, he had returned to Leia's SSS rank, leaving behind a goddess crying for him in her bedchamber. Truly, at this point, he could almost claim to be Noah's disciple, and then came sorry, there wasn't much more to say about her, really, we had all witnessed her path. We had seen her unwavering determination to kill the one who raped her, and we had watched what she obtained by the end of it, the power to become invisible even to reality itself, what a cheat that was, but to obtain it, the process was hellish. It was a path paved with hatred, spite, anger, desperation, and pain. She was a woman who had barely tasted any of those emotions before. But in those 3 years, she lived by them, breathed them, and now, Sari wasn't the woman they once knew, she was something else entirely. In terms of power, yes, but also in terms of character, gone was the silent, forgettable background extra who barely had screen time. Now, she would impose herself. Because she was ready, she had learned that the moment you said enough, you were done. So she would never say enough. She would chase everything she desired, shamelessly, ruthlessly, not like there was any shame left in this family anyway. Then came her daughter Esther. Esther, by all accounts, had been among the most ordinary women in Noah's harem. She had nothing particularly special about her. Aside from a rare talent for shadow, and she knew it, she never felt inadequate about it. Noah had always been there to comfort her whenever strange thoughts crept in. But that didn't mean she didn't want to grow. To evolve. To go beyond, and that's exactly what she did, shadeless, no form. No shape. Not even a fixed name. If she succeeded in finding the origin of shadow, then she would become the combination of Elisari of shadow, and an original of shapelessness, and when that happens, what kind of being would she become, no one knew. Not even her, but one thing was certain, whatever she became, she would be worthy of the Veilgrim name, and then finally, came our mommy. The one who should have been the perfect sugar mommy, but decided to let Illyra take the spotlight instead, Shadiva. For her, there had been no struggle. No resistance. No close calls, she had simply and silently taken control of the entire city of Order without Ebony even suspecting a thing. She had spent those 3 years doing just that. But it was enough. Because when the time to strike comes, and it will come, very soon, Ebony would never see it coming. To be struck by her own people? What a glorious, poetic moment that will be. And now, all of them were back in Lei, and with that, things could now finally move forward. The war against the shadow would soon start. Lake White Castle. Inside the meeting room of the White Castle, Noah sat silently at the head chair, his women seated around him. This time, it was Sophie and Elizabeth who rested on either side of him, their heads gently leaning against his shoulders, their faces held small, satisfied smiles. The other girls glanced with a bit of envy, but it passed quickly, because soon, everyone's eyes were on Justicia. Tell us, how did you like our husband's dick? Dominique asked first, smiling knowingly. Yes, my son is truly a beast in bed, isn't he? Even me, his mother, he fucked me until I started calling him daddy, Celine added, suddenly craving her son's cock again. Right here and now, true, Illyra chimed in, her eyes dreamy, especially when he fucks my ass, best feeling ever. One by one, they started sharing what they loved most about having sex with Noah. Alice talked about how she loved sucking him dry. Zara mentioned how he once cranked her sensitivity to the max and turned her into a shameless slut. For Dominic, Lilith, and Crystal, it was when he fucked them like the obedient slaves they were. Aphasia kept it more refined. She spoke about the sensuality in their lovemaking. Yuki, on the other hand, just said it outright. It's how he always grabs my ass and abs when he fucks me. He keeps saying weird things like gym girls are the best, tight asses. Trained abs, pure bliss. Even Emily, who had joined the harem in the last 6 years, shared her favorite. And then, for me, it's when he fucks me like I'm nothing but filth, Red Bloodheart said, her voice low, her face flushed so red it looked ready to burst. When he doesn't care if he breaks my pussy. That's the kind of fucking I want. The room went silent. The other girls just looked at her, blank stares. A masochist, Neko said flatly. Everyone nodded in agreement, but Red only laughed manically, and I'm proud of it. And as a proud masochist, I can always recognize one of my kind. You, she said, locking eyes with Justicia like she was her long-lost twin. You're one too, aren't you? Justicia trembled. Subtly. But enough, she'd been seen through. But before the others could pounce on her, something happened. 3 new presences suddenly made themselves known in the room. Everyone turned their heads and saw Eric, Sorry, Esther, and Shadiva standing calmly, but their auras were different. All eyes fell on Sorry first, because none of them had even felt her presence until now. Curiosity bloomed, then their eyes shifted to Esther. She too felt changed. Yuki's sword trembled faintly, responding to Esther's presence, as if being challenged. Then they looked at Eric. He stood tall, unbothered, confident, and they smiled softly. They could feel the difference, and finally, their eyes landed on Shadiva. She felt exactly the same. Sorry to ask this of you already, Noah said, his smile turning dark, but now that you're back, tell us about your experiences. And then, that smile turned devilish. Tell me, do I need to personally torture someone? Slaughter a town? An entire domain, he chuckled. Don't hesitate, Daddy will take care of it all for you. Chapter 236. What? Daddy will avenge you, so tell me. Noah spoke with a small smile on his face, seated effortlessly on his white throne, radiating authority and casual grace. His sudden words caught the shadows off guard. They had expected either a warm welcome or for him to jump directly to business, ready to send them off to fight the originals, to either win or die. But instead, Noah welcomed them with a promise of revenge. He welcomed them by asking if there was anyone he needed to kill or torture once the battle began, simply for daring to touch what was his, and that made them smile. They loved being strong enough to handle things on their own without bothering Noah. But they certainly didn't mind his attention, or his care, and they understood this was Noah's way of welcoming them. As if to say, whatever happened there, forget about it. Let me take care of the rest, as if to say, you've done enough, and he hadn't even asked yet whether they'd brought valuable information. I still have a long way to go before I reach your level, huh? Eric said with a slight smirk tugging at his lips. The real question is, can you even reach my level? Noah replied with a grin, let me dream, alright? Eric grumbled, lips twitching. Noah laughed heartily, and even the girls joined in with soft chuckles. Then Noah turned toward the other 3 shadows. He looked at them up and down, eyes sharp, then tilted his head slightly. How interesting. Mother-in-law, what happened to you? I can barely sense you. And that's only because I know you're standing in front of me, Noah said, curiosity igniting his excitement. Another thing to copy. Goddamn, I love talented women. Time to evolve my copycat skill again. I refuse to accept anything less than 10,000 improvements of quality. Noah thought inwardly, nearly giddy. Many things happened. Sorry answered softly with a smile. That smile alone was enough to shift Noah and everyone else into complete seriousness, as they felt the weight and sadness hidden beneath it. Seems like there is indeed something I need to exterminate. Noah said, his voice turning ice cold, sharp with contained fury. He turned to Esther. What about you, my dear shadow? You feel different too. You seem more shadow, let's say, especially since my little concept of formlessness is reacting violently to your presence, he added. Esther offered a small smile. Things happened, there was no sorrow in her expression, and that made Noah sigh with relief. Looking now at Shadiva, he shook his head lightly. I guess you enjoyed your time. I did, Shadiva said with a gentle, satisfied smile. Noah nodded, not surprised that little had changed about Shadiva, save for the fact that she seemed more open, a bit more expressive now. After all that, tell me what you've been through, each of you. If you want to, of course. And the information you brought back, Noah said as he leaned back on his throne, calm and relaxed. Eric looked around, then suddenly began to disappear. I'll tell you about my experience later. I need some advice from you anyway, he said simply, then vanished, leaving the Veilgrims alone. What a polite gesture. Noah, the girls, and even the hidden maid were now all focused on the remaining shadows, waiting in silence. They didn't have to wait long. Shadiva began. She described the city of order, how the people lived, the conditions they endured, and how she slowly and subtly convinced more and more of them to come to her side without Ebony noticing. When Noah heard what she had used to sway them, he couldn't help but smirk. I thought you weren't listening when I rambled about all that entertainment stuff. Shadiva chose to exercise her right to remain silent on that question, but instead asked, can you make all those things real? It shouldn't be hard with your creation ability. She didn't want to give false hope to the shadows now following her. Noah nodded. I can. I am visionary. I am the creator. Whatever I want, happens. And did you forget my authority? He asked, then paused. Oh, you don't know yet, do you? The authority I gained when I stepped into the supreme rank. You weren't here for that. What's your authority? Shadiva asked. Drawing the attention of Esther and Sari too, Noah just smiled. I'll tell you later. Continue your storytelling, he said, calmly dismissive, making the shadows twitch with slight irritation, but they let it go, and Shadiva continued. After explaining how she amassed her shadow network, she moved on to what she had learned about Ebony, her character, her methods, and the cracks in her so-called order. Soon, she was finished. Ha.
Order? Consistency? This is the perfect opponent for us, right, Red?
Anya shouted, laughing as she looked toward her new partner in destruction, and Red responded with equal enthusiasm.
You couldn't be more right. Leave her to us.
We'll show her a whole new side of reality, she said with a bloodthirsty grin that bared her fangs. Noah looked at them and just smiled. We'll see. Let's hear all the information first, then we decide who fights who, he said calmly before turning back to the remaining two shadows. This time, his eyes landed on Esther. Esther stepped forward. She followed Shadiva's example, describing the structure of the puppet city, explaining how every construct there felt like an extension of Sylphra herself. She explained how the casino worked, and how she managed to survive it all despite only being SS rank. And then, you were captured by
Sylphra?
Shadiva asked, surprised, not surprised that Esther had been caught, but that she was here.
Alive, uncorrupted, unbroken.
Not a wound on her, that, by itself, was a miracle after facing an original. Yes, I was. In fact, she helped me, greatly, Esther said before continuing, explaining how Sylphra had allowed her to see more, so much more, until she managed to reach a deep understanding of the formless aspect of shadow. She told them everything, and all of them were stunned, but the most surprised of all was Shadiva, not just because of Sylphra's strange actions, but because Esther had actually grasped something so profound. She smiled wryly.
What kind of family is this? You already have one original as your shadow, and now you're planning to make another one? A maid original?
She shook her head. Noah and the girls laughed. And you know what? It's only the beginning. My bloodline, my race, we're not even at our peak yet.
There are still so many things to obtain, to integrate.
Just watch, Noah smirked. I'll show you how far our family can go. Then he turned to Esther. And as for the origin of shadow that you need, don't worry. I'll find it for you, Esther nodded, smiling with pleased affection. Only one was left now. Sorry, but she didn't say much. I went to a brothel to gather information.
I was raped.
After that, I stopped caring about gathering anything and focused all my mind on killing the one who did it.
I killed her.
She was mythic rank, so I was rewarded for it. Sari said it all with a small smile, as if what she had just shared hadn't sent every single person in the room into stunned silence. Silence fell. No one breathed, no one moved.
And that for a long while, then, what?
Noah said, his voice low with disbelief laced with fury so deep it bled through every word. Instantly above lay, the sky turned blood red, the clouds churned like an ocean of blood, blood-colored lightning cracked the heavens, and red rain began to fall. Not a single corner of Lay was spared. In that moment, every being inside Lay felt it deep in their soul. The Absolute was angry. Chapter 237, I am sorry.
Noah's anger was palpable.
He was so furious that all of Lay responded to his rage. The entire world seemed to drown beneath a crimson sky, thick with ominous, furious energy, and it wasn't just him. Every other woman in the room mirrored Noah's emotions perfectly, but for some of them, their reactions were strange. They looked lost, confused. Celine, Luminara, and of course Esther. These three were the most subdued, their expressions frozen as they stared at Sari with blank eyes, their minds refusing, unable to process what she had just revealed. Or maybe, they simply didn't want to believe it, because accepting that truth would mean accepting that their shadow, their friend, their mother, had been raped, deep inside the shadow realm, while they remained blissfully unaware, living their best lives in Lay or minding their own business within a casino. They didn't want to believe any of that, but they had no choice. Because when they looked at the small, gentle smile on Sari's face, something inside them broke. Esther stammered as she took hesitant steps toward her mother, her voice small and trembling. And mother, she called out, fear twisting her features, irrational thoughts beginning to spiral. Am I even worthy of calling her that anymore? Guilt clawed at her.
Guilt for not being there. Guilt for not sensing anything. Guilt for everything. It was nonsensical and illogical.
But that was what she was feeling. Sari saw her daughter's expression and understood her thoughts without needing to hear them. She reached out and pulled Esther gently into a warm, protective embrace. I'm okay, Sari whispered softly. But those words shattered Esther even more. She cried, no. She wept as if she had just lost the most precious thing in her life. Her mother had been raped. Her mother. The more those thoughts repeated in her mind, the more chaotic Esther's aura became. Her form started to flicker wildly, shifting, breaking, reforming, as if she was becoming multiple beings at once, unable to maintain her shape, unable to process the reality that someone had dared to violate her mother. Her aura lashed out, causing the entire White Castle to tremble beneath its weight, but Noah and the others didn't care about the damage, Noah even less so. Right now, he was using every ounce of restraint not to rush into the Shadow Realm and erase everything that lived there. How dare someone touch what was his? It was lay before. And now, it was sorry. His mother-in-law. What's next? What's fucking next? Boom, Lay trembled violently. The sky began to fracture like glass. Pieces of the world cracked apart. Beings, strong and weak alike, began to die. Across the world, every living thing, whether human, Elisari, or simple beast, fell to their knees, heads pressed against the ground. Crying, praying, begging, oh, absolute. The one who is all and has all, please, calm your wrath. They wanted the absolute to calm down, but Noah didn't want that. None of them wanted that. Instead, they all wanted war. What are we waiting for? Celine asked, her voice colder than it had ever been in her life. Someone had dared to touch her shadow. Even death would be too merciful, this time. I will participate, Luminara said, her voice echoing through the room, just as cold and filled with murderous resolve. One by one, the other girls began to speak. Their eyes burned with fury, their expressions twisted with rage, and their auras, they were beginning to tear the White Castle apart. Sari stood in the middle of it all, holding her ever-shifting daughter in her arms, a soft smile on her lips. She looked at these women who were now brimming with bloodlust, ready to go to war for her, to destroy anything that dared hurt her, and then, she looked at Noah. His face was expressionless. Not a single hint of anger on his features, but Sari could sense it. She raised her head and looked at the sky above Lay, how it cracked like fractured glass. I'm fine, she said quietly. She paused. I'm really fine, she repeated, a little louder. I've already killed her, so there's nothing left to do, she added, smiling softly, but thank you. Thank you all for reacting like this. Thank you for caring about me, thank you for not forgetting me, because sometimes, even I forget myself, thank you. Her voice was heavy, filled with emotions she didn't even know she had. She had never believed she mattered this much. To her, she was just Celine's shadow. A background piece. Not someone these strong, powerful, beautiful women would ever care for, but she had been wrong, and that was enough to lift her mood. Enough to restore her spirit. She held her daughter tighter, whispering into her ear, calm down, my dear. Your mother is not some weak woman. I killed her myself. She gently lifted Esther's face. Esther's cheeks were soaked, tears still streaming endlessly. Her eyes were filled with pain, but more than that, with rage. Deep, pure rage. Sari shook her head softly. Don't. It's over. Aren't you proud of your mother? You should be. After all now, you'd better be on your guard, because I'm pretty sure I can beat you, so stop thinking about unnecessary revenge, and focus on becoming whole, my dear, she said lovingly as she began wiping away the tears on Esther's face. Esther gave a faint, reluctant nod, but there was one person who didn't agree: unnecessary vengeance. Noah's voice echoed, sharp and cold as he rose slowly from his throne and walked toward Sari. There is no such thing as unnecessary vengeance, mother-in-law. Someone dared to touch you, and that someone will not walk away freely, but, Sari tried to speak, but Noah interrupted, you didn't kill her properly. Tell me, did you destroy her soul? Sari hesitated. She hadn't, she couldn't, even killing her physically had pushed her to the brink of death. As for truly ending her soul, she lacked the means, so she stayed silent. Noah stepped forward, just an inch away from her, and then slowly embraced them both, Esther and Sari, holding them tightly in his arms. They closed their eyes, feeling comfort sweep over them like a warm, invisible blanket. Congratulations on taking your own revenge, Sari. Congratulations on killing a divine while still being mortal. He chuckled softly. But it was a chuckle filled with subtle anger and sadness, something even I haven't done yet, but let me finish what you started. Let me kill that being's entire bloodline. Let me take her soul and torture her for eternity and beyond. Let me show the world that no one touches what's mine without consequences. He paused, let me. And, I'm sorry, chapter 238, last straw. I am sorry. That sorry meant many things. It was sorry for not being there when she needed someone to lean on emotionally. Sorry for the inadequacy of not thinking that kind of possibility could happen and not preparing for it. It was a sorry for everything. Sari understood. All of them did. but none of them blamed him for anything. They knew how much, ever since the incident with Lei, Noah had been doing his absolute best to ensure that the same disaster never happened again, to make sure his people stayed safe, to make sure nothing harmed them. But once more, I failed, Noah thought inwardly, as he held the mother-daughter duo in his arms. He had failed to protect one of his own, and now, all of them were affected. It was driving him mad. What did I thought giving them one talent to protect their lives was enough, but I never took into account that something other than their life could be threatened. Why didn't I? Noah kept questioning himself. Why didn't he consider all this? And as those questions echoed within him, the world itself stopped, time froze, as if the world was giving him the time to think, as if to say, take your time. Think again, and Noah did exactly that. His thoughts spiraled in every direction, searching, until they all led to one thing: arrogance. Yes, arrogance. Because I was arrogant enough to think nothing besides their lives could be threatened. Because I was arrogant enough to believe that one damn talent, not even at X unique rank, could protect them in the shadow realm, where divine beings walk among mortals. Did I not learn anything from Leia's incident? Or even before that, when Elijah died in my hands, didn't I learn that arrogance makes you unable to open your mind to different kinds of possibilities, that arrogance narrows your vision? Noah kept questioning himself. And he realized again, the problem wasn't arrogance itself, it was letting arrogance into his mind so much that it started to dictate recklessness without the force to back it up. That was the issue. If Noah had the strength to back up that arrogance, then it wouldn't matter. But ever since Lei, Noah was no longer the strongest, so in the end, it all comes down to this: strength. I thought my world dominator rank and my variety of talents were enough to survive the shadow realm. But I let arrogance cloud my judgment. You can never be too prepared, and if I continue to let arrogance rule me, I'll lose more people, and in the end, I'll lose everything, and I'll stagnate. Because when arrogance is in your mind, growth stops. You start believing you're already strong enough, you are already special enough, and that's when you fall. All these realizations settled deeply inside him. Noah sighed quietly and looked up at the shattered sky. He heard the prayers of all living beings within Lei, pleading with him to calm down. He did. He inhaled, exhaled, then slowly closed his eyes. Strength. I need more. I need to share more. I need to evolve my bloodline further. I need to evolve my talents. I need more. As those thoughts solidified in his mind, time resumed inside Lei. He gently pulled away from the women and looked at them, one by one, before smiling softly. It was a smile that carried a quiet sadness. I need some power-ups, my dears. So I'm going. You can prepare in the meantime, because once I'm back, we'll strike, Noah said with a bright tone, trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere before disappearing, leaving behind a group of women whose expressions still held tight, simmering anger. He's trying to shoulder all this alone again, Elizabeth muttered, leaning back in her chair, her white, blank eyes narrowed with irritation. Yes, he is, Sophie nodded, but we don't need to wait for him to ask for help in order to give it, Sophie added, her voice suddenly turning sharp, commanding. We don't need that. We can see how much our husband is hurting, how angry he is over all this, just like us. And how he's trying to ensure it never happens again, a noble thing, but he is not alone. All the women said it at once, in perfect sync. He is not alone. Celine repeated quietly, we are all here for him. We're all here to help him carry this weight, Elira said as she looked at each of the girls, and if he doesn't want to give us some of those burdens because he sees himself as the one who must protect us, then we'll take some of them ourselves. Her words made everyone nod, their expressions turning serious. They were talented women, they were powerful women, they loved Noah, no, they were obsessed with him, and seeing him sad over something that wasn't even fully his fault, it pained them deeply, and so, they were ready to act, this time even more ruthlessly. This time, the shadow realm would bleed. Shadiva stood off to the side, watching all of it silently as she shook her head. She had nothing to say in favor of the shadows, because even she was angry. She had been with this family for years. She had lived with them, suffered with them, celebrated with them. She had seen the love that bound them together, and she was part of this family too, even if she wasn't Elisiari. That's why she, too, wanted to make whoever was responsible pay. It seems like you were the last straw, the last thing that shattered his patience and restraint, and for that, you will bear his wrath. In his training ground, Noah sat cross-legged, floating calmly in the air. System. What's the affection level of Sari, Noel, and Shadiva? Sari. 80%, Noel, 70%, Shadiva, 70%. Noah nodded without expression. That meant he could now share all they had. But first, let's upgrade Copycat's talent. I can't keep going with only 1,000-time quality. Noah decided. Records. I need a higher grade affinity of records.
he then slowly raised his gaze toward the now-healed sky. Care to give it to me, dear Akashic? Chapter 239, Genesis epithet, care to give it to me, Akashic? Noah asked calmly as he looked at the sky, as if he were seeing things no one else could, but in truth, he was seeing nothing. He wasn't even remotely at a level where he could perceive or sense the records, not yet. Hell, not even the progenitor could, but Noah spoke anyway, because he wanted to, because he believed he could, so he waited, expecting something, and indeed, you have all the tools to elevate the record's affinity by yourself. Noah, the records responded, its voice dripping with an unsettling familiarity as it addressed him, not as a world dominator, not as a divine, not even by his true name. It called him simply Noah, like his wives, like those closest to him. It should have raised some eyebrows, it should have made him pause, even worry, but Noah had already been caught by something else entirely. I can do it myself, how? His mind began combing through every ability he possessed, searching. He sifted through his affinities. Creation, he tilted his head slightly. No. It doesn't feel like that. Creation was about making something, but what he needed now was to elevate an existing affinity. He moved on from his affinities and shifted focus to his unique powers, his domain, the Genesis, a domain he unlocked at supreme rank, and his authority, epithet. As soon as those two came to mind, Noah's eyes began to glow with understanding. Genesis means the beginning, something that existed before time, just like a part of his true name, Nitherian, the breath before time, and epithet, it was the power of words. But more precisely, it was the power to give things names, just like the second half of his true name, Ielvarithos, the name that names all. It was like his intent, but at a far higher level, because now, anything Noah named, in any way or form, would never disappear and would never be forgotten. That was his authority, that was what the records deemed worthy of him, the ability to name everything between heaven and earth, but he was still limited by his rank. He could only name beings up to 2 ranks higher than himself, which was still incredibly high, because his rank now was world dominator. All of Lay was under his rule. People across the world worshipped him. Most of his women were at mythic rank as they have some influence over Lay, only a few were at supreme rank. Or lower Esther, Crystal, Red, Justitia, and Emily, because their influence on Lay was minimal. Not yet worth mentioning, as for Luminara, the divine beast hardly left Celine's side. She rarely ever moved or acted, a strange behavior, but none questioned her. All of this context mattered, all of it framed the level Noah had reached, and the tools he possessed, and among those tools, only authority seemed like it could elevate his affinity with the records. So Noah didn't hesitate, he closed his eyes, and entered a deep, near unreachable level of concentration. The moment he did, the very fabric of space began to ripple like a tidal wave spreading through water. Then a thought came to him, why not combine domain and authority to improve my chance of success? So he did. The Genesis, instantly, a blank, endless space erupted around him, enveloping his training room. Nothing existed within it, only stillness. Only blankness. Then, I am the Akashic records, Noah thought, his domain rippled, colors bloomed. Shapes flickered into form, but immediately, everything turned blank again. Noah frowned, his domain could create anything. It could reflect anything, as long as he had knowledge of it, but the Akashic records, he didn't understand them, so his domain couldn't mirror them. But I don't need to understand the records, I just want the part of them that lets me elevate affinities, and from all his experience with them, he could already guess how it worked. You did something worthy, they rewarded you, so then, to elevate his record's affinity. Maybe I need to create something that surpasses even EX unique rank, but that was too troublesome. He didn't even know what lay above that, so instead, I'll name myself, he said quietly, a title. Something tied to records. Once his decision set, he tried again. I can elevate my own affinity after an achievement. The blank space around him pulsed. Now, it shifted, becoming deep blue, with streaks of gold threading through the sky. A throne appeared beneath him. It was blurry and ethereal, impossible to define, but it was there. Noah didn't question it. He simply Saturday, and as he did, he instinctively felt it. He now had the power to elevate an affinity. He smirked, then, epithet, he spoke his authority aloud. You might expect a dramatic aura to explode around him. You might expect thunder, lightning, a divine ripple through time, but instead, nothing, no sound, no pressure, no pulse. It was as if Noah had simply whispered a word, but that couldn't be more wrong, because something was there, something alien, something so bizarre, even perception couldn't track it. It was outside the concept of time, it was outside the concept of awareness itself, it simply was, but Noah felt it. His authority was active, and so he moved. I give myself the title, the Scholar of Records. The moment he said it, he changed. It was subtle, but he felt it. He now had more insight into the record's affinity.
as if he had studied it for years. It wasn't huge, barely noticeable, even, but records wasn't like any other affinity. Even a small increase meant everything. And then, a voice echoed in the space around him, his voice, but it wasn't him who spoke, it was his domain itself. Ding. Achievement in affinity spotted, rewards, records affinity elevated to S rank. Just like that, Noah felt it, his affinity for records had risen from a rank to S rank. He smiled. I just need, ding. 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 He was cut off by the records themselves. Fascinating, you have elevated your own records affinity in a way never done before. Title received, the Scholar of the Records, your affinity to records has been elevated to SSS rank. Congratulations, Noah. Chapter 240. I need it, I want it. Noah was stunned, he hadn't expected the records to reward him, he thought he was supposed to figure it all out alone, but this act of acknowledgement, this response from the records made something click inside him. It was like they were guiding him. Or maybe, teaching him about the mechanics of names, of how heavy words could be, of how to use his domain properly. Because, let's be honest, Noah's domain was absurdly powerful. A cheat, even right now, its range was still limited, constrained by his current level. But just imagine one day, if his domain ever expanded to the size of a world, if his domain could envelop all of Lay, what would happen then? Noah would become a true god within his own space. He would act like the records within his world. He would observe, bestow titles, give power with a mere word, and beyond that, through his Genesis domain, he could create and control anything within. He could reshape Lay into a holy ground unlike anything ever seen before, especially with the knowledge he carried from Earth. He could create everything. The more he thought about it, the more it felt like, maybe the records wanted that, something like themselves, but that doesn't make any sense. If I one day reached that level, what would they be needed for anymore? Noah wondered, or maybe, they just wanted a successor. That doesn't make sense either, he concluded. He kept running through the possibilities in his mind, but nothing concrete came to him. At the end of it all, he simply stopped thinking about it. I don't understand them. I don't know them. And I cannot guess the intentions of something I can't even fathom, Noah admitted internally, before softly closing his eyes. Right now, there were more important things to focus on, the shadow realm. He shifted his thoughts to the pressing matter ahead. And based on what the shadows had delivered as information, things were about to get messy. There were many mythic rank beings, and even lower ranks present. The World Dominator rank had fewer representatives, but their number still wasn't something to underestimate. Still, it was manageable. The true problem, everything above World Dominator, Law Creator rank, that's the threshold where people began to dip into the power of law itself. Once someone had dominated a world, they could begin to delve deep into its core, learning and deciphering the fundamental laws of reality. But to step into the Law Creator rank, you didn't just need to understand the laws, you had to create your own. The difficulty was beyond immense. Noah had tried. For 2 years straight he studied, practiced, and tried to gain even an initial insight into law, but nothing. It was too alien, too far beyond him. Fortunately, only the originals are at that rank, otherwise things would have been much worse, he muttered under his breath. The power of law, not even Noelle could help him on this one. She had told him once that it had taken her hundreds of years just to gain her first insight and nearly 1,000 to create a law of her own. Just the thought made Noah feel the weight of it all. But then an idea struck him. System, if I can share talent, physique, bloodline, race, affinity, and right now even title, why can't I share rank? He asked. It was something he had never thought of before. But now, with the climb toward Law Creator feeling so impossible, he was desperate enough to explore every loophole. Systems level too low, host. If you want this function, you must wait for the system to upgrade itself or upgrade it yourself. When will you upgrade? Once you reach Law Creator rank. Noah's lips twitched. How can I upgrade you? Make me better by using any worthy materials in this universe. Noah frowned. The answer was vague, too vague, but he didn't expect better. He sighed and set the thought aside. For now that I have records affinity at SSS rank, he muttered, I can finally upgrade Copycat. He didn't waste time. He entered deep focus immediately, replicating the same process he'd used in the past to create talents. But now with his records affinity at SSS rank, everything came easier, or it would have, if Noah wanted another EX unique rank talent. But he didn't. He wanted more. He needed more. So he doubled his concentration, poured every drop of effort into the process, calling upon both his domain and his authority to enhance his chances. 5 long, grueling hours passed, and finally, deep within his soul, a new talent bloomed. Not entirely new, but utterly transformed. It pulsed with awe.
Presence far stronger than anything he had created before.
And when the panel flickered in front of his eyes, Noah read the text silently. Copycat, Paragon rank. You can copy the talent of anything and obtain the 10,000 quality of that talent. Noah said nothing, he just stared at the panel, his expression unreadable. Then slowly, so slowly, a smile began to form at the corner of his lips. It wasn't a triumphant smile, it wasn't manic. It was quiet, subtle, filled with pride and deep, deep satisfaction, because now, finally, he had created something that could mimic the system itself, only for talents, yes, but still, that was huge. System, Noah said, lips curling into a playful smirk. Do tell me, aren't you feeling a little threatened?
No, host.
The system's only wish is to make you strong. It does not matter how you achieve that, whether through the system or through your own power. The answer came quiet, serene, almost demure. Noah laughed softly. Are you seducing me? Because if yes, it's working. The system said nothing, choosing silence over playing with its particular player host. Noah chuckled and turned his gaze back to the glowing copycat panel. Paragon rank.
That was the level above EX unique. He narrowed his eyes slightly. I wonder, what's beyond transformation rank in affinities? He mused, a smirk curled again on his lips. Let's find out, shall we? A system, bond me with Noel.
Sorry, and Justicia, ding. You have bonded with Noel, sorry, and Justicia, share everything from them.
Including Esther. Bloodline.
Title.
Physique.
Trait. Affinities, he smiled, all of them, all of that, and so, ding. Chapter 241, New Powers, ding, applying the X10000 effect, and so, it began. The affinities, you have obtained the affinities. Void, half ascension rank. Space, half ascension rank. Light, half ascension rank. Order, half ascension rank. Justice, half ascension rank. Shadow, half ascension rank. Invisible, half ascension rank. Crack. The space around Noah shattered as the overwhelming surge of power erupted. Countless visions flickered in and out of existence, as if the affinities themselves were bleeding into reality, manifesting their presence, asserting their will. In one breath, the world turned into unfathomable darkness, in the next, it flooded with blinding divine light. As if justice itself had taken root, then it became pure void. Then order. Then invisible, and on, but through it all, Noah didn't even blink. His gaze remained fixed, calm, focused, his entire being attuned to the new forces blooming within him. The moment he obtained them, he felt it, something was missing. But now wasn't the time to think about that. He turned his attention back to the system. The physiques, you have obtained the physique. Epitaph of the Unseen Emperor, you have obtained the physique. The Prime Arbiter, you have obtained the physique. Tenebrous Monarch, you have obtained the physique. Voidheart Sovereign, crack, his body cracked, his bones. His skin, his very structure writhing with unfamiliar forces so vast they defied logic. Noah remained expressionless, he remained seated, cross-legged, still focused entirely on the panel before him. The bloodlines, you have obtained the bloodline. The Aeonian Tribunal, you have obtained the bloodline. Nightborn Covenant, you have obtained the bloodline. The Nile Blood Kin, and finally, the titles. You have obtained all the titles at X10000 from all 5 women, then. Without pause, brace yourself. The transformation begins. Instantly, a pain unlike anything before exploded inside Noah, unfathomable, his vision blurred, his consciousness shaken. His body twisted and contorted as new forces ripped through him. One moment, he looked like the void itself, endless and silent. The next, he was divine light incarnate, with a sigil of scales burning on his forehead. Then came shadow, an abyss so dense it devoured the light itself. One by one, and layer by layer, Noah felt his entire being reshape, evolve, ascend. He didn't scream. He didn't groan, he clenched his jaw and endured. The transformation dragged on minute after excruciating minute before it finally ceased. Noah lay on the ground, breathing shallowly, his body now held alongside the Elisiari bloodline, 3 new bloodlines of such depth and strangeness they seemed to protest their own coexistence. The Elisiari bloodline, in particular, throbbed in agitation. Noah gave a weak smile. Just wait until I finish, and you'll eat to your heart's content, he whispered, as if understanding him. The agitation stilled immediately. He chuckled faintly, then focused again. There was something bothering him. Something subtle, but unmistakable. The affinities, what's half ascension rank? He asked aloud, and why do I feel it's not complete? The ascension rank is the stage that comes after transformation rank. At transformation rank, you embody the affinity, you become it. But at ascension rank, you go beyond that, you take the affinity and transcend it, unlocking a unique Personal evolution, for example, if you reach transformation with fire, you become fire. But at ascension, that fire may evolve into something like soulfire, a flame that burns only the soul. It is not a talent.
It is not a skill.
It is an affinity that has broken past its limitations and birthed a higher, unique version of itself. So for your affinities to reach the ascension rank, you have to choose each of them their evolution path. Noah listened closely, his eyes slowly lit with realization. Still, he asked for confirmation. And if you create a brand new affinity, will it be available for others to use? Only if you allow it. As a world dominator, you can erase or add affinities to the world you control.
And if you allow others to use your new affinity, you will benefit.
Their insights will flow back to you, strengthening you. This also applies when you create laws and bind them to your world or, later, the entire universe. And yes, ascension rank affinities can help you forge your law. They can be the very foundation, and at law creator rank, you no longer wield affinities, you wield laws. If you do not transform your affinities into laws, then you will lose them. Noah fell silent, his eyes closed briefly, his thoughts swirling. This is getting complicated, he murmured inwardly, but it wasn't. Not really. At ascension, he would create his own version of an affinity, say soulfire, and then eventually evolve it into the law of soulfire. That was the path forward, clean, straight. The only problem, Noah had too many affinities. This is hell, he thought, already tired just imagining the task ahead. But that didn't mean he would surrender to it, no. If the issue was having too many affinities, then he would create one affinity that encompassed all of them. He had the Aeon vein for that. But it was no longer enough, he needed to evolve it.
Sharpen it.
Transcend it. Just the thought made his mood improve. He stood again, then sat cross-legged with renewed focus. First, let's copy the talents, he said to himself. Then fuse all the bloodlines into mine. Then all the physiques into my prime physique, and after that, create one unique affinity to house all the rest. He paused for a moment, and then, I'll make life-saving talents, barriers, artifacts, and anything else I can think of for my wives and my close ones. He had learned his lesson with Sari. He wouldn't repeat the same mistake, but I don't think that's enough. Should I create a new type of being, one that holds a fragment of my power, and assign them to their
shadows to guard them? No.
Still not enough. Maybe I could make their souls undying.
And their bodies untouchable, unless I'm the one touching them. Noah frowned, thinking deeper.
But I don't think I have that kind of power yet. Fuck it. He continued brainstorming for 2 whole hours, determined to ensure their safety. After that, when he had collected a satisfying list of ideas and solutions, Noah finally began, copy all the talents from these 5 unless I already have them. He activated Copycat, and so, Soulfade, Celestial Veinsight, Child of Nihilism, Throne of Shadows, Judgment of Light. He muttered the new talents, one after another, all of them pulsed inside him, radiant and immense, all of them, Paragon rank. Chapter 242, Spankmaster. I missed this feeling, Noah muttered as he closed his eyes, his expression blooming into pure, unfiltered ecstasy. He had missed this. The rush of power. The thrill of growth. That orgasmic sensation of getting stronger by sharing the hard-earned efforts of others. But this? This was still not enough. Noah wouldn't be satisfied, not truly, until he could share the rank of the women he bonded with. Can you imagine it? Him, strolling casually through the vast universe, through galaxies and profane realms, and accidentally crossing paths with a woman who could slap him to death with a flick of her finger. Then, with that signature smile, that dangerous charm, he gets into her heart, bonds with her, and shares her rank, before dragging her into a bed and spanking her until her ass is bright red. Just like Spankmaster, can you imagine that? Or walking into some demonic realm of unspeakable horror, finding a woman who is death incarnate, making her his maid and sharing her rank, and then thrusting deep inside her while all his maids watches. The more Noah thought about the possibilities, the more determined he became to evolve his system. Waiting for law creator rank? Far too slow, and patience was not exactly Noah's strongest trait. If he wanted something, he wanted it now, no compromise. I need to find worthy materials, Noah muttered, already thinking, scheming. He had even considered using origins, but those were already promised to his women. He had to pivot. Maybe, if I find an origin none of them are attuned to, I could give it to the system. He thought, almost tempted, but then shook his head. If he gave it, he wouldn't be able to share it. No deal. Guess I'll just have to find something else. Something that stands at that level. And once his little fantasy, daydream, and conclusion wrapped up, Noah returned to action. First task, fuse the new bloodlines into his Elisiari core. But before that, he closed his eyes, slipping into a razor-sharp state of focus. Now that he knew the rank beyond EX unique, he wanted all of his talents to hit that level, but one in particular mattered more than all the others. Ultimate fusion, it was the talent. The one that made his bloodline possible. The one that birthed the Elisiari and the Veilgrims, it was the foundation. The cornerstone, and Noah would give it the respect it deserved by evolving it. He had done it once, doing it a second time should be much easier, especially for someone like him, and so he began. The process was smoother now, faster. His understanding was deeper, sharper, more instinctive, and finally, at the end of it, a new panel shimmered into existence: omnisynthesis. You can fuse anything between heaven and earth, even laws, concepts, powers, living beings, anything. Your only limitation is the material needed for the synthesis. This talent is semi-sentient, Noah whistled. He couldn't help it. I live for this. He murmured, a crooked smile playing on his lips. Now it was time. Fuse the 3 new bloodlines into my Elisiari one. Elevated to the max, immediately, he felt the shift within. His bloodline expanded, deepened, evolved. It wasn't perfect, not yet, but it had taken another step closer to perfection, closer to absoluteness, and Noah just sat there, breathing in the feeling of evolution, the rush. The expansion. The gain, new abilities bloomed within him, skills born from the merged bloodlines. 3 new skills: Eye of Absolute Judgment, Shadow's Favorite, and Void Embrace. Not bad. Not bad at all, Noah murmured. Eye of Absolute Judgment, an active skill that allowed him to judge others, not by some external measure, but based purely on his own moral compass. Twisted or not, his judgment would always stand. Shadow's Favorite, a passive skill that gave him the status of an original in the eyes of all shadows. He didn't need to be one, he just was one, a cheat, plain and simple. Void Embrace, another passive, wrapping Noah in an invisible layer of null void that could absorb attacks up to a certain level. Silent. Defensive. Deadly, and these were his alone. He could maybe create watered-down versions for his race, but never at this level. This power-up is taking long, isn't it? Noah smirked. Let's wrap it up cleanly. 1 affinity. Only one that encompasses everything. He inhaled slowly, then gave the command: low, steady, absolute, do it. Omnisynthesis. The semi-sentient talent understood his will without needing explanation. Instantly, he felt it. His former Aeon vein was being dismantled, deconstructed, and reforged into something new. Something greater. All of his affinities gathered, all of them began to fuse. The process was slow, painfully slow, but the magnitude of power involved was astronomical. After all, this wasn't simple fusion. This was the act of creating a new affinity, a culmination of dozens of affinities. Almost all of them already at transformation rank and some of them half-ascension rank, something so absurdly complex that even most beings in the universe couldn't comprehend the steps involved. Creating an affinity like this wasn't something you do overnight, and though Noah wasn't known for his patience, if it was for something this important, he could be a monk, he could outwait gods, so he waited, and waited. And after 5 long hours, ding, the system chimed. Noah opened his eyes, white, runic eyes that seemed to hold the patience of eternity. He sighed dramatically. I was so close, system. Another minute and I would have become a legitimate monk, he said with a smirk. But the system had no time for banter. Primordial affinity, semi-primordial rank. This is the affinity that holds all the affinities you had until now. You can use all of them flawlessly. Noah read it, and a subtle grin spread across his face. Yes, exactly what I wanted. And with that, he wasted no time. He began creating safeguards, barriers, life-saving talents, artifacts, protections for his women. For his family. For the ones who mattered, because after what happened with Sari, he would never make that mistake again, and once that was done, he smiled darkly. Let's make this realm bleed. Chapter 243, Kill. Time blurred as Noah prepared himself to the best of his abilities. To ensure that this time, his loved ones would be properly protected, he had created talents, artifacts, even literal living beings that held small fragments of his power, all to shield them. He used every drop of knowledge he had, everything he could muster. And once it was all done, Noah stood calmly in the center of his training ground, surrounded by objects so valuable that the past lay might have declared war on every race for them. He inhaled, then exhaled, his expression clearly tired. No matter his rank, creating dozens of talents and beings wasn't something easy, not even for his mind, so he materialized a bed and lay down on it calmly, slowing down time within his training room. But even that wasn't needed, because Lei, once again, had stopped time across the entire world to let Noah rest properly. Best sister ever. At the very core of Lei, Noelle stood beside a small-looking girl, both of them watching a screen with quiet affection. Time didn't affect Noelle, her power allowed her to ignore it. But even so, I don't think you need to stop the whole world's time every time he sleeps or needs something, you know? Noelle said with a soft smile as she looked at Lay. Stopping time halts the world's evolution. It might be subtle, almost negligible, but if you keep doing it, it'll eventually affect your growth too. She paused and stayed silent. But Lay didn't even blink at her words. Her full attention remained on the peacefully sleeping Noah. His chest rose and fell in a soft, rhythmic pattern. He looked so cute. He was cute, she smiled lovingly, then finally spoke. I don't really care if the world's evolution stops. As long as Big Brother feels good, I'm fine either way. Then she turned her head and looked Noelle in the eyes. After all, what does it matter if mundane people evolve, if the owner of the whole world is stressed or suffering? She shook her head, so adorably that Noelle almost pinched her cheeks, but refrained for the sake of the serious conversation. It doesn't matter. And you must know, if Noah evolves, I evolve too. So yes, I'll stop time across the whole world, as long as he needs it, because he's my lucky star, and I need him to always shine brightly. At her words, a subtle smile appeared on Noelle's face. She had seen many things in her life, things few others could comprehend. She had traveled to places far beyond ordinary limits. She had met beings most people could never imagine, that included the wills of worlds. She had even seen a prime world's will, something almost no one could claim, and because of that experience, she found herself endlessly fascinated by Lay. This was the first world will she'd ever seen so full of emotion. One that was willing to endanger the entire world for a single individual. Something no other will would ever consider because their identity came from the countless mundane lives that lived within them, but Noelle understood why. It was simple, really. Lay was inside Noah. He'd made her possible. And more than that, they had a history. It was interesting, and the more time passed, the more Noelle found herself growing attached to this strange world, which is why, will you help him in the battle, big sister Noelle? Lay asked. Eyes still locked on Noah. Noelle smiled gently. If he asks for my help, then of course I will. That's the least I can do, considering the hospitality I've received, right? You're the best, big sister. Lay exclaimed. Suddenly throwing herself at Noelle for a hug. Thud. Lay landed face first on the ground. She raised her head slowly, glaring up at Noelle, who stood above her, sipping tea like nothing happened. Lay pouted adorably. Why, big sister? I just wanted to hug you. Her voice and expression were filled with betrayal, but Noelle only shrugged. I told you to stop diving at me while I drink tea. Do you know how long it took Dominique to farm this blend? She shook her head, sighing in mock disappointment like an elder scolding spoiled children. Kids these days. Ungrateful. Leia's lips twitched in barely restrained irritation, but she held back, knowing full well that Noelle would twist every single word she said. Noelle smirked. She loved teasing her, even if the feeling wasn't mutual. Meanwhile, all across the world, people were preparing to fight. They had been informed of the battle to come and so, they got ready. The former Beast King, King Bam, stood before trillions of soldiers, all of them Elisiari, including himself. Slowly, he raised his voice. Are you ready? Yes. Are you ready for blood and death? Yes. Then let's show them. Let's show them the might of the Elisiari and the Veilgrims. Yes, Golden Commander. The space around them trembled from the sheer volume of their cries. Their eyes were sharp, their faces grim. Determined, and they weren't the only ones. Across the world, every actor was preparing. Eric, Malric, Rouge, Lucius, even the former Beast twins, Ray and Domi, all of them were ready to fight for their world, ready to bleed for it, ready to die for it. At this point, they were laser-focused. They had already felt what it meant to lose their home and the guilt and pain that came with it. You'd think they'd feel some compassion for the Shadow Realm, but they didn't. In fact, they wanted it to bleed. Badly. What a bloodthirsty bunch. Noah reappeared in the waiting room, having finished his nap and feeling completely refreshed. All the women were there. Even Noelle. He looked at them and smiled. You ready? My dears. At his question, they all smiled at the same time, a smile full of thick, murderous intent, and slowly, in perfect sync, they opened their mouths. Kill, that was it. One word, but that single word was enough, because it described exactly what they were going to do. Kill, without mercy. Without hesitation. Without question. And so, the battle against the shadows was finally about to begin. Chapter 244. Go. Each of them was ready to go to war. But you don't just walk into war without a plan, especially when the enemies you're about to face are beings that could crush you with ease, so, we at least have to allocate each domain to one person or a group. Noah said, standing in the center as the women encircled him. I'm listening. Any of you want to fight a particular opponent? He had barely finished the question when he added casually, his voice still smiling but now layered with a coldness they all picked up on. I'm taking all of Silphra's domain for myself. The moment he said that, they understood. Instinctively, their gazes slid toward Sari, who stood there calmly with that little smile of hers, and they couldn't help it. Just for a second, they envied her. After all, Noah was willingly taking on an entire domain and an original, for her.
Well, partly for her, we already told you. Red and I are going for Ebony, Anya declared with a wide,
eager grin. Her body practically trembled with anticipation at the thought of facing that woman obsessed with order, and Red, right beside her, wore the exact same grin. They looked like two best friends about to burn down a world for fun, truly chaotic. Noah sighed, you can go for her.
But let's be honest here, ladies, Ebony's going to smash you, he shrugged, expression unbothered. You won't die or suffer the way Sari did, but you'll definitely feel pain. Anya and Red turned to him, betrayal all over their faces. The others laughed and snickered openly at their reaction. Aren't you supposed to believe in us, Noah? Anya said with a comically wrong tone. Noah smiled. I'm an honest man. But I do believe in you. Still, Shadiva's already made big preparations in that domain.
She's more suited for Ebony. Let's leave that to her, and you too, my dear destruction lovers, you'll face Mortis. He's also an original like Ebony, but his power is even more troublesome. He can corrode anything, and whatever he corrodes, he gains a piece of it, so be careful, and show me you can take on a law creator as mythic-ranked beings. Noah smiled as he said this, and the two wild girls grinned even wider, giving each other an enthusiastic thumbs up. Noah shook his head. Eric, Rouge, and Malric will also go into Mortis's domain.
Eric will lead, since he knows more about it.
The Golden Commander's army will be split in two. Half will assist Eric, the other half will raid and either subjugate or eliminate the shadows living outside the City of Order. As for the rest of you, there are many commanders under Mortis and other originals.
Pick one that suits your taste. 2 against 1 is fine.
We're not here to play fair. He paused, letting his words sink in. You understand me? Yes, they answered in perfect unison. A voice then spoke, quieter but filled with steel. Is there no possibility for me to fight alongside you in Sylphra's domain, my son? I want to avenge my shadow too. Celine's voice was cold and sharp with bloodlust, and inside of her, Luminara silently agreed. Noah smiled faintly. Just let me have this one, mother, he said softly. He hadn't been strong enough to avenge Lei, and it still haunted him. But now, with the matter concerning Sari, he had a chance, and this time, he was going to do it thoroughly. He was going to make them remember, because how could he call himself a worthy master, a true leader, if he couldn't protect the ones who followed him? He had to, he wanted to, and so, he would. Celine understood that and accepted it. Even if a part of her still wanted vengeance, she knew no one needed this more. A true, exemplary woman, once everything was decided and each person knew where to go. Silence settled between them. They all turned to Noah. Their expressions were calm, but their eyes were focused. Noah met their gazes and smiled beautifully. Tell me, are you all feeling confident now? Do you believe you'll all survive? They nodded without hesitation. So you only needed 6 years to feel this strong? This ready? He asked, smiling again but not waiting for an answer. Imagine what 3 or 6 more years could have done. Maybe then, you wouldn't feel even a flicker of fear. He paused again, but that's not the point. What I really want to say is this: don't fear them. Don't stress. Don't hesitate. You're more talented. You're more gifted. You're more special, so go show them what we're made of, show them the might of our family. You think you can do that? Noah asked, smirking. The women smirked back. That's easy, son. I'll show them why I'm your mother, Celine said proudly. Don't worry. They'll feel pain today, deep soul pain, Elira added with a cold glint in her eyes. It's been a while since I fought. My lightning's been craving it, Sophie chimed in with a feral grin. One by one, they all voiced their confidence, each in their own way. It made Noah's heart thrum with satisfaction. So, he took a single step forward. Let's go. He vanished, and one by one, all the women followed, disappearing from the room. Each heading toward their chosen battlefield. The moment they were gone, as if signaled by fate itself, Eric and his team disappeared too, following the Golden Commander and his elite army. All of them headed straight into the Shadow Realm. Their arrival didn't go unnoticed. The moment they stepped foot inside, a flurry of new presences were felt all across the realm. The siblings of the originals stirred. They immediately took action, trying to figure out who were the intruders, and what a surprise it was to find themselves face to face with unknown beings they'd never seen before. But the moment the Elisiari team entered the Shadow Realm, something happened. They transformed. Every single one of them, including Noah, took on their Elisiari forms, because this was no longer practice. This was their official debut, and they had to make sure that the enemy remembered who they were. and if the shadows didn't know of them before, then this was the perfect moment to find out, and so, officially, the battle had begun. Chapter 245, Missed Me, the battle had begun. The originals weren't expecting it, not truly. After all, in the whole universe, who would dare to invade their territory and start a war that was suicide, because in the Shadow Realm, their power wasn't just intact, it was amplified. And the power of intruders were diminished in a certain way. Crushed under the very weight of the realm itself, that's why most didn't start fights here, because the shadows protected their own, so, you can imagine their surprise when, all of a sudden, they felt their territories being breached. At first, they were shocked, then, some of them laughed. Well, only one of them actually laughed, Mortis. He was the only one whose domain had been breached by beings who weren't even world dominators. Mythic rank at best, laughable, who are these? Fools? Mortis said with mild amusement, but it didn't last. Someone dared to step into his domain, and that meant one thing: they would die. Tell all of my commanders, kill every intruder without an ounce of mercy. If any of them look like a leader, capture their soul and bring it to me, Mortis ordered calmly. Eyes still closed. By your will, Lord Mortis, a voice replied before fading into silence. Mortis didn't move. He wasn't going to waste time on weaklings, not when he had better things to do, like dealing with the cursed shackles still binding him. So, as chaos stirred beyond his chambers, Mortis ignored it all, diving once more into himself, trying again to free what should never have been caged. And while Mortis shut himself away, his commanders moved. Orders were orders, kill everything. Among those commanders was Erica, but this Erica wasn't the same woman people knew. She looked empty, her eyes were tired, her presence dimmed. Her spirit, normally bright and defiant, was dulled. You didn't need to be a genius to understand, this was emotional pain. Not physical. Something deeper. What the fuck is wrong with you? A deep voice rumbled beside her. Atrus, one of Mortis's 6 commanders. He towered beside her, muscles bulging, whitish hair tumbling messily, his torso bare, only clad in black trousers. Black eyes, wild veins, raw strength in its purest form. Erica didn't answer him. She didn't even glance his way. Her gaze was fixed, staring into the distance with wide, burning eyes, and then, suddenly, her eyes lit up, as if she had found purpose again. Like she had remembered how to breathe. Atrus raised a brow and followed her gaze. A group hovered in the air. They were a winged, horned beings, each one radiating a different type of power, similar yet not the same, intruders, and at their front, wait, isn't that Duskworn? Atrus muttered, tilting his head in disbelief. Your champion? What the hell is he? He stopped mid-sentence. Realization struck, his head snapped toward Erica, and her eyes were already locked on him. They were deep. Cold. Filled with a quiet promise of relentless death. Don't say another word, she said flatly, her voice colder than the void. Atrus blinked, then grinned. I see. He got you, huh? TSK. You always acted so high and mighty, and yet, you still fell for a mortal. How laughable. He laughed to himself, but didn't press further. It wasn't his problem. No matter what happened to Erica, he wouldn't interfere. Soon enough, Eric, King Bam, and the others landed. They stood face to face with the 6 commanders and their armies. No need for introductions. No trash talk. They acted, and the one who struck first was Erica. She vanished and then reappeared right in front of Eric in not even a second. No, time didn't even pass. A delicate, precise spin, and then, crack, a devastating kick to the chest. The very air vibrated, space itself undulating like disturbed water as Eric was launched backward at blinding speed, close to light itself. Boom! He slammed into the ground, the black stone shattering beneath him, forming a massive crater. Cough. Cough, blood spilled from his lips as pain bloomed in his chest. Just a little more force and it would have shattered, he groaned, trying to move when he felt a presence above him. He looked up. Erica stood there at the edge of the pit, her face hard and unreadable. Eric laughed, even through the pain. Missed me. At those words, her expression crumbled instantly, the coldness melted, worry, deep and raw, replaced it. She vanished, then reappeared at his side, cradling him in her arms. Why yes. I missed you. Please don't do that again. I can't live without you. She whispered, her voice trembling. Eric winced, not from pain, but guilt. He hated doing this to her, but it was necessary. Then answer me, Erica. What's your answer? And just like that, the drama began. Meanwhile, in Sylphra's domain, a single figure appeared in the sky. He wasn't overwhelming in presence, but his mere arrival was enough to shake the entire domain, forcing every being within to look upward, even Sylphra herself. She materialized instantly, facing him with her eyes narrowed and smile twitching. He was in his Elisiari form, beautiful.
Deadly.
A vision forged from pure concept, horns twisted with meaning, wings shimmering with power, but his expression was cold and expressionless. He stared at her in silence before calmly opening his mouth. I have a question, Sylphira. He said her name like he'd known her for centuries. Sylphira tilted her head, amusement glimmering in her shifting black eyes. Oh, please. Do tell, she said, voice playful and laced with mischief. Noah didn't wait. Would you mind if I obliterated your entire domain? He asked it politely. Almost sincerely, there was a second of silence, then, a laugh, high. Soft. Creeping, but then it stopped abruptly, her eyes turned sharp. You dare repeat that, she said, voice stripped of all playfulness, a threat of warning in every syllable. Noah didn't flinch, he merely sighed. Shaking his head, well, at least I can tell her I tried, right, but I doubt she'd mind anyway. He paused, then said, void manifestation, instantly, no delay, no build-up, everything changed. Sylphira's domain twisted and collapsed before dissolved into unfiltered, pure void, a place where nothing remained, where everything was consumed, where existence itself forgot how to exist. Chapter 246, The Curse of Strength, Void Manifestation, Noah uttered silently, his face blank and unreadable. He was in no mood to play today. No mood for theatrics or for dragging out the fight just to feel the thrill of battle. He was up against a law creator rank, but so what, if sorry, at only SS rank, could kill a mythic, then he, as he was now, could beat a law creator, so he moved without hesitation, without a flicker of doubt. And the moment his words echoed into existence, the universe responded, the void manifested. It wasn't a process. It wasn't gradual. It was instant, a clean, unrelenting erasure that devoured the entirety of Sylphira's domain in a single heartbeat. And Noah wasn't done. His body flared, shifting entirely into white flames as he instantly appeared before Sylphira and punched her straight in the face. Sylphira didn't even react. Her eyes were still glued to the scene behind him, watching her territory vanish. The space twisted, warped like a divine being was folding it with its hands, until it tore open completely. Cracking sounds thundered across the realm, making it feel like reality itself was shattering. That's how powerful Noah's punch was, but he didn't look satisfied. His expression didn't shift, not even slightly, as his eyes locked on the creature that had blocked his strike. He smiled emptily. Is that one of your famed little toys? Sylphira, he asked, his voice flat as his gaze studied the strange being before him. It looked like an overgrown ant, but its entire body was made of dark, reflective metal instead of flesh. Its red eyes glowed as it stared directly at him, but there was no emotion behind that gaze. It wasn't alive, just a puppet, a thing. World dominator rank? Noah noted silently, already analyzing it. Sylphira didn't answer him. She was still admiring the void surrounding them, her gaze filled not with fear, but curiosity. Then slowly, she spoke. You are incredible, strange being. Another presence appeared beside her, a new entity. This one had no fixed shape, just a formless mass of flickering blue and gold light. A wisp. Radiant and unstable, the moment it arrived, Noah felt the air around him bend. Time itself felt like it had begun to fluctuate, unsteady and strange. Rewind time in my domain, Sylphira ordered calmly. The wisp raised its hand, time bent, and instantly, everything was reversed. The void vanished, the domain returned to its original state. All that had been destroyed was rebuilt. All that had died was revived. It was as if Noah had never attacked. Noah stood there calmly, his expression unreadable. This is going to be troublesome, he thought. He could feel it. The wisp was world dominator rank as well. You look interesting, Sylphira said. Care to become one of my puppets? And the moment those words left her lips, Noah felt it, a pressure, a powerful will pressing down on his own, attempting to slither inside his mind, to take over, to claim him. Instantly, one of the artifacts he had personally crafted, a mind protection artifact at world dominator rank, activated on its own, shielding him. It wasn't enough. Not even close. Her will was monstrous, impossible to measure, but the artifact held just long enough to give Noah the space to act, so he did. A sword formed in his right hand, composed not of metal, but of countless severed wills. It shimmered with a strange light, chaotic and pure. Noah slashed, a lazy slash. No stance. No effort. But it worked. Sylphira took a step back, her expression shifted slightly as she frowned, because that simple strike had severed her will from his mind. It was something incredibly delicate. If you lacked perfect control, you risked cutting your own will, harming your very soul. But Noah, he had trained for 6 years. His control was monstrous. His precision, inhuman. He exhaled slowly, then raised his eyes towards Sylphira and the army of puppets behind her, severing sword. Void.
Nothingness. Frozen barrier.
Celestial fire, Noah kept muttering, one name after another. Each time he spoke, a different power surrounded his mind, layering over the last. Sylphra's eyes widened, surprise flickering across her face, because each of those powers was not clashing, they were harmonizing. By the end of it, Noah's mind was like an unbreakable bastion, fortified by dozens of higher of attributes working together flawlessly. But Sylphra only smiled. You think that will be enough? She asked softly. Give me enough time, and I'll tear through all of it. Her voice was hungry now, she was getting excited. Where else would she find a creature like this? So many affinities, all controlled perfectly. She wanted him badly, but Noah didn't flinch. And I can rebuild them, with enough time, he replied. He was about to speak again when, he was struck. A massive puppet appeared behind him and launched a blow straight into his back, sending a shockwave so powerful it obliterated half of Sylphra's domain in a single breath. The entire zone became a ruined, broken city, but the formless wisp moved again, lifting its hand. Time reversed, the destruction vanished like it had never happened. Noah remained untouched, his void embrace had protected him, but he was frowning now. View the correct content at Novel Bin, because when he looked around, there weren't a few puppets, there were thousands, all around him. Every one of them world dominator rank. And Sylphra stood above them all, staring down like a queen observing her prey. He didn't say anything, he just stood there, tall, focused. Then he smiled, a wide, feral, untamed smile, because his bloodline was trembling, excited. This was the battle it had been craving, a situation where victory or defeat was uncertain, because no matter how powerful and gifted Noah was, he was still facing thousands of monsters at his level and one law creator. This would be the hardest battle of his life. But instead of fear, he felt fire, he felt his blood pumping wildly through his veins. He felt his instincts roar, so he let go. He stopped suppressing himself, and the space around him fractured, bled, groaned as if reality itself couldn't withstand the weight of him anymore. Because Noah had decided, he would no longer restrain his body, and you must not forget, Noah held the strength of an entire world. That might not sound overwhelming to his enemies, but it was when compacted to just the size of a human body, and also as a world bearer, he could use the skills, techniques, and talents of every being inside his world, and he had decided to use them all. This fight would be hell. But before anything else, don't you all want a little gift? Noah asked with a wicked grin, his eyes glowing white. Then, without waiting for an answer, epithet, the sky seemed to still. The shadows seemed to shiver. Then he declared, you all, your name shall be The Cursed of Strength, Chapter 247, Fight Against Sylphra. The Cursed of Strength, a simple title, yet its implications were vast and terrifying. It was a title that, at first glance, seemed almost absurd, but in truth, it was deadly. Because once given, the bearer of this title would slowly lose power every single time they used their strength, every punch, every strike, every movement fueled by force. It would drain them, piece by piece, until eventually, they wouldn't even have the strength to raise a single finger. And the most dreadful, the most twisted part of this title, it couldn't be undone. It couldn't be blocked. It couldn't be resisted, once received. It was permanent, so when Noah uttered the name, when he gave them the title, they felt it. They felt the weight of it embed itself into their very being, knowledge of it flooding their minds like a curse. But nothing changed, because it wasn't them in control, they were puppets, and the one pulling the strings, Sylphra, didn't yet understand what had just happened, her eyes darting through the battlefield, her expression filled with questions she hadn't even fully formed. But Noah gave her no time to think. Because the moment the title was given, space itself began to wrap around him, folding like threads of silk being gathered by a master weaver. Time itself froze. One step. That was all it took. Just one step, and Noah was in front of Sylphra. Unsurprisingly, she wasn't affected by the time lock. But that wasn't Noah's goal, not this time. His right side twisted and morphed, turning into a volatile fusion of black ice and celestial white fire, unstable and godly all at once, and above them the sky cracked. Millions of weapons appeared, blades, spears, hammers, constructs of all kind, each forged from the fusion of purple lightning and pure nothingness, and they were everywhere. They filled every inch of Sylphra's domain, raining down like the wrath of a divine executioner. The air thickened. Electric. Deadly. Purple lightning danced across the sky, weaving between the falling weapons. To be touched by one was death. To even look too long at them, madness, and wrapped around it all was that whisper of void, of erasure, of something that didn't kill you, but removed you from existence. The puppets looked up, even the mundanes.
even the ones too dumb to think. They stared, because above them wasn't war, it was vengeance, and in that moment, it truly did look like a demon had come to collect, but Noah didn't care about any of that, because while all hell broke loose around them, he punched straight into Sylphra's face. Bam! She didn't take it, a puppet intercepted the strike, but Noah didn't stop just like expected. His left hand shifted, this time becoming a swirling storm of soul power and raw emotion. He punched again. And again. And again, Noah unleashed everything. Every skill, every technique, every ounce of combat he had mastered, and it all flowed into this vicious, hand-to-hand brawl that cracked the realm apart. Everywhere the weapons fell became instant death zones, zones ruled by lightning and void, by destruction and silence. Cries echoed. Please. Screams, some dropped to their knees, begging. Ready to betray Sylphra without hesitation, others cursed, asking what they had done to deserve such wrath, but Noah didn't hear them. He was locked in, fully locked in, his mind focused on the enemy in front of him. And every time he struck, the space around him fractured. Time meant nothing. The world stuttered under the pressure of his movements. The puppets surrounded him, they struck from all sides. Noah blocked with ice, countered with flame, severed with sword, devoured with void. Each skill carried a fragment of his will, and even as he moved on, those fragments would strike again before dissipating, and Sylphra kept trying. Again and again, her will pierced toward his mind, trying to make him hers, but he was ready. Every attempt met a wall. His mind was a fortress, reinforced by void, fire, ice, celestial shields, soul seals, and his ever-watchful severing sword. No matter what she tried, he stood firm. Their fight transcended speed. Billions of strikes in a nanosecond. Their fists created shockwaves that unraveled space, warped gravity, tore through causality. Noah was struggling, he was thrown, slammed, torn. His silver-white clothes shredded. His blood spilled onto ground that no longer felt real, but he always healed, he always stood back up. His body kept shifting, affinity to affinity, phase to phase, keeping his style unpredictable, his movements chaotic, his strikes impossible to read. Around him, space froze, ignited, or ceased to exist entirely, and every time the formless being tried to rewind time, it failed. Because Noah was using the severing sword not to attack people, but to cut through the concept of time itself. He fought on all fronts. He defended his body. He maintained his mind. He severed time. He directed death, and all of it, with a wild smile carved across his face. He was enjoying himself, even when a puppet finally landed a lucky strike, poisoning him, halting his regeneration. Noah just kept going, wounds bloomed across his body. Blood streamed freely, but he didn't stop, the battle raged on. The sky turned bright red, swirling with ominous energy, and Sylphra, for all her power, for all her pride, began to notice. Her puppets were weakening, their strikes weren't hitting as hard, their movement slowed. She didn't understand at first. Still too locked in combat to think clearly. But her will was strong. Her mind quick, and eventually, she connected the dots, the title. Her eyes widened, her entire expression shifting, as she turned toward Noah with new eyes. Because naming things, that kind of power, she had never seen it before. It was rare for Sylphra to be surprised, but now, she was thrilled, excited, hungry, and so, domain, the realm of puppet, the words dropped like thunder, and in that instant, the entire previous domain vanished, replaced. They now stood within a reality sculpted from constructs, some humanoid, some beastly, some mechanical, others incomprehensible. But all of them were puppets, even the space itself. Even the time. Even the very air, all of it was hers. All of it obeyed, a world where even a breath could betray you. Where your heartbeat might be commanded to stop. Noah looked around, still poisoned. Still bleeding, and then, he smiled crookedly. Let me show mine too. His voice cracked, blood in his throat, then, the Genesis, and in a heartbeat, everything was overwritten. Chapter 248, Shadiva Ebony. At the same time Noah was battling the youngest original, Shadiva was standing face to face with her sister, something that completely caught Ebony off guard, so much so that, for a moment, she genuinely doubted her own senses. For a moment, she actually questioned whether she, a law creator rank, was having a vision problem. That's how shocked she was. Shadiva, however, didn't say a word. She just sat there, composed, legs crossed elegantly atop a simple chair made of shadows, all while gazing at Ebony with quiet intensity, waiting for her to come back to herself. And it didn't take long. Ebony gathered her composure, though her voice trembled as she finally spoke. Be big sister, she said, just 2 words.
But those two simple words nearly shattered Shadiva's composure, nearly made her throw away her cold front, jump from her seat, and embrace her little sister, because gods, she missed her. She wanted nothing more than to hug her tightly and tell her she loved her. That she had never stopped loving her, but she couldn't, because beneath the love, beneath the longing, there was pain. There was anger. There was bitter disappointment. She didn't understand. Why seal her, why betray her like that? Shadiva had never once shown any sign of wanting to rule, of turning against them. Every shadow she'd gained had come from those she killed to protect them. She had fought for them. She had bled for them, so why? Shadiva finally asked, her voice steady on the surface but laced with the raw ache of betrayal underneath. Ebony heard it. Felt it. And it pierced her heart, but still, it was necessary, Ebony said quietly. Lowering herself onto a simple wooden chair across from Shadiva, Shadiva frowned. Necessary for what? But Ebony didn't answer. Instead, she countered with a question of her own, one that weighed heavy on her tongue. Who freed you? She asked. And why are you helping strange beings destroy your own home? Shadiva smiled, not out of joy, but because the irony was suffocating. You really haven't changed, she said softly. You're still that same woman who, whenever something irregular happens, drops every emotion, every feeling, and chases only the answer she wants to hear. She shook her head. You say that like it's a flaw, Ebony responded sharply, but it's not. Knowing what you're dealing with, understanding the reason behind actions, that's what makes survival possible. That's what made me strong enough to be feared across the universe. There was pride in her tone. Cold, firm, unyielding pride. Shadiva tilted her head slightly. And what if you're faced with something you can't understand? What if you stand before a being that can shatter every calculation you've made, every contingency you've prepared for, and render them meaningless? She asked, leaning in. Do you think you'll win by being smart? Ebony didn't answer at first. Her silence was loud. But then, I wouldn't provoke such a being. I'm not stupid, she said flatly. Shadiva smiled coldly. Then you've already failed. She stood up slowly, her voice now like frost in the air. I don't believe Mortis or Sulfra would have chosen to seal me on their own. You were the catalyst, and I know you, Ebony. If you really did all this, then you had your reasons. Reasons you refused to share. The air grew darker, the light dimmed, and Shadiva's tone became absolute. But you'll tell me everything today. From the beginning to the end, Ebony met her gaze without flinching. With your world dominator strength, she said, unimpressed. Shadiva didn't reply with words. Instead, the space around them began to writhe as figures emerged from every shadow, beings of darkness in all forms and shapes. First thousands, then millions, then billions. A tide of shadows, endless and deep, but Shadiva wasn't done. More figures appeared, the population of the City of Order. All of them, every single one, stood behind Shadiva like silent guardians. Even the Watchers of the Order had fallen. Ebony's eyes widened in disbelief. Her people, all of them. Since when? You've been here, in my domain since the beginning, she whispered. Shadiva just smiled. Go, she ordered, and immediately, by your will, Mother of Shadows, by your orders, Mother of Liberation. The response came like a war cry from the collective throat of an army, and then, the entire domain of Ebony was swallowed in darkness. A darkness so profound, so potent, it infected every fiber of the domain and transformed it. Everything became shadow. Buildings, streets, light, living beings, gone. All melted into black ichor that flowed like a river, and so, the battle between two sisters began. Meanwhile, Erica stood in silence, staring at Eric with an expression twisted by conflict. She didn't speak. She didn't move. Her emotions warred inside her. Eric asked again, voice steady despite his injuries. What's your answer? Will you choose me or your loyalty to Mortis? Erica flinched. It wasn't that she didn't know what she wanted. She wanted Eric. She wanted to be with him. To feel that warmth again. To laugh beside him. To make him smile. To hold him and keep him. She, truly, verily, and completely wanted to choose him. To stay by his side, forever, if needed. But she couldn't just abandon the loyalty she had forged over eons. She couldn't betray the trust given to her, especially not by someone who respected her, appreciated her, empowered her. The conflict tore her apart. Her heart and mind clashed, grinding against each other like tectonic plates, relentless and unyielding, until she snapped. With eyes heavy with turmoil, she gently pulled Eric into her arms, his broken, injured body cradled against her chest, and then, in a soft yet obsessive voice that trembled with both love and madness. If you keep going like this, my love," she whispered, "I'll just imprison you in my home. Forever." She clutched him tighter, so tight his bones creaked, threatening to snap. Her eyes welled with tears. Her lips curled into a manic, devoted smile. Is that what you want? She asked, her voice trembling between desperation and obsession. Eric, unable to move and feeling the crushing grip around his chest, cursed inwardly, fuck. Did I go too far? Chapter 249, Powerless Against Obsession. Eric didn't know what to say or do at this point. If he said no and stayed firm on his decision, he might actually get imprisoned for life, judging by how serious Erica looked. And that's when Eric learned another important lesson. A lesson he wouldn't have been able to understand unless he lived through this exact situation. A simple lesson, really one that says, don't pursue obsessive women if you don't have the power to handle them, because if you don't, they will handle you. And most of the time, to not say every time, the way they handle you will not be in your favor. At that thought, Eric couldn't help but gain a bit more respect for Noah deep inside his heart. That guy could handle all those crazy women like it was nothing. Like it took zero effort. He sighed inwardly and focused back on the present. Looking at Erica's unhinged face, Eric shook his head softly. Imprisoning me without my consent will weaken me day by day, and slowly make me hate you, he said in a quiet but serious tone. Erica shivered instantly. Just hearing that last part of his sentence made her tremble uncontrollably. To not be loved by him, the very thought of it, it wasn't just painful, it was unthinkable. Unbelievable, because now, she could no longer live without Eric's love, and realizing she was back in a position of weakness, Erica accepted her fate and almost wished to die and be done with it, because she could neither betray her lord nor live without Eric. At the end, death was the only least painful outcome in this situation. That's what love can do. But then, Eric's voice echoed again, I have a proposal. If you win, I'll be yours, unconditionally. You can imprison me for all I care. That alone made Erica's head snap up, her entire being focused fully on him in an instant. What? What is it? She asked excitedly, like a young girl getting a yes from her crush for the first time. But Eric didn't answer. Instead, he suddenly disappeared and reappeared miles away from her. At the same time, new presences started to manifest around them. Rouge, Malric, and world dominator rank. Celine muttered as she appeared, her eyes fixed on Erica, who immediately frowned. Celine Weaverheart, the mother of that friend of mine. Eric introduced casually, Rouge and Malric. A weird and unexpected couple, he added flatly, making both of them twitch in irritation. Win against us, he said, and I'll do whatever you want. Erica didn't need to hear more. The moment those words left his lips, her body was instantly wrapped in a dust-like aura. It looked like shadow, but not quite. It was dark, but streaked with red glows here and there, faint and eerie, and just being near her now, all of them felt the corrosive nature of her power pressing down on them. Erica's face was now fully focused. Her eyes hardened like a woman about to go to war to save her husband, just as she was about to act and ignite this fight so she could win her love. Hey, Eric suddenly said, my name is Eric, by the way, and those words, they completely threw her off. She froze mid-step, just a second of stunned hesitation. But what a mistake, Celine was already in front of her. In her hand was a blue lotus. Before Erica could react, the lotus had already been pushed into her chest, and what followed next shocked even her. She expected a bit of coldness. But what she was feeling now wasn't even close of what she expected. She was coldness. As a blue lotus tattoo bloomed on her forehead, her body, her blood, her organs, everything inside her began to freeze. Even the very space around her, in a radius of 3 miles, was frozen in place. Time stopped. Space stopped. She was caged in a frozen world where only ice existed, a timeless life of silent death. But they weren't done. They couldn't be done, not when facing a world dominator rank. Rouge and Malric acted next. A massive war hammer made entirely of blood materialized in Rouge's hands. At the same time, a foul, black aura of death engulfed the weapon, blending blood and death into one. She didn't hesitate. The very moment she was within striking distance, she didn't strike once. She struck hundreds of times within 2 seconds. Boom! Shockwaves exploded from every swing, distorting the land and shattering the space itself with each strike. Erica didn't move. She couldn't after all, and the first blow landed, boom. The sound was cataclysmic, so loud that if anyone under SS rank heard it, their eardrums would have exploded on the spot. But that was just the beginning. Strike after strike landed cleanly, perfectly, and when the final strike came, Rouge narrowed her eyes, tightened her grip, and with all her might, she swung. The frozen lotus cracked, then shattered entirely. And just as her hammer touched Erica's skin, blood explosion. Rouge muttered. At the same time, Death Spear, Malric intoned, and also, Shadowless Slash, Eric whispered coldly, and lastly, Frozen Wool, Celine said without mercy, 4 techniques. 3 of them at SSS rank, 1 at Mythic rank, and what followed was something the minds of mundane beings couldn't even begin to comprehend. The space around them bled, thick black mixed with red liquid, pouring like the world itself had been torn open by something profane, a scent of death so strong, so overpowering, that for a moment, the entire outside world turned into a dead zone. Death. Decay. From sky to soil, Eric's slash came next, and in its wake, the very realm of shadows lost its title, because for a terrifying instant, there were no shadows left, none, and then came Celine's skill, and oh, how dreadful it was, because when it activated, it didn't just freeze things. It froze everything: time, space, fate itself, so many techniques used in a single moment, all with destructive precision, shattering the very laws of the world. The landscape collapsed into itself, ripped and torn apart before being devoured by a cold that didn't just freeze flesh, it froze life itself, and when it was all over, there was nothing, only chaos, only entropy, and all of that had happened in less than 10 seconds after the battle began. Chapter 250, Winter, had come. Not even a nanosecond had passed, but the destruction was already off the charts. They had spammed skills and techniques with the intention to kill. Even if Eric didn't like that, there was no other choice. Because they were fighting a world dominator rank, and if they didn't strike to kill, they wouldn't even be able to pass the passive barrier her divine body granted her. The space and the landscape around them were completely ruined. They didn't leave anything, whether alive or not, whether solid or abstract, in one piece. Everything was torn apart, compressed, frozen, and after all that, arise, Malrik's voice echoed as he raised the dead around him while at the same time calling upon his death army from the realm of death. Soon, the space was flooded with the stench of death. Malrik looked at the collapsed space, time, and even the shredded threads of causality in front of him. The sight was horrific and mystical at the same time, but all he, and the others too, cared about was the being inside that broken space. But the answer was obvious: they could still sense her presence, as strong as ever. If anything, it only kept getting stronger. Soon, the shadow realm itself acted, healing its surroundings with speed faster than light, restoring space back to its stable form, and finally, they saw how Erica was faring, and as they looked at her, or what they assumed was her, they couldn't be sure anymore, because the only thing in front of them was a cloud of dark gray dust that seemed to phase in and out of existence. My love. This harsh, a feminine voice, filled with deep love but also obsession, echoed through the now empty, fractured landscape. Erica's voice. Soon, the dust began to gather, and from it Erica's body was reconstructed, still as beautiful and deadly as ever, without a single wound. She didn't look at anyone else, only Eric. Do you mean your words? Erica asked, her heart beating with hope and unfiltered eagerness. At the same time, she raised one single slender finger and blocked a slash made by one of the Death Knights. She turned her head, looked at it with an expressionless face, and then let her gaze fall on the rest of the undead standing behind Malrik. Don't interrupt me when I speak to my love. This is your first warning. She said it softly, before flicking her finger nonchalantly, and immediately dust erupted from it and shot toward the undead with speed beyond mere SSS rank comprehension. But also, your last. Boom. The moment the dust touched the undead, they exploded in a fury of light gray flames, burning them all to ash in a matter of seconds. Then, without the slightest care for what she had just done, she turned her gaze back to Eric, and instantly, her cold, blank expression faded, replaced by eyes brimming with love. Were you serious, my love? Will you go with me if I win? She asked again. This time, no one interrupted her. Celine, standing at the side, watched calmly, even silently rooting for Erica. She liked this kind of girl very much, so she didn't say anything. She simply observed, you do know you might die if she truly decides to go for the win, right? Luminira's voice echoed in her head, but Celine's answer was instant and unshaken. I won't die. And also, it's your turn to act. So get out. And at the same time, Eric responded, yes, he said truthfully. Because if they lost, it's not like he could save himself from this woman's clutch anyway, so he simply accepted. But what a mistake, because after all Eric had done to her, Erica had long surpassed the limit she could endure without him at her side, so, right now, she was extra motivated to finish the fight quickly. In one attack, so Erica didn't say anything else, she just, domain, shallow dust, activated her domain, and the moment she did, the space around them was flooded with dust that swallowed them whole, dragging them into a realm of dust. But it wasn't ordinary dust. This dust devoured mana and disrupted the mind, corroding thought itself. The longer you remained inside, the less energy you had to fuel your skills, and the more your mind was weakened, until you could do nothing. And already, the group was starting to feel the effects creeping in. Sensing how dire the situation had become, Luminira finally decided to appear, manifesting in her white cat form with glowing purple eyes on Celine's shoulder. She looked at Erica for a long moment, then sighed and leapt down, walking toward her with slow but confident steps. Erica looked at her with calm amusement. A divine beast, huh? And the more Luminira walked, the colder this dust-filled world became until finally, when she was just a couple of meters away, divine beast transformation, Biastra of frigid end, and winter came. At the same time, a duo of destruction had just appeared atop the massive castle of Mortis. How do you think we should make our entrance? Red asked, eyes gleaming with bloodlust in war, and indeed, she was the Elisiari of war, the only one in Noah's group with such an affinity, war. That's why right now, with battle erupting all across the realm, Red was at her peak. After all, she was empowered by the tension, the conflict, the anticipation. She didn't want anything else, just war. She was still only a supreme rank, since she hadn't gained influence in Lay yet, but her combat ability, even Aphasia and the others were wary of it, because she was relentless, because she was war incarnate. She didn't need to think, she knew instinctively how to fight to win. Anya at her side bore the same expression. She too wanted nothing more than destruction. And so, you know my ways, Anya said, raising her hand. Everything I do must be linked to destruction. That's why. She paused. Red didn't need instructions, she raised her hand too, as if already knowing what was coming. Let's destroy this castle, shall we? Anya said with a half-smile, before whispering, Veilgrim style, the pit of chaos. Red followed, voice low and calm, Veilgrim style, the drum of war, and then, a deep, abyssal, hollowed pit opened beneath the castle of Mortis, releasing a heavy energy of destruction that cracked and destabilized space and time, swallowing the entire castle whole. At the same time, a goddess-like illusion appeared in the sky of the Shadow Realm. She wore battle armor and resembled Red closely. That illusion opened its mouth wide and let out a shout, and instantly a sudden drumbeat with a deep, war-driven melody echoed through almost all of the Shadow Realm, causing enemies below SSS rank to collapse unconscious. The castle of Mortis crumbled like it was made of sand, and in that very moment, who dares, a deep and furious voice of an original echoed through the entire realm, so powerful that even the realm itself began to corrode, including Anya and Red.